What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed and was the son of Sparda. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the gender. Well, with that out, let's get into part 2. And by the way, we have another crossover. Aside from Devil May Cry franchise, we have an anime series called Trinity 7. Highly recommend for ya. And yep, just like DxD, it's a harem. And honestly, it's really hard to find a crossover between Trinity 7 and DxD. Anyway, let's get going, shall we? Royal Biblia Academy. Nursing. Lying on a stretcher was Lilith. Her breathing had already normalized, but even so, she looked very tired and had no signs of waking up. Apparently her body and mind had already succumbed to fatigue. At a normal pace she should be in bed for at least 2 weeks, since she was not even reacting to the voices around her. But as it had been indicated to the white-haired man in the paper that Ryu had given him, they needed him to go to that place to reinforce the defense of the academy that was suffering constant attacks. Besides that, many of his best mages were working elsewhere and would be delayed in arriving. So that forced those who were in that place to be under intense pressure, since they not only had to protect the academy, but also had to cover the places of those who were absent or were injured in previous attacks. In short, it was a difficult time for the academy. That could be noticed by Lilith's current state that led Issei to think. How long had Lilith been fighting non-stop? I think she won't wake up for now, said the academy director who had been the first to meet the white-haired man outside the academy. Well, due to her exhaustion she will be asleep for at least a couple of weeks. This only makes our situation more difficult. I think I have an idea. I don't guarantee that she will wake up immediately but in a few hours, said the white-haired man raising his hand. And what is this idea? Asked the director curiously. With this, materializing his boosted gear, I will increase Lilith's power and that way I will be able to accelerate your recovery rate. But in her state, I don't know how many power increases will be necessary. I'll take care of that, partner. Ddraig answered from the gauntlet gem. Very well, I leave it in your hands, Ddraig. Trust me. Well, here we go. Boost. Trinity 7 opening 7 doors. Truth begins with Trinity Soul. Issei and Seraphil are seen together with 10 silhouettes of people next to them. Not deny the possibility all. Devil May Cry is seen from outside. Suddenly Issei appears coming out of the place, kicking the door. You can see that he is dressed in his trench coat and with his guns in hand, ready to hunt devils. Himi no namita no odo ga tabira wo naku shita ga. Issei is seen watching the sunrise. He turns to the back and can see that there are his adoptive parents smiling at him. Himi wa sarwo hiraku to shinai. Suddenly the camera turns red and Issei's parents are engulfed in flames. He runs to try to help them, but the flames cut him off. The karaboku ga aiku. The black background is seen with a peculiar silver medallion falling into what appears to be water. Danjitsu kasu wo kurikashita. The camera splits in two and you can see in both images Lilith walking through the corridors of the Kuo Academy and Sona can be seen reading a book very seriously. Ditsujo ga nai kanase no aim. The Keno and rias can be seen looking at the night sky of the city with tears falling down their cheeks. So no oku nai erin inatsu nai saku shinjitsu wo I maharaku. Seraphil is seen lying on a bed and then she sends a kiss towards the camera. Issei is seen with her gauntlet activated as she launches a powerful dragon shoot against what appears to be a large group of enemies. Zetai yuki na yuku kara, I will promise you. Lilith is seen firing her large weapon which causes a large recoil on her weapon. Then a hallway is seen with a large number of enemies being pierced by what appears to be a flash of orange. The camera pans to show a white-haired girl in a rather cute outfit with a conductor's wand, casting what appears to be some sort of spell. Tsunaguti no ando nai kana mano nante nai. Seraphil is seen releasing large amounts of demonic power all around him, causing a strong wind. Sorwakido kuroi tayu yorimo. Rias and Kaneko are seen stretching their hands trying to reach 2 people whose faces are covered who are on top of 2 pillars. Nabashiku sekai wo terasu deru. Surziches is seen sitting on his throne with Grafia beside him. The Koro no Chikara de Kararamano wo. The dragon is seen chasing a red dot on the horizon. Okuwa and Meta wa yabanai. Issei and Vergil are seen clashing swords in the rain, both with huge smiles on their faces. Truth begins with Trinity Soul. Issei and Vergil are seen with their devil trigger activated, then both begin to run towards each other, while preparing a punch each one. At the moment of impact there is a big explosion, due to the great power of the attacks of both brothers. I reach out to the truth of my life. Issei is seen with his devil trigger activated, with Rebellion resting on his shoulder looking at the camera with Serafal next to him, along with 10 silhouettes behind them, all of them gathered in the Kuo Academy. Once Issei finished increasing his power. But this time it was something quite big. Since it had been more than 14 increases of power, and after managing to gather all that energy, Issei transferred the energy to Lilith. Immediately the girl's body was wrapped in a green aura, and the director could feel how Lilith's power grew exponentially. After this, the white-haired man left the girl's side and proceeded to leave the infirmary. Once he was in front of the door, he stopped. "By the way, director, I will be walking around to know the place. I hope that later we can talk about the job for which I was called," said the white-haired man, but while he was leaving he said, "I hope Lilith recovers. See you later," said the white-haired man. But that said, the white-haired man closed the door behind him and started to walk without a fixed direction. Without knowing how, the white-haired boy managed to go outside the academy and he was in what he thought was the physical education area. The place was simply beautiful and peaceful, large green areas, birds flying through the blue sky that was over the academy, along with a gentle breeze. All this led the white-haired man to lie down on the grass and fall asleep. But it didn't mean that he wasn't doing anything. Right now he was in his mental landscape. Mental landscape. The white-haired man was standing on what looked like water that barely covered his feet, but it didn't make it difficult for him to walk. After a few minutes of walking he found Ddraig totally asleep, and what to say of his snoring. "Hey, buddy, wake up," said Issei in the ear of the huge red dragon. But the only answer he received was more snoring. After several attempts in which the white-haired man almost tore his vocal cords due to the screams to try to wake up the dragon, he decided to use something that would wake him up or break his neck. One of the two. Materializing his gauntlet, he began to gather energy for a few moments. After having gathered it, he sent it against the sleeping dragon. That torrent of energy was able to lift the dragon and send it a few meters in the air, managing to wake it up, but it was too late. "What's happening?" said Ddraig, opening his eyes lazily. Laziness that then turned into panic when he saw the ground very close to himself. In spite of trying to do something, the huge dragon crashed with a crash, causing a slight trembling in the place. "Why the hell do you have to wake me up like that?" asked Ddraig, quite angry while he rubbed his head, which had a nice bump from the impact. "I've tried to wake you up more than 6 times. If you had woken up as soon as I got close to you, I wouldn't have done this to you," said the white-haired man, sighing. "And that would be?" asked Ddraig curiously. "Can I materialize Ascalon completely?" "What do you mean? You can use your boosted gear and the Dragon Slayer's blade at will now." "I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about having Ascalon back as a full sword. That I can hold it the same way I do Rebellion." "I suppose it's doable. But what do you want it for?" "I plan to create a technique so that I can cause more damage in a short period of time. Something that surpasses what I do with Swordmaster." "Well, I see what you're getting at. I'll tell you how you should do it. Think that you're holding the handle of the sword and then think of its aura. That aura that now flows down your left arm." "Alright, I'll try," said the white-haired man, closing his left hand as if he was holding something inside it. "Now I must remember his aura," said the white-haired man, trying to remember that sensation he had when he got Ascalon. Suddenly in his left hand something began to materialize while emitting a golden glow. Kuo Academy. Human world. All of Issei's classmates had found it strange that the white-haired boy didn't show up to class today, so because the day before Serafal had said that they already knew each other, they went to ask her if she knew anything about him, to which she answered that he had gotten sick because something had upset his stomach and he would be absent for a few days, but it was nothing serious. At that moment Rias was about to enter the classroom. Since it was recess time, she could go to that place, since she planned to try to talk to the white-haired boy, but she just heard what the brunette had said. For a moment she was disappointed to hear that Issei wasn't there. But for some strange reason, what Serafal had said sounded like a lie to her. "Serafal-sama. He's lying. But why?" the Redeed thought as she made her way back to her classroom. Royal Biblia Academy. Infirmary. It had already been an hour and a half since the white-haired man had transferred the power to Lilith, and she was slowly starting to wake up. Where am I?" asked a pink-haired girl as she sat on the stretcher in the infirmary. "I see that you woke up, Lilith-chan," said the director of the academy as he entered the infirmary. "Director? How did I get here? The last thing I remember is that I was in a forest with a white-haired boy." At that moment the girl's mind made a click and she remembered what the boy had asked her. "Director. That boy. He said he was looking for the academy, and when he was going to answer everything went dark." "You fainted, Lilith-chan. Then that boy, whose name is Issei in case you forgot. He brought you here and I must say you were in a very bad shape. You were overexerting yourself and your body finally took its toll." If it wasn't for Issei-kun you would have passed out in the middle of that forest, and due to your condition, you wouldn't have woken up for at least 2 weeks. Then how come? I'm awake, said Lilith looking at her hands. Issei-kun helped you by transferring power to you with his boosted gear, said the director. Really, that artifact is very interesting, said Lilith. So he helped me? That's right. By the way, how are you feeling? Said the director approaching the stretcher where the girl was lying. I feel much better and more rested. But, where is Issei? I want to thank him. She left a while ago. She said she would go for a walk around the academy to meet her. In fact, she was going to ask you to go and look for her because we need to talk. For some reason the cheerful tone in the principal's voice became more serious. Really? And about what? Asked Lilith curiously. Issei was looking for the academy. Because he is one of the people we called to help us to reinforce the academy's defense. Really? Very well, I will go to look for him right away. After saying this, Lilith left the infirmary and started to walk through the corridors looking for the white-haired man. After several minutes looking for him inside the academy, Lilith went to look for him outside, and after about 10 minutes of looking for him in several places she could find him, sleeping lying on the grass. Sleeping as if nothing was happening. But what Lilith didn't know was that the white-haired man was doing something inside his mental landscape. Mental landscape. We can see Issei putting Ascalon back in his gauntlet, and we could see that he was panting a little, but in his face, we could see a big smile, which indicated that what he had wanted to try he had achieved it. I congratulate you, partner. That technique is quite interesting. The Ddraig congratulated him. Thank you. But I won't use it unless I have to, said the white-haired man with a serious look on his face. And why is that? Usually when you get something new, you always want to use it right away. The dragon asked, intrigued. That's because although this technique is quite effective, it's only effective against a single target, and that leaves me exposed to any kind of attacks. Since this way I sacrifice a little bit of my defense in order to cause more damage in a short period of time. And if I want to do that I must concentrate on a single target and not separate from it until I have defeated it. I understand. Then you will only use it in case it is extremely necessary. It's funny but I like it. Now you must wake up. It seems that you have visitors in the real world, said Ddraig while he went back to sleep. But someone is visiting me? I guess there will be someone next to me. Anyway, I better wake up. Real world. Opening his eyes lazily, the white-haired man could see Lilith's face. Lilith. Can I help you with something? Said the white-haired man standing up while he stretched to eliminate the laziness of the moment. I came to look for you. The director wants to talk to you, said Lilith, but she stared at the boy from head to toe. I see. Noticing the girl's look. Is something wrong? Why didn't you tell me that you were one of the people who had been called to help in the defense of the academy? Well, I was going to tell you after you told me where this place was. But you fainted before you could do that. And well, based on the address you were pointing to I brought you here. But how did you get me here so fast? Even if you came running at top speed it would take you at least 3 hours. You just said it yourself. If I had run here. But I didn't. I flew here. Can you really fly? Said Lilith. And how do you do that? I do it this way, said the white-haired man, and then he put on his red armor completely, leaving the girl surprised. Then he held out his hand to her. Do you want me to show you? The girl nodded her head and then took the boy's hand and wrapped his arms around her. A few seconds later she began to rise slowly. In a short time they were already several meters high, something that surprised Lilith, but as she was being embraced by the boy, she felt her chest burning and her pulse accelerated, besides a strange warmth that comforted her. To her displeasure, Issei began to descend, and when they both touched the ground, the white-haired man deactivated his armor. Another time I'll take you flying, okay? You promise? Said the pink-haired girl with illusion, because for any normal person to fly by themselves without the help of machines, it is something incredible. I promise, said Issei, giving Lilith a smile, causing a small blush on Lilith's cheeks. Well, it's time for us to go to the director's office, said the girl, starting to walk, followed by the boy. Principal's office. Excuse me, said Lilith, opening the doors of the principal's office, entering together with Issei. Once inside they could see that there were 2 more girls inside the office. Both of them were looking at the white-haired man with curiosity. I'm glad you're coming. We were just about to start talking. Well, I'll introduce you. Lilith-chan, Issei-kun. This is Rebecca Randall and Akame. Rebecca-chan, Akame-chan. This is Lilith Asami and Issei Sparda. It's a pleasure, said Lilith and Issei. Likewise, said Akame and Rebecca. Akame is a young girl, very beautiful, slim and with a well-defined body figure, with crimson-red eyes. Her black hair is quite long reaching her legs, and she wears it loose, light-skinned. Her clothing consists of a black sleeveless dress, a red tie and a red belt, along with a protector that covers her left hip, with black boots. Also above the dress she wore a black trench coat. Rebecca is a very beautiful young woman, long orange hair, green eyes, large breasts, and a very well-curved figure. She wore a suit that looked like some quite refined academy, compared to how she dressed Issei, who only wore the costume of the Kuo Academy. Note. Well, you already know that it is the female costume of the Anne Sullivan Academy, and by the way, I put that her hair is orange based on the anime, because in the manga, they say that her hair color is red, and that would remind her of rias, affecting the relationship between Issei and Rebecca. Well, since the introductions are done, I will explain why you three are gathered here. Our academy is one of the best wizard academies worldwide, and due to the appearance of devils that have caused real chaos, some terrorist wizard groups have decided to make their move and have started to attack wizard schools. Since they consider them as a nuisance in their plans, and the schools that are falling first have been the ones that don't have so much renown or an acceptable level within their students. That's why we have sent some of the Trinity 7 to help in the defense of those academies. But the bad thing is that by doing that, they have weakened their own defenses, and the terrorists have taken advantage of that and are now attacking them to wipe out one of the academies that poses the greatest threat to them, said Rebecca with a hand on her chin. I have a doubt, said the white-haired man raising his hand. And what is it? Said the director curiously. What are the Trinity 7? Said the white-haired man intrigued. This academy has characters similar to the bosses of a game. Characters? The Trinity 7. That's what we call them. They are 7 wizards with their own fields of expertise. Lilith is one of them, said the director pointing at the pink-haired woman. Really? You must be very good, Lilith. I hope I can see your skills someday, said the white-haired man giving a smile to Lilith, who had a slight blush when she saw him. Why yes. You can count on it, said the girl a little blushing, smiling back at him. Well, as I was saying, we have called you to help us. Since, as Rebecca-chan said, because of our help, our defenses are considerably weakened, and it is too hard for us to maintain the security of the academy, and the Trinity 7, that haven't come to the aid of other academies, are not able to defend this place. Count on me, said the white-haired man in high spirits. With me too, said Rebecca, joining the white-haired man. And me too, said Akame with a slight smile. I'm glad to hear that. I hope we can get along well together. And I hope none of us dies, said the principal with a sincere smile on his face. Well, that's what I had to tell you. Now you can retire. You can do whatever you like in the academy as long as it's within the rules, and then Lilith-chan will show you to your rooms. After saying this, Lilith, Issei, Akame and Rebecca left the headmaster's office. Now the 4 young people were walking through the corridors of the academy when suddenly the white-haired man stopped and began to stare at a point on the ceiling. The girls were looking at him curiously. That's when the head of a girl appeared from the ceiling, and the rest of her body seemed to be covered by a sheet that was the same aspect of the ceiling. You noticed my presence, said the girl as she descended to the ground with a pirouette. Amazing. You're a ninja, said the white-haired man in surprise. Great, isn't it? Nice to meet you, Issei-san, Rebecca-san, Akame-san. I'm a ninja. My name is Levi Kazama. Levi was a girl of slim build, with a body still in training. Her hair is long and brown, tied in a high ponytail. Her attire is the standard Bible Academy attire, except for a scarf around her neck. Hey, aren't you a magician? Asked a white-haired man curiously. Ninjutsu, astrology and love arts. All are considered magic. The girl looked at Lilith and blushed heavily. Amatory arts? Asked Issei curiously. That's none of your business, said Lilith, trying to diminish the blush on her face. As innocent as ever, huh? Said Levi with a mischievous smile. Anyway, Levi-san is also one of the Trinity 7, continued Lilith. Then your skills must be great, said the white-haired man cheerfully. But of course they are. After all, I'm a ninja. I know all about assassination and one or another kinky technique, said the brown-haired girl. Hey, interrupted Lilith, who was completely red in the face. I was kidding, said Levi with a more normal smile. I find it funny that you are so direct. Direct? Me? It's the first time I've been told that. I've never noticed it before. I've always behaved as normal as possible. Sometimes, you're very strange, Issei, said Lilith. By the way, how are the other Trinity 7? This time it was Rebecca who was speaking. Look, just in time, said Levi, looking out of one of the windows where you could see a blonde girl and another girl of taller stature with black hair. Note: Akio's hair shade may not be black, but it looks like that color to me. If anyone has the true color, let me know to correct it. Thanks for your attention. They are heading back to another academy. They are Akio Fudo-san and Mira Yamane-san in matters of skill. Mira-san is much more proficient than Lilith-sensei. Wait a minute. Sensei. And that title is due to what? Asked the white-haired man curiously. I forgot to mention it. Even though we are the same age. I am a teacher. Said Lilith. Oh, I see. Can you continue, Levi-san? Of course. Akio-san has no rivals in offensive skills. All Trinity 7 are female. Issei asked, intrigued, since so far every member whose identity had been told to him had turned out to be a woman. Magic is the investigation of the mind and emotions. Girls are better at these things. Levi finished. You have to let your emotions take over. Follow your impulses and all that. You're wrong. You have to do things in moderation. Said Lilith, throwing something like a tantrum. Oh wow. You're blushing. It's very charming. Said Levi with a mischievous grin. That's right. Very much so. Said Issei with a smile that matched Levi's. Lilith-sensei loves to learn new things. Said Levi as Lilith blushed and began to tremble with embarrassment. Oh, that's nice. Really? Said the white-haired man, amused. Issei. Plaff. Finally Lilith exploded and slapped the white-haired man with all her strength, and as a result he was left on the ground with Lilith's hand completely marked on his right cheek. The white-haired man quickly recovered as he watched Lilith leaving, apparently angry. I see. It's very sentimental. Said the white-haired man, touching his cheek where he had been hit by Lilith. No, it's the first time I see Lilith-sensei having so much fun. Really? Said the white-haired man, looking at Levi, who was standing next to him with an amused look. She's usually very cold with the rest. Said the brunette, leaving the white-haired man thoughtful, since at no time Lilith had been cold with him. If she's not like that with you, I guess you must have something special. After a few minutes of chatting, Levi left the place, leaving Rebecca, Akame and Issei alone. Well. And what about you? If you were called to this place you must be very strong. Right. Said the white-haired man cheerfully. That's right. As the director already said. I am Rebecca Randall. I come from the Anne Sullivan Academy and I am the strongest archdragoner of the academy. Said the red-haired girl with pride. I see. And what about you? Said the white-haired man, referring to Akame. I am a hired assassin. My name is Akame. Said the girl monotonously, but the boy's comment surprised her. And I think the three of us have things in common. Said the white-haired man in amusement. Really? And what are those things in common? Said Rebecca, curious. Well. You told me that you are an archdragoner. So I assume it has something to do with dragons. Something I am directly involved in. What do you mean? Said Rebecca, tilting her head to one side with a clear sign of doubt. I am the bearer of the boosted gear, which has inside it the Welsh dragon, better known as the Red Emperor Dragon Ddraig. Said the white-haired man, leaving Rebecca surprised since his partner was a dragon. But the boy. Technically he was a dragon. I see. Said the red-haired girl, understanding the degree of importance that the white-haired boy had as the bearer of the Welsh dragon. Since the legend of the fierce battle with the white dragon was known by many people in the world. But most people only thought it was just that. A legend, but here was the Red Emperor dragon, alive and kicking. And well. With Akame. You could say that I am also a kind of hired killer. But my work is not limited only to assassinations. My jobs can be of any kind, as long as they pass through the selection of someone special, right? To see if they are worthwhile. At this, Akame was surprised, as the boy was happily talking about what his job was and did not criticize her, let alone insult her, when she told him she was a hired killer, considering that most of the people she told that she was a hired killer insulted her with words like, "You're just a bitch who kills for a few coins." Those insults, like to every person, caused a deep wound in the heart of the black-haired girl, since that was the way she earned her living. For that reason and the fact of losing precious companions, made Akame become someone who moves away a lot from people, for the fact that inside she is afraid of being insulted and losing more friends in combat. But the white-haired man was different. He hadn't said anything to her upon learning that she was a hired assassin, and instead had given her a cheerful smile, causing her to have a strange warm feeling in her chest. By the way, Akame. Ever since I saw you, that katana has been interesting to me. At the white-haired man's comment, Akame carefully unsheathed his katana. This is my katana. Her name is Murasame. The one-cut killer. Said Akame, showing the katana to the white-haired man. The one-cut assassin. And that title is due to what? Said the white-haired man, intrigued by the title of this katana. If this katana cuts your skin, it injects a deadly poison into the wound. There is no antidote. I guess you know what happens. Said the black-haired woman, putting away her lethal katana. I mean, once you cut the enemy, there is no need to keep fighting. The battle is over at that instant. said the white-haired man, receiving a nod from Akame. After having introduced themselves, the three boys began to walk through the long corridors of the school, and again they had ended up outside the academy. They were talking for hours, getting to know each other, knowing if they would be partners they would have to trust each other when the moment of truth came. At that moment, a few meters away from the three boys, there was a medium-sized explosion, and behind the smoke caused by the explosion, they could see a group of more than 10 hooded men, but there was something strange. Even though they were hooded and could only be seen from the tip of their nose to their chin. But even so, they could see the glow in their eyes. An intense red. That glow could not belong to someone normal. No matter how much of a wizard they were. So, this is the best that the famous Royal Biblia Academy could get, said one of the hooded men with a clear tone of mockery. It's just a brat and two girls. And I must say they're not bad at all. I know what we'll do. First we'll eliminate the boy, and then we'll have some fun with those cuties. After saying this, the hooded man created a sphere of magic similar in size to a soccer ball and golden in color and threw it at Rebecca, but at that moment, the white-haired man stood in front of her and tried to stop the sphere that in its path left a trail that made it look like a golden comet. The white-haired man tried to stop it because behind him was not only Rebecca, but also several meters away was the academy, and if by chance that sphere hit the academy, it would cause a great disaster and some of the students could die. Unfortunately, the sphere had more power than the white-haired man expected, and after a few seconds, the sphere managed to overcome the blockade that the white-haired man had by using his two hands, which made him look like an archer. After overcoming the blockage, the sphere hit the white-haired man's abdomen, dragging him backwards at high speed. Rebecca could only move out of the way before the white-haired man hit her. Now the white-haired man was dragged at high speed, decreasing the distance between him and the academy every second. At that moment there was a medium-sized explosion. There were two news, one good and one bad. The good one was that the explosion did not hit the academy, so it was still intact, but the bad one was that strong flames were rising from the place that was the center of the explosion, but of the white-haired man there was no trace. Except for the Kuo Academy jacket that he was wearing at the moment of the explosion, the mentioned jacket was now slowly consumed inside the flames. Rebecca had a strange mixture of emotions and sensations. On one hand, she was surprised that the boy she had just met not more than an hour ago did not hesitate to protect her, using himself as a shield to stop that sphere. She also felt guilt because due to that same fact, the white-haired man had been consumed entirely by the explosion and the embracing flames that it had generated, leaving as a trace of the white-haired man his black jacket. Also seeing that fact, she felt a tightness in her chest, thinking that he had died to defend her. But what she did not know was that somewhere in space-time, a completely dark place can be observed, with a certain white-haired man standing on what seems to be water. His eyes are closed because the light of that explosion had blinded him for a few moments. "Where am I?" asked the white-haired man, while he slowly opened his eyes and began to look to the sides, looking for something that would tell him where he was. Suddenly he began to hear music that seemed to be produced by a violin or something similar. As the music continued, the surroundings began to light up to show that what was once black was now blue with touches of various colors, and what seemed to be musical scores that moved in all directions to the beat of the music. The white-haired man began to walk towards the front, and after a few moments he found himself standing in front of a pink door with golden details. Looking at the door, the white-haired man gave a big sigh. This couldn't get any stranger. "Anyway, I guess I'll have to go inside," said the white-haired man, opening the door and entering what seemed to be a room. A room? According to the white-haired man's tastes, it could be called a first-level cheesy room. Since everything was pink and there were stuffed animals, dolls, even the bed had pink sheets, pillows and blankets. But on the bed was a girl with gray hair, a little long, reaching a little below the middle of her back, with yellow eyes with a cross-shaped iris and a body with quite generous attributes. The girl was playing the violin, and the melody coming from it was the same as the one the white-haired man had heard moments before, and I must say that the melody was quite beautiful. Finally the girl stopped playing the violin and put it down on the bed and looked at the white-haired man with a warm smile as she stood up. "Welcome to Yui's room, Issei Ani-san." Saying this, the girl put her hand to her chin and remained with a thoughtful expression. "I wonder if Ani-san will be alright. You look older than me. Yui, this is your world. I don't think I'm in heaven," said the white-haired man, approaching the girl identified now as Yui. "The attack of that guy was about to destroy you," said the girl while she knelt down in front of her bed and opened a drawer that was at the bottom of the bed. "But after my intervention, more of those guys have appeared." Just as Yui was saying, after taking the white-haired man away, more hooded guys had appeared all over the academy and had started to make a mess. "It must be a joke," said the white-haired man, looking through the drawer at the current situation in the academy. "At this rate the academy will be completely destroyed," said Yui as if it was nothing. "You say that as if you don't care," said Issei with a face of really. Well, that's why you came to the academy. To defend it, isn't it? Meanwhile in the real world, Rebecca and Akane were evading the constant attacks of the hooded men that were increasing in number since they had received the message that they had to buy time while the students were evacuated to safety. This is turning out to be very boring. I had come here expecting to face the famous Trinity 7. But instead I only find 2 girls who only know how to dodge, said one of the hoods who had recently joined the battle. And that's what you'll get, shouted a voice coming from behind Rebecca and Akane. They all turned their gaze to where the voice came from and could see a rather tall girl with long black hair wearing a long-sleeved white shirt revealing her cleavage, showing her moderate breasts and abdomen, a long black skirt with cuts on each side revealing her legs along with a pair of dark shoes. Now the girl attacked with a powerful kick that hit the hooded man who had spoken. The girl could feel how the ribs of her opponent and some other bones were broken into 1,000 pieces. After receiving that impact, the hooded man fell dead to the ground without being able to do anything. I see. That at last. The famous Trinity 7 appear, said one of the hooded men who were further back. Although he did not admit it, he was surprised and a little terrified by the strength of that girl, who was nothing more and nothing less than Akio Fudo, and what worried him the most was that behind her were the other members of that group. They were present: Mira, Lilith, Levi and 2 girls. One of them had blonde hair with double pigtails, with blue eyes, with a modest body very similar to Asia. The other girl had her hair light blue-gray, up to the neck, her eyes are honey-colored, and her body was less proportionate than the girl with blonde hair. Now they had joined the Battle 6 of the Trinity 7, that complicated things, it complicated things a lot. At that moment Mira stepped forward and proceeded to speak. In the name of Lustitia, a subject pertaining to Superbia, the archive of Superbia, I will not be merciful to you. This comment did not go unnoticed by the white-haired man who was watching what was happening from Yui's room. Wait a minute. What about the issues? Said the white-haired man with a face of not understanding anything of what was happening. To be a magician, you need a research topic. These are the beginning and the end of all things. Superbia, Invidia, Ira, Acedia, Avaricia, Gula and Luxuria, the 7 deadly sins. You must find a topic to research within these archives of these sins. I see, said the white-haired man as he stared at what was happening. Well, I think that if they are here, the evacuation must be over, isn't it? Asked Rebecca. That's right. Thank you for buying time, Rebecca-san, said Mira with a small smile on her face. It was nothing. I think it's time for me to have some fun too, said the red-haired girl. Listen to my call. Kuchulin. After saying this, a big magic circle appeared under the girl, and from that magic circle the head of a creature. And that creature was nothing more and nothing less than a dragon, but the dragon continued to emerge until its body could be seen completely, and above its head was Rebecca, standing on a much smaller magic circle compared to the one the dragon had used to come out. Rebecca Randall commands you to present the art you have created before me. After saying this, Rebecca's body was wrapped in several magic circles, and her clothes began to be replaced by a kind of extremely tight armor that adapted to the curvy figure of the girl. The armor was mostly red, but it had violet details, and to a lesser extent it had some golden ornaments. The armor covered most of her body except for her thighs, since it showed her thighs, and to a lesser extent, it showed a little of her lower buttocks. So that's an arch. I see what your title is all about, said the white-haired man standing up. I must go back. I will help you. Issei's eyes showed his determination. I see that you are very passionate, Ani-san, said Yui with a little chuckle on her face. It's not that. It's just that I don't want to lose more people because of my inability to act and protect them, said Issei looking at her left hand, remembering a certain event that triggered her current situation. Thanks for everything, cutie. I'm Yui. Yui Kurata, are you leaving already? That's right. I can't let them keep causing that mess. Besides, I'm sure they will eventually be able to enter this place and attack you as well. You're right. And you know what you're going to do? Of course. Just watch from this place, said Issei with a smile. Well, see you then, Ani-san, said a cheerful Yui. Of course. And thanks for everything, Yui. Issei was about to return to the real world, but that's when Ddraig spoke to him. Partner, I must tell you something about your duty that you have overlooked. That comment left him surprised, since he still didn't exercise his duty as Sparda's son, and about the duty he had as Sekiryuutei was to fight against the hacker Yuku, but that couldn't be either since he didn't know where he was, and he didn't plan to fight him unless he provoked him. What do you mean, Ddraig? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's not what you think. It's something that is your duty to have a dragon inside you. It's something that has to do with your dragon blood. Will you stop beating around the bush and tell me once and for all? We're wasting time, said the white-haired man. As you wish. What I'm trying to tell you is that, as you know, Dragons are terribly territorial, and our pride is quite big. And if something bothers us or attacks us, we must eliminate it. And now your duty is to eliminate the wizards that tried to finish you. Eliminate them until only their ashes are left." In Ddraig's voice you could notice a great seriousness. "Alright, I guess I'll do it," said the white-haired man in surprise, since he had never heard Ddraig speak like that before. "Wait. I think it's a good time to give this to you," said Ddraig, materializing the gauntlet on Issei's left hand. After that, on the palm that was now covered by metal, a silver glow started to shine. At first the glow wasn't bigger than a tennis ball, but then the glow became longer, and after a few seconds it became solid, taking a peculiar shape. "Is this a sword?" said the white-haired man, looking at the sword he was now holding in his left hand. "That's right. This is the transcendental sword. The one who obtained it was one of the first Sekiryuutei in history. I believe his name was Raven. Its power is colossally great if mastered correctly. It is said to surpass in power the original Excalibur along with its other sisters." "Oh wow. That sounds incredibly powerful. But wait. What are these strange engravings along the blade?" asked Issei curiously as he looked at the engravings on the leaf. "Those engravings are in another language. I don't really remember who it was that told Raven. But those engravings form the words in English that say all delete. Which in turn translated to Spanish means bor todo. Wow. With that erase everything. I think its power will be something beastly. But well. Now we must go back." After saying this, the white-haired man was wrapped in a beam of light and disappeared from Yui's room. Royal Biblia Academy. All those present were getting ready to start what promised to be a violent battle, but when everyone was about to launch into battle, a great cloud of dust rose from the place where the flames where the white-haired man had disappeared earlier were still burning with great intensity. They all turned to see, and among the dust they could distinguish a silhouette. Once the dust had dissipated, everyone could see that there in the middle of the flames was standing the white-haired man with a serious look on his face. "Sorry for taking so long," said Issei with a serious tone. "So you weren't defeated by my attack, brat," said the hooded man who had attacked Issei in a mocking tone. "Why don't you tell us your name? So we can have something to put on your tombstone." "Issei Sparda. With the blood and the duty to finish you all," said the white-haired man while he changed his sword to his right hand, while he raised his boosted gear towards the sky and made its gem glow with great intensity. Then the armor of Issei began to materialize from his left arm to the rest of his body. While that happened, one of the hooded men recognized that armor. He had seen it in some book he had read and remembered very well some lines of the text that were next to the image that showed the armor. "The Sekiryuutei are extremely powerful and dangerous, as they can duplicate their power as far as their body allows them to. They are almost the only entities capable of annihilating a god." "I see. That brat is the Sekiryuutei," he exclaimed, a little scared, because if fighting against the Trinity 7 was complicated, they also had a girl who brought a dragon with her. Now the Sekiryuutei was joining them. Now Issei was completely covered by his armor, but there was something different. The armor had cracks. But they were not cracks due to damage. Because something seemed to flow inside them. Something similar to a kind of fire of a very intense color, similar to the color of magma, and because of that some kind of flames were emitted from the same. The white-haired man looked for a few seconds at the palm of his left gauntlet and then let out a roar worthy of a true dragon. Brai. Now Issei shot like a bullet against the hooded man who had attacked him, and from his hood he pulled out a sword, but it looked like an ordinary sword, but it was enough to resist the attack that the white-haired man gave him with his own sword. Due to the speed of the attack, Issei took the hooded man with him towards some trees that led to a forest, and both were lost in the distance, leaving everyone surprised. But the surprise didn't last long for the hooded men, because after a few moments they felt a great amount of killer instinct coming from the girls behind them. "Well, while Issei takes care of her boss, we'll take care of you," said Rebecca, who was standing on her dragon while cracking her knuckles. "You wanted to face the Trinity 7, didn't you? Then that's what you'll get," said Akio while looking at the enemies in front of her with a big smile that caused nervousness in the hooded men. Suddenly one of her legs was illuminated with a green light and a kind of seal appeared on it. Mira for her part remained serious while she watched as several of the hooded men surrounded her with magic circles in their hands. While Levi, Lilith and the other two girls were waiting for their enemies to make their move, but something happened that no one expected. In a quick movement, 4 of the hooded men began to bleed from their throats. Apparently they had made a clean cut, causing a very strong bleeding. But what caught everyone's attention was that from the wound black letters began to appear and spread rapidly across the bodies of the wounded hooded men, and after this they fell dead instantly. All those present were left with only one doubt in their minds. What the hell had happened? Their question was quickly answered, as they could see how Akame was behind the now 4 corpses with her Murasame drawn. Then everyone deduced that what had caused the cuts on the necks of the hooded men had been the katana of the black-haired woman, but only Rebecca had heard the explanation of what made Akame's katana so special. If this katana cuts your skin, it injects a deadly poison into the wound. There is no antidote. Then as he remembered those words, he knew that those marks that had appeared moments after they had received the cut were part of the poison that bathed the blade of the lethal katana. They were too quiet in enemy territory, Akame said monotonously. The blonde girl had taken out a camera from who knows where, and with that camera, she was recording everything that was happening since in her personal opinion, it was all a first. Note. Maybe Selena's camera doesn't have the capacity to record videos inside the anime Trinity 7. But we are in the 21st century, for God's sake. So inside this fix, Selena's camera will be able to record. Now several of the hooded men were attacking the defenseless Mira, who only had her crystal sphere in her right hand. At least we will take one of the Trinity 7 with us, said a hooded man as he threw himself and his companions with magic circles in their hands, but what they didn't know was that they had entered the range of action of the blonde's attack. I will show them no mercy. White Universe. After having said this, Mira was wrapped in a dome of energy that expanded with great speed and strength. The dome consumed all the attacks of the mages as if nothing, and when it hit them, it did it with great violence, destroying everything in its path and finishing with the hooded men who had tried to attack her. For the rest of the hooded ones, they didn't stand a chance. Between Rebecca and her fearsome dragon Kuchulain, the cold-hearted assassin Akame and the Trinity 7. All this combined force decimated and swept away all the invading forces that were in the place very quickly, as it seemed that these hooded ones, who were obviously mages, were not so strong despite those strange red eyes they had, but in the realm of power. This was not above average, as far as it was seen. Their strategy was based on concentrating a large number of them to try to wipe out the school, relying only on their numbers. Several minutes had passed since they had finished with the hooded men, but there was no trace of the white-haired man, since he had disappeared, taking with him the one who seemed to be the leader of the enemy attack. Suddenly they could see a large column of smoke rising in the distance. This could only mean two things. The battle between those two had unleashed a fire, or some attack of one of them had created a large explosion, creating that column of smoke. They were all about to go in the direction where the column of smoke could be seen, but Rebecca had a better idea. All of you, get in. I'll take you, said the red-haired girl, and then they all climbed up to the magic circle that was above the dragon's head where Rebecca was standing. So they all went to where they thought the white-haired man was fighting. In the meantime with Issei. It was hot. Quite hot in fact, and the reason was Issei was among many burning trees because many of the magical attacks that the hooded man was throwing were a fire type, and the white-haired man, when evading them, the attacks hit the trees, setting them on fire. The battle against that hooded man was proving to be more complicated than he thought, but during all this time there was something that bothered him. How the hell is it possible that this mage can withstand my attacks with my sword and be able to respond to my speed? Thought the white-haired man, a little intrigued because in the first place, the force with which he had hit that man had been a lot, but he had only placed his sword as a defense and had been dragged by him. Any ordinary human, no matter how much of a magician he was, should have broken his arms when trying to stop the Sekiryuutei's onslaught at such a high speed. Something's not right. That bastard can't be human. While he was thinking, he saw how the hooded man removed his robe and hood, revealing a man between 40 and 45 years old, with white spiky hair, dressed in medieval-style clothes, but what was most striking was the large scar that crossed his face diagonally. Now Issei threw himself again against the man, and he received the attack without the intention of dodging it. Both of them shot again in one direction, separated a meter from the ground, while they clashed their swords repeatedly, both trying to disarm their opponent and looking to take advantage of them. But the girls, thanks to the help of Rebecca and her dragon, they had all managed to get to where the column of smoke was located. It was mostly flat terrain, with no trees too close together for the most part, but from where the column of smoke was rising, it was a large group of trees that formed a large green circle seen from above, but now the circle was a deep red color. Rebecca made Kuchulain descend to the ground level. Once there, they all descended and began to look in all directions, looking for something that would indicate where the fight was taking place. Suddenly from that sea of flames two figures came out at full speed. They were Issei in his armor and the man who faced him. Well, they launched a variety of cuts with their swords, but the only thing they got was to make many sparks jump due to the repeated clash of the blades of the swords. Then both clashed their swords with force and then separated and were thrown backwards, both in opposite directions. Because of this, when both put their feet on the ground, they continued skidding backwards. At that moment Issei charged a dragon shoot with great power and aimed it at the man's feet, who upon receiving it was thrown many meters into the air at high speed. Due to the power of his own attack, Issei caused him to increase the speed with which he was skidding, increasing the distance between his enemy who was rising and him. Taking a big leap, the white-haired man activated the thrusters of his armor and making a brief zigzag in the air, he gathered the necessary power to go in a straight line towards his opponent. Issei began to fly towards his target at high speed and easily overtook him in height. As he stopped and turned to see his opponent, he could notice how the body of the man expanded in size, losing its humanoid form, giving way to a creature that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only this dinosaur had something particular, its head seemed to be made of some kind of metal, as its color was shiny silver with sharp teeth protruding from its mouth. Its arms were relatively short, but with 4 sharp 20-centimeter claws on each of its arms. Its hind legs looked strong and muscular, so it implied that its way of moving was on 2 legs. But where its tail should be there was something completely different. There was a kind of arm that had something similar to 3 fingers, giving it the impression of being a kind of giant pincer. So that's why my attacks didn't defeat it. It was never human, thought the white-haired man, because when he saw this, all his doubts were cleared up. Suddenly that devil extended his back arm. He extended it in the direction of the flaming trees, taking several of them from the ground and threw them to the white-haired man, who now saw how a swarm of flaming trees was heading towards him. The white-haired man shrunk to break the trunks of 2 trees that were very close to him. Once he had achieved it, the white-haired man saw how several trees were approaching in line towards him. Using the trunks as platforms, the white-haired man began to run over them, and finally, after having run with skill over those burning trunks, he shrunk once again and in this way breaking with force the last tree that was in front of him. Finally he had managed to overcome that obstacle and went at full speed against the demon, managing to stab his sword into the skull of his opponent. After having done this, the devil let out a moan of pain and began to fall to the ground as the momentum caused by the attack of the white-haired man was over and gravity began to do its job by attracting that huge body to the ground. Being very close to crash, the white-haired man withdrew his sword from the skull of the demon, managing to fall a few meters from where the huge devil fell hard, creating a tremor that made the girls stagger, but none fell. Due to the impact, a large cloud of dust rose. Up to this moment, the blonde girl, who had a camera with her, had not stopped recording any moment of the battle. Once the dust had dissipated, it was possible to see both contenders separated by a distance of meters. Slowly the stunned devil stood up and began to look at the white-haired man covered by his armor. The white-haired man got into a fighting position while sliding the edge of his transcendental sword against the back of the armor that covered his left arm, causing many sparks to fly upon contact between both materials. Once the entire edge had passed through that action, both contenders began to run against each other. It is noteworthy that due to its size and weight, the devil created small tremors when running. Once Issei was close enough to his opponent, he made a turn to the right and taking advantage of the momentum, he sliced his right leg. Now he turned to the opposite side, slicing the remaining leg, sending the huge devil to the ground unable to move. Issei approached the devil and for a few seconds he looked at the reflection of his armor on the blade of his sword. After this he began to sink the sword hard into the side of the devil, who screamed in pain. Once the blade had disappeared completely inside him, the white-haired man began to transfer power. A few seconds later, all the veins of the demon's body became visible in an intense red color, and after an intense scream of pain, the devil exploded, disintegrating into small particles of light. At the moment of exploding, it caused a strong wind to whip the whole place. After defeating the demon, Issei removed his armor and sat down on the ground to rest for a while. "Well, it was more complicated than I thought," said the white-haired man while breathing heavily, since the attacks of that guy in the moments before he showed his true face had been very fast and dangerous, since if he hadn't blocked at the right moments, those attacks could have caused him a lot of damage. After seeing that the battle was over, all the girls went to where the white-haired man was sitting. The first one who approached him was Rebecca, as she was quite worried, since she had clearly seen how the white-haired man had stopped that attack with his bare hands, and moments later the white-haired man had received the explosion with his bare hands. "Issei, are you alright?" said the orange-haired girl, bringing the white-haired boy out of his thoughts. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you," said the white-haired man to return to a thoughtful attitude. "I guess I should thank you for helping us," said Mira as she approached the white-haired man. "It was nothing. But wait a minute. Weren't you two at the academy? How come you came back so quickly?" "That is because when we were about halfway to the academy we were supposed to defend. We received a message from the director of that academy and he told us that everything was under control. So we proceeded to return, and when we came back we found that we were under attack. So we started the evacuation of the students to a safe place, since they are still inexperienced and have no combat experience. So that was why Rebecca and Akane were just evading the attacks of those guys." wasn't it? Asked a white-haired man, receiving an affirmation from Mira. That battle. That was the most impressive one I've ever seen. Please let me interview you. Said the blonde with pigtails with a notebook and a pencil in her hand. Hey? That's fine with me. But I don't even know your name. Or hers. Said the white-haired man pointing at the girl standing next to him with an expressionless face. You're right, well, I introduce myself. My name is Selena Sherlock. My name is Arin Kanazuki. Said the now identified as Arin in a very monotonous way. Nice to meet you. And now what do you want to interview me about? Said the white-haired man referring to Selena. I'll ask you some questions. Said the blonde receiving an affirmation from the white-haired man. What kind of girls do you like? That question left everyone surprised due to the directness of Selena. Let's see. Like every guy, I would prefer girls with good bodies. But the truth is that I'm interested in girls who don't lie about what they feel. Who are sincere. That above all. Said the white-haired man, leaving all the girls present extremely satisfied, because even though it was true what he said that like every guy he would prefer girls with good bodies, what they really liked was what he had said about what he was looking for in a girl. The white-haired man was interested in them because of how they were inside. Now my next question. What was that armor? Said the blonde, waiting for the boy's answer. It was my balance breaker from my boosted gear. When I enter that state my body is covered by a red armor, as you could see. As he said this, the white-haired guy could notice the faces of all the girls. Their faces had the typical expression of not understanding anything. Except Lilith, since he had explained it to her earlier. I'd better explain to them everything about the sacred gear to begin with. That way they will understand better. That way the white-haired man spent the rest of the day talking about what the sacred gear was, what his boosted gear was, also the fact that he was a demon. The latter left everyone surprised, but then he explained that he was a very different devil from the one he had previously defeated. Finally the night arrived at the Royal Biblia Academy, Issei already in the room that he would use during his stay there. The white-haired man was tired because the day had been quite strange even for him, many events in a single day. Because of this, as soon as he lay down on the bed he was overcome by a deep sleep. The next day. Ring. MMM. The white-haired man searched blindly with his hand, trying to find his cell phone that was ringing very early in the morning, guided by the sound that the device was emitting. After a few seconds he found it. It was on the floor. But he didn't remember how it got there. Frowning as she felt the light from the screen on her sleepy eyes. Accepting the call. Hello. Said the white-haired man with an incredible laziness in his words as he closed his eyes again. Issei. It's me. And by the way, good morning. Said Ryu. Ryu? What's wrong? Why did you wake me up so early? Said the white-haired man, trying to wake up. I was calling to know how you're doing. Since yesterday I was trying to contact you and I couldn't. Well, the thing is that I was in a battle. Quite annoying. Originally it was just some mid-level mages, but in the end it turned out that the one who seemed to be the leader of the attack was a demon. But after that everything has been uneventful. I see. Well, I'll leave you for now. Good luck to you. I'll see you. Said Ryu, ending the call. After ending the call, the white-haired man left the cell phone on the bedside table next to his bed. 30 minutes later the white-haired man had already dressed and was leaving his room when he met Lilith. Good morning, Issei. Good morning, Lilith. Did you sleep well? Said the white-haired man, greeting cheerfully to the pink-haired woman. That's right. Said Lilith, smiling back at the white-haired man. After that they both started to walk through the halls of the academy. Strangely there was no one in the halls, so Issei assumed that the class schedule should have started already. After a few minutes walking they stopped in front of a door. Lilith opened that door, and Issei could see that it was a classroom, but there was something that wasn't right at all. All the kids and even Selena were fast asleep in their seats. What are you all doing sleeping? Asked a white-haired man, looking at Lilith, who only shook her head, a clear sign that she didn't know anything either. Lilith and Issei approached the sleeping Selena and tried to wake her up. Hey Selena. Wake up. Said the white-haired man, moving the blonde, with no result. They won't want to boycott your class. What? It can't be. Lilith exclaimed, since the boy's comment didn't please her. She didn't like the idea of having to miss one of her classes. What a shame, Lilith. This is what you get for not taking your work seriously. Said the white-haired boy, reproaching Lilith's not serious attitude. I take it seriously. Said the pink-haired girl, facing the boy, who looked at her with amusement. Levi appeared from the roof and approached one of the students, and when he took a look at him he could only say, "It's not Lilith Sensei's fault. It's something else." After this all the Trinity 7 except Selena along with Issei were called to the principal's office, and once there they all asked the same question. What was going on? To this the director answered. It's a collapse phenomenon. It put to sleep all those with the weakest magic, only you are left. That's what happened. However, said the director, getting up from his post and heading towards the doors of his office, opening wide the mentioned ones. "I propose that we play pranks on the pretty girls while they sleep," exclaimed the director cheerfully. "I'll follow you, headmaster," said the white-haired man, raising his fist excitedly. Plaff plaff. "You didn't have to hit us, Lilith-chan. What will you do if I start enjoying your punches?" complained the white-haired man. Both the director and Issei had Lilith's hand marked on one of their cheeks. "This is no time for jokes," Lilith complained to them. "They are idiots," said Mira with an extremely serious voice. "Let's go, Akio, we only have to stop the collapse phenomenon," asked Mira to the director. "That's right. We must work together." He was about to continue, but Mira interrupted him. "No, we can do it without his help. See you." After saying this, Mira and Akio left the director's office. "By the way, director, is it really a collapse phenomenon?" asked Lilith. "That's right. A very intense magic is coming from the basement of the academy," said the principal, sitting back at his desk. This fact surprised the wizards, but mainly Levi. "From the basement? Is it about Yui-san?" "Yui," said the white-haired man, remembering to whom that name corresponded. "The girl with the second best body after Lilith's." "Don't remember people by their bodies," Lilith scolded him. "Exactly," said the director, calling the attention of everyone present. "She lives in the subway dungeon. This is the result of her uncontrolled magic," said Lilith. "Unbelievable. They have a dungeon," said the white-haired man in surprise. "We are in a magic school, aren't we?" said the director with an enigmatic smile. After saying this, the group formed by Lilith, Levi, Arin and Issei left the headmaster's office and headed towards the mentioned dungeon. Royal Biblia Academy. Underground zone dungeon. "This place is creepy. How do you have something like this in your academy?" said the white-haired man, looking at the surroundings. The place was really creepy, full of ruined walls and pillars, and what should have been the ceiling was now something similar to a starry night sky. "Under normal conditions, it would be an ordinary labyrinth," added Lilith. "All this is Yui's work. She must be about to wake up," continued Arin. "Waking up? She's asleep?" asked the white-haired man to Levi, who was walking beside him. "Yui-san is a magician who lives at the other end of this world, the world of dreams. You could say that it's her theme. That's why she was sealed," explained the ninja. "Did they seal it?" asked Issei, intrigued. "Her magic is of the fundamental type. Within the academy, only the headmaster is more powerful than her. Her great power would be able to put everyone to sleep," Arin interjected. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, in essence, the destruction of the world." At that moment a very awkward silence ensued until Lilith broke the silence to say something quite disturbing. "It's likely that this is because she met Issei, who is a devil and possesses a dragon inside her." "You mean this problem happened because of me?" said the white-haired man, looking at the palm of his left hand. "Don't worry. We can still fix it, Issei," said Lilith, approaching the white-haired man. "We have to find her before Mira-san and Akio-san do," said Levi, indicating that they should move quickly. "And why is that?" Issei asked curiously. "One of the missions of Grimoire Security, to which Akio and Mira belong, is to reform the collapse phenomena and destroy the impurities that cause it," explained Arin. "If they find Yui, I can assure you that they will end her life," said Levo seriously. "I understand. Then let's hurry," said Issei, and after that the four of them started their march again. "This place is dangerous. Activate your Magus modes," said Levi, but there was someone who stopped in his tracks. "Wait. I don't have that thing they call Magus mode. But I have my own way of fighting. I hope you don't mind," said the white-haired man as he changed into his battle suit, letting them see the sword on his back and his pistols. While the white-haired man was doing that, Lilith and Arin activated their Magus mode and continued their march towards the lower floors of the dungeon. Now the scenery changed to a long corridor that was illuminated by numerous torches on both sides of the aforementioned corridor. "Well, they are coming to welcome us," said Levi, to which Issei looked ahead and could see strange black silhouettes of all sizes approaching them. "What are those things?" "Demons," said Arin as if it was nothing. "They usually appear in places with great flows of magic or collapse phenomena. They are beings from another dimension," said Lilith while she wielded a small pistol in her hands. "They devour the magic and bodies of other magicians," said Lilith. In that case, Issei was preparing to draw his pistols, but it was too late. Levi drew his katana and launched himself at the devils, cutting them like paper in the blink of an eye. After finishing with the enemies, they began to run, since the presence of these gave to understand that they were approaching their objective. "Ninjas are amazing, aren't they?" said the white-haired man while he ran following Levi. "Levi-san's skills are top-notch. She is among the top 5 battle mages," added Lilith. "Are all Trinity 7 like this?" This time she's not acting like her usual self. It seems she's worried about Yui," said Erin as they reached a staircase leading downwards. They began to go down the mentioned stairs. The girls advanced carefully because they could not see very well since the light was scarce in that place, so they must have advanced a lot inside the dungeon. But unlike them, Issei being a devil could see in the dark, so little by little he began to get ahead of the girls. Without noticing, he was already about 5 meters away from them, and the girls had not noticed the increase of the distance with the white-haired man. But then, "Ai!" Lilith's scream was heard. Where are you touching me, Issei? Why are you so? Kai. Issei, what do you think? What are you doing? Lilith was screaming as she felt her body being groped. So she assumed that it was the white-haired man doing his thing, taking advantage of the darkness. How can it be me? If I'm more than 5 meters away from you? I was at that moment that the 3 girls realized that it was true. Issei was quite far away from them. But that didn't stop whatever was groping Lilith's body. In the name of Ruin, I execute the macro registered in Ragnar Yggdrasil. 2 was. Who had said that was Erin, and raising his index finger, he made a light blue magic circle appear on the tip of his finger. This illuminated the place and revealed some small devils that were rubbing the most sensitive parts of Lilith's body. Those devils fell to the ground and turned into ashes when illuminated by the magic circle's light. That was incredible, Erin, said Issei, excited by the mage's ability. It was my chaotic rune ability, replied Erin in a very expressionless manner. Thank you for the help, Erin, said the white-haired man, smiling at Erin, who blushed very slightly and also smiled a little smile. Now they continued their way, but more of those devils appeared as they continued descending those stairs, but Issei was already tired of doing nothing, so when he could see them in advance, he started to repel them with very accurate shots, clearing the path quickly and efficiently. It will be very helpful that Issei is here. His power will help us to rescue Yui and end this collapse phenomenon. By the way, since my theme is expectation, I expect a lot from you, Issei, said Levi while defeating 2 devils that were approaching from behind. We are almost at the lower level. Indeed, they could already see the end of the stairs and a light coming from what seemed to be the beginning of another long corridor. They quickly finished descending the remaining steps. Once in the long corridor, they began to walk while looking to each side. The corridor was not very different from the one they had crossed before going down the stairs. It was relatively easy to get here, said the white-haired man, for although they had encountered enemies, they had posed no real threat. Shadows as weak as those. They don't represent a threat. Even if they attacked us as a group, they couldn't harm us. For now, the only danger is… Boom. In one of the walls of the corridor, there was a huge explosion that took the 4 young men by surprise. The explosion left a big hole in the wall, and Mira and Akio came out of the wall. We came directly. How did you get ahead of us? Asked Akio with a smile. Directly, said the white-haired man as a shiver ran down his spine. If Akio had said that, then… Yes, we made a hole in the ground, and then we destroyed the walls in a straight line, said Akio, proud of her act. Why didn't I think of doing that? It would have saved me a lot of time, thought the white-haired man, but then he remembered that he didn't know the tolerance to impact that the walls had, so he didn't know if the walls would resist his dragon shoot in a good way, because if they didn't and he put too much power on it, he could collapse the place, crushing Yui. It's time to leave, Akio. Yui is very close, said Mira, starting to walk down the corridor followed by Akio. Wait a minute. Will they kill Yui? Asked Issei, as he didn't want something bad to happen to Yui. She is causing a collapse phenomenon, replied Mira coldly. That's very rash, Issei complained. I know you came as help for the academy, but I know you're also partly responsible for what's happening. So if you prefer, I can start solving this problem by finishing you first, proposed the blonde. You may be a devil, but your magic won't affect me. You leave us no choice, said Levi, stepping forward with a very serious look. Do you want to fight me, Levi? Akio asked with a defiant look. Unexpected events like this are always interesting, said Levi, returning Akio's defiant look. You're right. I always wanted to face you in a fight, in a real fight, said Akio excitedly while clashing her right fist against her left palm. Akio. We don't have time, said Mira, trying to stop Akio. If Levi or Lilith stop us, we won't be able to move on, will we? Asked Akio, amused. Mira gave a sigh, since Akio was right. With 3 of the Trinity 7 against them, they couldn't move forward. Finish her off as soon as possible, said Mira. After saying this, the same seal as the previous time covered Akio's leg. Lilith-sensei, you can go ahead. Issei is the only one who can help you right now, said Levi, receiving an affirmation from Lilith. Now the girl placed a scroll in her mouth, holding it gently in her teeth. Connection to the NVIDIA file. Executima, Shinpyu Sharai. After shouting this last, a strong wind began to whip around the place. This wind caused Lilith to hold the short skirt of her attire as it was threatening to rise due to the strong wind. But there was someone who could not react, that someone was Mira, and her skirt was lifted, revealing her underwear. This fact did not go unnoticed by the white-haired boy. "She has a bunny," said the white-haired man, a little blushing and amused. For his part, the blonde was completely red with embarrassment. "Akio, hurry up and finish with this pervert as soon as possible," Mira exclaimed as her embarrassment increased. "My boss is so innocent," said Akio with a grin. While Mira was still trembling with shame, Lilith, Issei and Aren took advantage of the moment and continued on their way, leaving Levi, Akio and Mira behind. After a few minutes they arrived in front of some doors that delimited the end of the corridor, but there was something curious. There was a sign hanging on one of the doors that read, "Office of Yui the Perverse Mage, 9 o'clock to 1500 hours, Yui is inside." "This is Yui-san's room," said Lilith. "Can you tell me, why did they put that sign?" asked Issei with a curious look. "I'm sure the director or Levi-san put it there," said Lilith, sighing heavily. Then Lilith took the doorknobs and pulled them, slowly opening the doors. At the moment of opening, a kind of black mist passed by her feet. This made her feel strange since that shouldn't happen. What is that?" asked a white-haired man with a stutter as he seemed to be seeing something that left him deeply surprised. Aren and Lilith turned to see what the white-haired man was seeing. Inside the room there was a huge black dragon, but what was most striking was that the dragon had a girl who was apparently asleep, covered by its body. "Yui-san," Lilith shouted. "She doesn't look like I remember her," said the white-haired man, remembering when he met Yui the previous time. "What you saw in the world," said Lilith. "What you saw in the dream world was Yui's ideal form," explained Aren. "Really? Although her actual body is not bad at all," said the white-haired man, looking at Yui's body with a slight blush. Suddenly the dragon started to open his eyes. Once he opened them, Issei felt a strange pressure in his chest that made him kneel down, while he started to pant hard. "Issei," Lilith exclaimed, worried when she saw the white-haired man in that state. Suddenly a powerful pillar of crimson light enveloped the white-haired man. Due to the intensity of the pillar of light, Lilith and Aren had to cover their eyes. "Issei's magic and the dragon's magic, are they resonating?" asked Aren, surprised. Then, "Issei." Suddenly the black dragon launched a violet flame from its jaws. The flame was going straight towards Aren and Lilith, who were trying to open their eyes, but the excess of light caused by the pillar that trapped the white-haired man made things difficult for them. But before the flame hit the two girls, something got in its way, managing to deflect that powerful flame that threatened to burn them. Because the crimson light disappeared next to the pillar, the girls managed to open their eyes, only to see an intense red armor. When they saw it, they knew that it was the white-haired man who stopped the powerful flare with his hands. Once the flare ceased, the white-haired man fell again on his knees to the ground. It was evident that something was wrong with him. It was not normal for Issei to behave like that during the fight. Now the dragon was approaching the white-haired man with the intention of trapping him in its jaws. "Be careful, Issei," Lilith exclaimed, alerting the white-haired man. "Realize. Buster mode." Now Lilith wielded her big gun and pulling the trigger, she sent a powerful shot against the dragon. The shot hit the dragon's head and caused it to retreat. "Did we get it?" asked the white-haired man, getting up from the ground. "Not yet. Their magic hasn't weakened at all," said Lilith while she kept her gaze fixed on the dragon, watching for any kind of movement from it. "I see they have problems," said a voice coming from behind the boys. It was Mira and Akio, who came walking as if nothing had happened. "It's a decode. I see that it materialized," said Mira seriously. "The ghost that took physical form, eh?" said Akio, changing his smile to a serious expression. "And the ninja?" asked a white-haired man. "So, Levi-san. Don't tell me that." Lilith was about to say that they had defeated Levi, but then, "Boing boing. Ask and it will be given to you," said a voice behind Lilith. It was Levi, who was squeezing Lilith's breasts. Feeling how her breasts were constantly squeezed by Levi's hands, Lilith could only let out a moan of embarrassment. "Did they make a truce?" asked Aren as he approached Akio. "Well, with something like that around here," said Akio, looking sideways at the dragon that still wasn't recovering from the impact of Lilith's shot. Apparently the shot had left him stunned. "It is said that this dragon-shaped spectral devil is the strongest of the specters. It is likely that Akio will not be able to deal with it without help," explained Mira. "Well, I'll have to try. Let's go," said Akio as she advanced towards the dragon, followed by Mira. "I'll help too," said Lilith, following Mira and Akio. While that was happening, the white-haired man inside his armor was trying to move, but when he took a few steps he fell to the ground as he felt his armor very heavy. Levi saw this and went to help him, so he put his arm over his shoulders and helped him to stand up and start moving forward. "Are you okay, Issei? Come on. Catch your breath, relax your body and clear your mind so you can feel better," said Levi with a very relaxing voice. Thanks to this, Issei managed to clear his mind that was busy trying to find the reason why his armor felt so heavy. When Issei felt better, he went with Levi to one of the pillars that were inside the big room, and from there they watched how Rin, Lilith, Mira and Akio fought against a dragon, or better known as Code D. Watching the battle, Issei had a strong desire to join the fight, but in his current state, it would prove to be more of a burden than a help. "Do you want to join?" asked Levi. "Join? Will you go too, ninja?" asked Issei. "Of course I am. But I also want you to join the battle, Issei." "Okay. But first I have to find out something," said Issei as he closed his eyes and started to talk to Ddraig. "Ddraig, can you tell me what's wrong with the balance breaker? It's very strange. This has never happened to me before. I think I have an idea of what's going on. But it's the first time it's happened," said Ddraig with a mysterious air. "And what is it? Hurry up, we don't have time to waste on too long explanations." "What happens is that your potential and ability are exceeding the current capacity of the balance breaker, and it tries to respond to your potential by increasing its power, but it's unstable. That's why you feel the heavy armor." "But how do I fix that right now? We are against time." "Well, you could try to channel all that excess energy somewhere in your body so that the rest of the armor can be stabilized." "Any recommendations?" "I would suggest you to divert the energy to your left arm, since it's a dragon arm. It will have better tolerance to all that power." "It's also an idea, but try to expel all that extra energy you have so the balance breaker power levels will go back to normal and you will be able to move more freely." "Received," concluded the white-haired man, opening his eyes again to see his left arm. As the white-haired man began to divert the excess energy from his armor to his left arm, he could feel how his armor felt as light as before, but for some strange reason while he was doing this, a certain amount of energy began to be sent towards the white-haired man's feet. Specifically towards his ankles. Suddenly Issei's arm began to glow in a very intense way. Now Issei's left arm was a mass of light for everyone to see, but the white-haired man could still feel his arm correctly. Suddenly, and to the disbelief of the white-haired man, his arm began to lengthen much more than what a normal arm should be. Issei's arm stopped glowing, and what could be seen left everyone present more than surprised. Issei's arm had changed. It had transformed into a kind of long cannon. Said cannon was much longer than Issei's right arm. Note: this arm is like Rias Grayman's revolver arm from Digimon. "Issei, what is that?" asked Lilith, pointing at the white-haired man's left arm. "So the excess energy caused this. I guess it will serve as a weapon to finish off that dragon. Everyone get out of the way," Issei shouted while pointing his new arm cannon towards the enemy dragon. But what Issei had not noticed was that this cannon was not the only new thing that had appeared in his armor. In the area of his feet, specifically in his ankles, some strange devices had appeared. These devices were placed upwards, parallel to his legs, but when Issei began to aim against his enemy, these were deployed and stuck to the ground, thus fixing Issei's legs to the ground. Note: at the end of the chapter 1 will explain their name and the function of these devices. "What are you planning, Issei?" asked Lilith. "I'm going to save Yui. I don't want more people to die because of me," said Issei, remembering a certain event in the past. "Whether you are a weak enemy or even a god, if you hurt the people I care about, you will pay dearly. Take this glorious burst," Issei exclaimed as a powerful torrent of crimson energy shot out from his cannon arm, flying straight at the dragon's head, causing the white-haired man to bend his knees slightly due to the power of that shot. There was no explosion, simply the dragon's head and a large part of its neck were disintegrated by the white-haired man's shot. What was left of the dragon's body slowly began to fade away, disappearing from the place. After defeating the dragon, the girls approached Yui, who was still asleep, but the morally worrying thing was that she was naked, so Issei once removed her armor, gave them her red trench coat to cover Yui, who was now lying on the ground. It is worth mentioning that when Issei took off his trench coat, exposing his torso and showing his musculature, all the girls blushed, something that the white-haired man didn't notice. After this, Issei changed his attire back to his Kuo Academy uniform. 30 minutes later. Little by little Yui started to open her eyes, and when she did, she could see that Lilith, Arin, Mira, Akio and Levi were around her. "Levi-chan," said Yui softly. "It looks like you woke up," said Levi with a smile. Yui, seeing this, smiled back happily. "Hello," greeted the white-haired man, approaching from the side, kneeling down when he was close to Yui. "Are you okay?" Seeing the white-haired, Yui's face lit up full of joy and happiness, so getting up from the place where she was lying and dropping the raincoat that covered her, Yui threw herself on the white-haired with a very affectionate hug. "Ani-san, you came to save me, right? I love you," exclaimed Yui happily while she increased the strength of the hug, letting her feel her breasts on the white-haired man's chest. Lilith at the sight of this began to tremble, apparently jealous. "Hey Issei. You're I love you very much, Ani-san. Oh hey, you're naked. After several explanations and getting Yui to let go of Issei, the white-haired man covered Yui again with his raincoat, but Yui threw a little tantrum and protested that she wanted the white-haired man to carry her on his back, so Issei, unable to deny her anything, accepted to carry her on his back. They had already been walking for several minutes and were about to leave the dungeon when Lilith spoke to Issei. Hey Issei. Is something wrong? Curious. What was that cannon? And by the way, what's its name? Well, technically we could say that I got that cannon by mere chance and its name. I must think of one. Since it's the first time I use it. Let's see. Said the white-haired man, raising his eyes while walking. I know. I'll call it Cannon Destroyer. Since its power is more than evident. But the attack itself I called it Glorious Burst. I see. Said Lilith. After walking and walking, everyone could leave the dungeon and went to the infirmary to check Yui and the others to see if nothing had happened to them. The white-haired man knew that physically he was fine, but his problem was with his balance breaker. How was it possible that he was exceeding the potential that his current balance breaker could give? But he decided to leave that topic aside, since his knowledge about the sacred gear and the balance breaker was practically null. Issei left the girls in the infirmary and exited the aforementioned, starting to walk through the corridors of the academy. He didn't know how, but these corridors were considerably long. Suddenly he heard something similar to an explosion, followed by intense screams of fear that for his haters were perfectly audible, thanks to the fact that he was a demon, but those screams were not normal, so fearing the worst he began to run fast. Suddenly he heard something similar to an explosion, followed by intense screams of fear that for his haters were perfectly audible, thanks to the fact of being a demon, but those screams were not normal, so fearing the worst he began to run quickly. On the way he ran into Rebecca, who, being closer to the place where the screams came from, had been able to hear them, and when she met the white-haired man they both started to run to help whoever was causing those screams. It is worth mentioning that Rebecca on the way put on her arch and summoned a strange spear that apparently was sealed somewhere else. What the hell is going on? Thought the white-haired man, because as they approached the place where the screams were coming from, they increased in sound and quantity. They both reached what looked like the exit to the outer courtyard of the academy, and the first thing they saw was several students lying on the ground very close to where they were standing. Quickly Rebecca approached with Issei to a boy with brown hair who was lying on the ground face up, but blood was dripping from the corner of his lips, and around him a small pool of blood was forming. What is happening? Said Issei, lifting the boy slightly, enough for him to look him in the eyes. This can't be happening. We wanted to help all of you who are defending our academy. But we are not strong enough. This can't be happening, said the boy before fainting. Aye. Some screams were heard, and it was then that Issei and Rebecca looked up, being able to observe how a huge blue beast with a big and long sword was about to finish with some poor kids that were on the ground paralyzed by terror and fear, who only covered themselves trying to stop the inevitable. Rebecca was paralyzed, not because she was afraid of the beast, but because she could not perform her devastating attack with her spear, since the beast was too close to the students, and the explosion caused by the attack could seriously damage them. No. Stop. Stop. Now. Stop. Rebecca shouted as she rushed at the beast that according to its characteristics matched a mythological beast. It was a blue minotaur, with very pronounced musculature. Rebecca! Exclaimed the white-haired man while he took out rebellion and followed the girl. The orange-haired girl, when she was close to the minotaur, jumped and gave him 3 thrusts with her spear. These thrusts went into the minotaur's flesh. When the minotaur felt the attacks, he stopped his own attack that was directed to the group of students and turned to attack Rebecca with his sword. Rebecca saw the attack and blocked with her spear, but due to being in the air and not having a point of support, the minotaur's attack made her turn around. Only to see how the huge fist of the beast sent her to skid against the ground a few meters away. Now the minotaur approached and attacked with a downward slash that had the intention of cutting the girl. The white-haired man appeared with his own sword in hand and placed the edge against the side of the minotaur's sword. When both swords came into contact, they made sparks fly, but thanks to that, the white-haired man had managed to narrowly deflect his opponent's sword that had stuck into the ground, dangerously close to where Rebecca was lying. Retreat yourself. The white-haired man shouted at her, and Rebecca stood up and jumped backwards. At that moment Akame, Akio and Levi had arrived. They were the fastest and were helping to take the students out of the combat zone. Are you alright? Asked Akame while he was taking 2 students, while Levi and Akio were taking care of the others, but the minotaur noticed this and opened his mouth and began to charge a violet energy sphere. He was ready to shoot it, but something stopped him, causing him to dissipate the sphere. That something was the white-haired man who had made a horizontal cut in the middle of his back. Now the minotaur that was 2 or 3 times bigger than Issei focused on him and prepared to attack him. Both contenders began their attacks, mostly clashed their swords, but the huge sword of the Minotaur managed to make cuts in the body of the white-haired man. This could be noticed since in his clothes appeared several cuts quite long. Due to his regeneration, Issei could continue fighting, but at this pace he would not get anything, since his attacks were blocked very easily by the Minotaur. At this rate, thought the white-haired man, while he placed his sword horizontally over his head, blocking the downward cut made by the Minotaur. Due to the great force of that attack, Issei's feet sank a little into the ground. The bad thing was that his enemy was still applying force, ready to try to break his sword with the white-haired man. "Issei! Rebecca, Levi," Akame exclaimed. Issei with a quick movement pushed away the Minotaur's big sword, but the Minotaur quickly charged back down. Seeing this, the white-haired man turned around and started to run, but his enemy missed his attack and almost hit the ground that was close to Issei, causing him to turn around in the air and skid a few meters backwards. "Should I use that?" thought the white-haired man with desperation, looking at the girls who saw him worried. Then he saw the students injured and lying on the ground. Seeing this, Issei closed his eyes, trying to calm down, but unfortunately came to his mind the memory of the day he found the charred corpses of his adoptive parents. The Minotaur surprised the white-haired man with a frontal thrust, forcibly pulling him out of his thoughts. Unconsciously, the white-haired man deflected the thrust with his sword. That was thanks to everything he trained in that dimension. "Damn. I don't have time to think about that," thought the white-haired man, frowning in frustration. "Rebecca, Levi. Hold him for a few seconds please," shouted the white-haired man, jumping back just as the Minotaur attacked with a horizontal slash, narrowly evading the edge of the great sword. Now Rebecca and Levi were rushing to stop the Minotaur, Rebecca using her strange spear and Levi his katana. Issei was talking to Ddraig as fast as possible. "Ddraig, can I use the transcendental sword?" "Yes, if you can use it, why?" "I'll use it and I need it. I would use Ascalon, but it performs better against dragons and this enemy. Clearly not a dragon." "I understand. Well, when you launch into attack, just think of the sword and it will manifest in your left or free hand." Finishing the conversation with Ddraig, Issei was ready to perform it. "Okay, I'm ready," exclaimed Issei. Rebecca, at hearing that, pushed away the Minotaur's sword with her spear. "Now back." Rebecca then stepped back, while Issei lunged at the attacking Minotaur with a frontal lunge, pushing the beast's sword away with rebellion, while stretching out her left hand and a silver glow, then transformed into a silver sword with strange engravings along its blade. Taking it forcefully by the handle, he delivered a powerful blow with the handle of the sword to the chin of the Minotaur, causing it to bend backwards. All the women present were surprised since it was the first time they had seen the white-haired man with two swords, one in each hand. The Minotaur, that had already recovered from the attack of the white-haired man, attacked him with a downward slash, but Issei blocked the attack, forming an X with his swords, stopping the attack. After a few seconds, the white-haired man rejected the attack, pushing away the great sword of the Minotaur with force. "Starburst stream," exclaimed the white-haired man while he began to give a fast flurry of cuts to the Minotaur's torso, upward, downward, horizontal and vertical cuts. The white-haired man threw cuts in all directions. Suddenly he received a cut in his abdomen, but he didn't care. He wouldn't stop until he eliminated his enemy. "Quick," thought the white-haired man. Suddenly he received a punch courtesy of the Minotaur with his free hand. This punch knocked him off balance, making him drop his swords for a few seconds. The white-haired man changed the swords in his hand, leaving rebellion in his left hand and the transcendental sword in his right, applying a block in the form of X again to stop another frontal lunge by the Minotaur. Now Issei seized the moment to deliver more slashes to his opponent, but he received a direct punch in the face, leaving him stunned, but this didn't make him stop. "Faster, faster," thought the white-haired man as he increased the speed of his cuts, but suddenly the Minotaur stopped the blade of the transcendental sword with his free hand. Seeing this, they all became worried, as now that he had stopped one of his blades, the Minotaur was attacking with his sword, threatening to cut the white-haired man in two. Issei, without the slightest intention of retreating or dropping his transcendental sword, covered Rebellion's blade with a crimson-colored energy. "Ah!" Issei exclaimed loudly as he directed Rebellion against his enemy in a powerful downward slash, evading by a few centimeters the frontal thrust executed by the Minotaur. It all happened in a matter of moments. Suddenly the Minotaur began to turn into ashes, ashes that the wind that began to blow calmly blew away. Issei was still in the same position, the position he had when he defeated his opponent. "It's over, isn't it?" said faintly the white-haired man while his hair covered his eyes. The white-haired man was now standing, apparently looking at the sky that was already beginning to darken. Suddenly his legs faltered and, dropping his swords, the white-haired man fell back to the ground, turning all black around him. He had fainted. The girls saw how Issei fell to the ground. They went to see how he was. When they looked at him, they could see that his clothes had large cuts. This was the obvious result of the attacks received by Issei from the defeated Minotaur. But Issei didn't seem to be hurt, no wounds or traces of blood. Even when they saw this, the girls didn't stop worrying, especially Rebecca. She felt guilt for how the white-haired man was, since Issei had ended up helping her. She had been the one who had literally thrown herself headfirst against the Minotaur, underestimating him olympically. If it wasn't for his intervention at that crucial moment, she would have been cut in two by the great sword, and Issei didn't hesitate for a second to help her. Issei, wake up, exclaimed Rebecca worriedly, moving the white-haired man's chest in an attempt to make him open his eyes. Little by little the white-haired man began to open his eyes. First he saw everything blurry, but as the seconds passed his vision became clear, and the first thing he could see was Rebecca, who had tears forming in her eyes. Lifting the upper trunk, the white-haired man could see that around him were all the Trinity 7, obviously except Liselet. The came and the aforementioned Rebecca, who looked at him a little more relieved but still with tears in her eyes. "How long have I been unconscious?" asked the white-haired man to Rebecca. "Just a few seconds," said Rebecca, wiping her tears. "Stupid. That was very dangerous." Now the orange-haired woman hugged the white-haired man, clinging to him, while she let fall some more tears. The white-haired man, feeling this, felt the tears and he was so sad. The white-haired man, when he felt this, only smiled, since he understood that she was worried, and also discovered a side that a girl like Rebecca seemed to hide very well, since she had an air of nobility, a class that in itself does not allow to behave so openly. "Thanks to your help. We have no casualties to regret, and those who were wounded will recover satisfactorily in a short time," said Mira. "I'm glad to hear that," said the white-haired man, still being hugged by Rebecca, who didn't seem to want to let go of him. "Hey Rebecca. I understand that you are worried about me. But if we continue like this I won't be able to stand up." "I'm sorry. I didn't want you to end up in this state," said the red-haired girl, increasing the strength of the hug. "What are you talking about? You were the one who jumped first," said the white-haired man. After a few moments of still hugging, Rebecca released the white-haired man and they stood up, but a strange but very loud roar could be heard. A few seconds later that same roar could be heard again. It was then that they all turned around and looked at Issei, who was holding his stomach. "Now that I remember, I don't think I have eaten anything since yesterday," said the white-haired man while scratching the back of his neck. This made all the girls break out a huge drop of sweat on the back of their necks, because who can forget to eat for such a long time? After taking the white-haired man to the infirmary for a checkup, the result left all of them surprised because the checkup showed that the white-haired man was in perfect condition. That was the strangest thing. It was not possible that someone who received attacks from a weapon like that huge sword was in perfect condition. After finishing the review and taking the white-haired man to eat something, everyone was ready to go to sleep since it was already night and they were tired because it had been a day full of action. The next day. "My body feels heavy," said Issei, opening his eyes as he felt a strange sensation of heaviness in his body, but he felt an incredible softness and he also felt hot. But that heat came from his sides. "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" said Issei, trying to move his right hand to be able to remove the sheets and see what was causing those sensations, but he couldn't. He resorted to his left hand with the same result. From between the sheets he could see how two strands of hair appeared, one orange and the other gray. The white-haired man had a vague idea of who they could be, and what he heard ended up confirming his doubts. "Ani-san." Issei got nervous when he heard that, as he couldn't explain how this had happened. "Yui. Rebecca," said the white-haired man, trying to free his arms from the girls that were using them as pillows. When they felt their pillows trying to move, they stuck much more to the white-haired man's body, starting to use his chest as pillow. Anyone who watched that scene would imagine that the boy did unholy things with the girls and to his bad luck. "Issei," said Lilith, opening the door of the white-haired boy's room, taking a few steps inside. "How long will you continue sleeping? Good heavens. I understand that you don't have to attend classes, but you should be able to get up by yourself," and freezing as she saw the boy being hugged by Yui and Rebecca, who were completely naked. The white-haired man, from his limited angle of vision, could see how Lilith had been frozen. "You can join if you want, Lilith, come on," the white-haired man invited her. "Of course not," Lilith shouted at him with a red face. After that awkward moment, Yui and Rebecca woke up and apologized to the white-haired man for entering their room without asking for permission, even though they didn't really feel it. Once everyone was up, the girls like Lilith, Yui, Levi and the rest of their class went out to the courtyard because today they had physical education class, something that surprised the white-haired man because he supposed that being a school of magicians, they were focused only on the study and application of magic, but now he saw that he was wrong. Hardly that explained why Lilith could hit with such force or the enormous strength that Akio possessed. The white-haired man left the girls with their classes so as not to disturb them, and for his part, he went a little away from the academy, going deep into a forest because he had something to find out. Balance breaker boosted gear scale male. Materializing his armor, the white-haired man could notice that it now had many more cracks than the previous time when he had faced that dinosaur-shaped demon. But those cracks were not normal since they did not represent damage, since they had something similar to magma running through the cracks. Besides, it would be illogical to think that those cracks were due to damage, since he had just put on his armor, and it was also noteworthy that Issei was able to regenerate his armor or damage on it. But these cracks did not regenerate and gave him the appearance of emanating fire from his armor. Beginning to perform several combinations of kicks and punches, he then summoned his transcendental sword and rebellion. Once he had both wielded, he imagined being in front of an opponent and began to perform his new technique, his brand new starburst stream. It was now much more fluid and faster than the previous time. But it was still present in his mind the fact that he had to perform it even faster. Thus the day began to advance, but what the white-haired man had not noticed was that he was being observed by two people. Those people were Rebecca and Akame. Both were surprised by the seriousness with which the white-haired man was training, since the aura he gave off, together with his way of being, gave the impression that he was someone extremely carefree in every sense. Finally, a new sunset was arriving at the Bible Academy. When Issei realized that it was already late, he returned to the academy, took a good long bath, and then lay down on his bed and fell asleep. But what he didn't notice was that Yui had entered quietly and lay down next to him, using his chest as a pillow, being invaded by sleep almost instantly. In another room, more specifically Lilith's room, she found herself together with Levi, Herin and a very thoughtful Selena. Now that Yui-san is free, she became the 6th Trinity 7 that Issei has met, said Herin. That's right. Although we don't know where the last one is, mentioned Levi, trying to say it as softly as possible, since that topic was delicate for someone in particular. Issei-san rescued Yui-san. So it's possible. Maybe he, said Selena while holding her camera, but there was something in her look that made her look strange. And so a new night came to the academy. In the night sky, dark clouds were beginning to cover the sky. It looked like it would rain. It was already very late and the academy was completely silent. The only thing that could be heard was the rain and the occasional lightning that illuminated the dark stormy sky. Crash. You could hear the sound of a glass breaking. This sound was covered by an even more powerful sound. It was a powerful lightning that illuminated the sky for a few seconds, letting you see a girl walking through the halls of the academy. You could see that she was smiling. The next day, many students were gathered in a hallway because something strange had happened. Two of the windows in the hallway were broken, and the glass fragments were scattered on the floor. What a mess, said the white-haired man as he looked at the place. Did something happen? Yes, it seems that someone entered the academy during the night, explained Lilith. Someone? Asked the curious white-haired man. It wasn't you? Said Mira, who was accompanied by Akio. There are slight traces of a collapse phenomenon in this place. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it wasn't me. What's more, I don't even know how to do that. So I don't know why they suspect me. The white-haired man defended himself. Well, since there are traces of a collapse phenomenon, you and Yui are the most likely suspects. What are you talking about? It's true, said Yui, climbing on the white-haired man's back. I feel intense traces of magic, said Yui-san. Yui-san, said Lilith, catching Yui and the white-haired man's attention. Your face is very close to Issei's face, said Lilith. Yui at first tilted her head a little bit as a sign that she didn't understand, but after a few seconds she understood perfectly why Lilith was protesting. Smiling mischievously, Yui kissed Issei's left cheek, leaving Lilith frozen. The girl, in front of so many people, was the little Lilith could say. Yui, seeing this, couldn't help laughing. You're so cute, Lilith-sensei. Well, Yui, was it one of your pranks? Asked the white-haired man. How cruel. I didn't do it, Yui claimed. Besides, if my magic got out of control, the academy would be transformed into a dungeon. It's a pity, but the magic doesn't belong to either of us. In fact, Lilith-sensei, this magic is very similar to the one in that library. That library? I see. I suspected it. For some reason, both Lilith and Mira put on a serious look as they touched that topic. After that, Lilith, Mira and Akio went together to a certain place, while the other students slowly started to disperse. Then it was the turn of Issei and Yui, who went to the girls' classroom to meet Herin. Library? Asked Herin. Yes, Lilith and Mira made very serious faces when they talked about it, explained the white-haired boy. The library? I'm not sure, said Yui with her hand on her chin. You were asleep, it's to be expected that you don't know it, said Herin. I see, said Yui as she closed one eye and stuck out her tongue. There's a ghost, said Levi, appearing out of nowhere with a terrifying face, causing Yui to panic and hug Issei's arm, burying it between her breasts. "I'm not complaining," said Issei, smiling as he felt Yui's breasts against his arm. "Hey, aren't you afraid of ghosts, Issei?" asked Levi, curious to see how Issei wasn't surprised by her little joke. "Well, I've fought worse. Besides, they're like monsters or dragons, aren't they?" "You're wrong," Yui exclaimed with small tears forming in her eyes as she pouted. "Monsters are cute, but ghosts are scary." "What are you saying?" Issei asked curiously as he saw Yui shaking her head strongly. Anyway, I just don't like ghosts," Yui declared as she clung even tighter to the white-haired man's arm. "If they didn't attack us, what's the problem?" asked the white-haired man curiously. "If there has been a victim," Levi added. "You mean the ghost?" asked Issei curiously. "Yes, it was a very rainy day like last night. It was after school and there was bad weather. Everyone had returned to their rooms, but a certain pair of twins decided to study in the library. That's when it happened." Arin paused. "The windows suddenly broke and the books flew out. Then the older of the two disappeared, and although they looked for her without rest, they never found her. She's still missing." "It happened about 6 months before you arrived, Issei," Levi explained. "Well, and what does the ghost have to do with it?" asked the white-haired man. "Well, it is said that on rainy days you can see the missing girl at the academy," said Levi, making another terrifying face, scaring Yui again. "That means that the best place to find clues is the library." Then they all went to the library of the academy to gather information. When they arrived, they could see that Lilith and Mira were talking about something that appeared in the book that Lilith had in her hands. Then Lilith noticed the arrival of the research group. "Oh, Issei, what are you doing?" Lilith asked them. "That ghost thing sounded interesting, so I came to investigate. If you come here to cause trouble, I'll get rid of you right now," threatened Mira, holding up her crystal sphere. "If a strange phenomenon were to happen in this place or an enemy were to appear, wouldn't you rather have me around?" asked the white-haired man in amusement. "Well, Akio-san is sleeping though," said Levi while looking at a sleeping Akio on one of the sofas in the big library. "Try not to get in our way," said Mira, sighing. "Sure, don't worry," replied the white-haired man with a smile. "Will there be any clues?" he asked to the air, looking to the sides. Then he could see that Selena was in front of a bookshelf full of books. The curious white-haired man approached the blonde with pigtails, who didn't seem to be aware of what was going on around her. "Hey Selena," Issei exclaimed, calling the attention of the girl, who turned to look at him. "Issei-san," answered Selena. "What are you doing? Did you come for news?" asked Issei. "No. You see." Selena was trying to say something, but she couldn't. Suddenly the library began to shake, and a strange purple glow appeared on the floor. Selena, who was a little scared, hid her face in the chest of the white-haired man, who hugged her, since he knew she was a little scared. The scenery changed completely. They were no longer in the school's library, but now they were in a place completely in ruins. "We were in the library until recently," said Issei, surprised since he never felt any enemy presence. "We were teleported," Arin added. Mira, upon hearing this, activated her Magus mode, as did Lilith. "We are in the Eternal Library," said Mira very seriously. "It can't be. You say someone teleported us to this place?" Lilith asked. Her face showed that she was really worried. "Things got interesting while I was sleeping," said Akio, who had woken up, getting up from the floor where she had appeared when she was teleported to that place. "I recommend you to move aside and don't get in the way." "I see," said the white-haired man, surprised by Akio's attitude. "Excuse me, Issei-san," said Selena. "What's wrong?" asked the white-haired man. "You would be doing me a big favor if you would take your hands off me before things get serious," said Selena with clear anger in her voice. "The reason?" Issei had one of his hands on one of her breasts. Seeing this, the white-haired man quickly let go of Selena's breast and pulled away from her. "Oh, sorry, they were just the right size for my palm and—" "That's no excuse," Selena shouted angrily at him. "Ani-san, if you want breasts, you can touch mine all you want," Yui complained to her. "Anything. Whatever you want," said Issei, surprised since Yui in front of everyone was offering her breasts for him to enjoy himself. "Watch out," exclaimed Selena, pushing Issei to the ground just before a black spot hit him. "What's wrong, Selena?" said the white-haired man, looking for an answer as to why he had been pushed, but when he looked up, he could see long socks. "Are you a demon?" asked a blonde girl dressed in a very suggestive outfit. Her outfit consisted of a simple black choker around her neck, long gloves that reached above her elbow, a dress with a very provocative design, since it was not like a normal dress, exposing her belly and back, with a pronounced neckline, displaying the generous breasts of the blonde. With two straps that held the dress from the neck, she wore short shorts. With a belt, she also wore stockings and thigh-high boots. The stockings were a little visible as they were a few centimeters longer than her boots. Everything mentioned above was black, giving a very sensual air to the new blonde girl who had appeared. "You are not Selena. Then who is?" wondered the white-haired man. "Issei-san," was the only thing Lilith said. "What? What are you doing here?" asked Mira, surprised. "Lilith-sensei and Mira-senpai, how long? By the way, I'll keep your magic," said the blonde, now identified as Issei, disappearing from where she was, reappearing between Lilith and Mira, putting a hand on the shoulder of each one, while she wrapped herself in purple circles that had many numbers inside them. But suddenly those circles were cut, leaving the girl surprised, and who had done that was nothing more and nothing less than Levi. "You haven't greeted us yet," said Levi with his katana drawn. Standing next to him was Akio. "But if it's Akio and the ninja, they look good too," said Issei with a smile. "That's right, although you seem to have become an evil magician," Akio answered her. "Issei-san, are you alright?" asked Selena, helping the white-haired man to stand up. "Yes. What's wrong with that girl?" asked Issei. "Well, she is my twin sister," explained Selena. "Your twin sister? So the girl who turned into a ghost?" "Into a ghost? So that's what they thought of me?" asked Issei in a mocking tone. "So, she is the one who conducted experiments to connect to the Eternal Library, even though it was forbidden," said Lilith. "The former second in command of Grimoire Security," continued Mira. "The Trinity 7 of Acedia. Lieselotte Sherlock," Selena finished. "One of the Trinity 7? asked Issei in surprise. "I didn't imagine that you would find a real demon. It's a perfect opportunity to steal all her magic," said Issei while licking two of her fingers. "Why would you commit a taboo like that?" questioned Mira. "Well, I did it for this grimoire to study magic," said Issei, making a black tablet appear in her hands, turning it on, while new circles with numbers appeared around it. "I entered Grimoire Security to study the collapse phenomena closely," finished the blonde before disappearing from everyone's sight. "Watch out," Selena exclaimed, pushing the white-haired man again. Instantly Issei appeared in the place where the white-haired man had previously been standing. "You predicted it again," said Issei, looking at her sister with a smile. "I can also use Logo's art," said Selena. "I can calculate the places where you will appear," said Selena. "I can tell you're my twin sister," said Issei, holding her cheeks with her hands. "You've been studying and strengthening your magic," finished Issei as she licked her lips, scaring her sister. "You've already gone too far," said Akio, catching Issei's attention. "I'll stop you." "I'll help you," said Levi. "Me too, I must stop the bad behavior of my students," said Lilith. Seeing this, Issei went to sit on one of the many pillars that were scattered on the floor of the place. "Well, it seems I'm at a disadvantage," said the blonde, sitting down, crossing her legs. "What nice legs," said the white-haired man with a perverted look, appreciating Issei's attributes. "Typical of you," said Yui, while hugging the white-haired man's arm. "For your information, we're fighting," Lilith shouted at them. "So, the white-haired devil is a novice in this magic thing?" asked Issei, amused. "Exactly, although they talk to me about taboos and impure things, I don't understand anything, and I'm not interested in learning it either, since my way of fighting is different," explained Issei. "Magic is something that goes beyond people. Don't you think it's nonsense that we decide what's forbidden and what's not?" asked Issei. "Maybe you're right," said the white-haired man thoughtfully. "But you are a devil, and that you still keep your human form without trying to attack other magicians could be classified as a taboo," said Issei. Note: what Issei understands by demon at the moment is a person who underestimated the power of magic and was consumed by it. That's why he is surprised that there is a demon who keeps his human appearance. Taking advantage of the moment, Issei disappeared from where she was sitting and reappeared behind Selena, unbuttoning her vest and blouse. She bit her neck in a quite erotic way. After having bitten her for a few seconds, Issei let Selena go, and she started to fall to the ground, but she was caught in time by the white-haired man. "It looks like she was trying to accumulate a lot of magic. What a good girl," said Issei while licking her lips. After saying this, and for some strange reason, Mira's sphere began to glow, alerting Mira. Her impure magic grows stronger. Suddenly on Issei's back, two black wings made of some kind of energy emerged. "That's right, this is forbidden. The Eternal Library had a Devil King element. As soon as I got my hands on it, I transformed into a Devil King candidate," Issei said with an enigmatic smile. "Hey Selena. Selena," exclaimed the white-haired man, while he saw how Selena began to pant heavily and a strange mark appeared on her neck, specifically where Issei had bitten her. "The seal of the Devil King, Issei-san. I see that you became a candidate to become an impure Devil King," said Mira, while she looked seriously at Issei. The white-haired man was puzzled since they were talking about candidates for the Devil King. But he had never heard of mages being considered for the throne of the underworld, so they must be talking about something else. All wizards wish to become a Devil King, isn't it normal that we all try to become candidates? Asked Issei. Yes, but you must study and research your subject in order to. Lilith tried to say but was interrupted by Issei. I don't have time for that, complained the blonde. I want to reach my goal right away, just like that guy over there. He turned into a devil, and yet he still looks like a human. Skip the process and get results. That's my research. Shortcuts are great, spoke the white-haired man. Since I don't like tedious things either. But if there is something I have learned is that there are certain things you must do no matter how long or difficult they are. Besides, I don't like the fact that you steal magic from my friends. Are you going to fight? Ddraig asked the white-haired man inside his mind. That's right. I must keep my title as heir to the throne of the underworld. Now Issei put on his battle suit and pulled rebellion off his back. Let's see. An ability to cover your body completely by red armor. Great swordsmanship. Issei said to the heir while checking his tablet. How did you find out about that? Exclaimed the white-haired man in surprise since it was the first time he saw this girl and she already knew she could use the balance breaker. According to Selena's research, I can't underestimate you, said Issei. From Selena? Asked the white-haired man. I steal my victims' research along with their magic, explained the blonde. You also possess an attack powerful enough to erase a D code with one shot, right? Now the white-haired man clarified his doubts. She knew about his abilities because Selena had interviewed him a few days ago, and apparently she added him to her own investigation. What do you say, Demon Kun? Do you want to join my side? Issei proposed to him. To the side of the evil wizards? Asked the white-haired man with a frown. I bet Lilith-sensei and the others won't let you get into mischief. Besides, if you come to my side, you could do whatever you want, said Issei appearing in front of the white-haired man, sticking dangerously close to him. Seeing this, Akio and Levi tried to stop Issei, but the blonde expelled a large amount of energy through her wings, repelling the girls, sending them back where they came from. Here I go, said Issei and immediately kissed the white-haired man. They were united for a few seconds, and when they separated, a bridge of saliva could be observed. After this, Issei felt how his body shook completely. He felt as if he had been drained of a great part of his energy. On the other hand, Issei was with her body shivering because of the increase of energy inside her. It's the first time I tasted something so exquisite, said the blonde, panting, slightly blushing. It was also my first time kissing a guy, but I didn't think it was so stimulating. Now the situation was bad. Issei had not only absorbed true demonic power, but she had absorbed power from the son of Sparda, who also carried Ddraig's power inside him. Suddenly Issei's wings grew much bigger than before, and so did the energy they emanated as the wind around her began to blow strongly. That's great. I didn't expect a devil to have such power, said Issei, as she felt the white-haired man's power begin to flow through her body. Now that I have the chance, I might as well test your powers, said Issei, snapping her fingers, but what happened left everyone surprised. Everyone's clothes were discarded after Issei's snap. Apparently the blonde had activated an improved version of Issei's old dress break, a technique that she hadn't used for a long time, just because that technique came up while she was in the Gremory group and she didn't want to have anything to do with them. Enough games, Issei-san, said Mira with a serious voice, who apparently was not affected by the blonde's attack. Wow. You were able to mirror her, said Issei in surprise. I'm here too, said Levi, wielding a kunai. Apparently she wasn't affected by the attack either. I'll analyze her magic. Buy me some time, said Mira while shining her crystal sphere. I'll finish you off in the name of top security, Lieselotte Sherlock. Alright, go ahead. I'll show you who's the strongest, the blonde challenged as she spread her wings. Here I come, Levi exclaimed, launching himself at the blonde. Issei turned in the direction where the ninja's voice came from, but what she could see when she turned around was a kunai that was a few centimeters away from her face, fading a second before the weapon pierced her face. The blonde was able to avoid the attack, while Levi continued his way and caught her kunai. Wow, you're as fast as ever, said Issei as she reappeared. Though I must tell you that I've gotten stronger. You're formidable. Someone normal wouldn't have been able to evade that attack. Levi praised him. Besides, there aren't many people capable of hurting me. As he said this, the left sleeve of his uniform completely disintegrated. I wasn't able to hold you either. I see that Selena's magic is very weak. Now Issei disappeared again and reappeared behind Levi. Analyze a magic ribbon that had many numbers inside it wrapped and held Levi's left arm. It seems that your left arm is in trouble, eh? I see that you still have the bad habit of looking for other people's weaknesses. said Levi before taking a big leap, staying far away from the blonde as the magic lasso that held his arm broke and disappeared. You can't beat me, can you? It would be impossible, at this moment you are very strong. However, Levi said with a smile, looking over the blonde's shoulder, causing her to imitate him and turn around. What she could see was Mira with her crystal sphere glowing brightly. Analysis completed, selecting Stagna, the issue of Acedia's vile stagnation. Mira said coldly. Will I be able to resist a spell like that? Asked the blonde with some nervousness. If Mira-san's Gehenna-scope doesn't work on you, we'll be in big trouble, said Levi. I will make you regret being so smug in front of a Lustitia agent. White universe. Shouted Mira only to be enveloped in a dome of energy that expanded violently and with great power. After Mira's attack, the whole area around her was devastated. Levi jumped and fell beside her. Should I ask if we defeated her? Levi asked, looking both sides for Lies, but she was nowhere to be found. It won't be necessary. It's clear that we didn't succeed, said Mira, tilting her head a little. At the same time a hand came out of a hole behind her to touch her sphere, causing a slight electric shock. It hurt, exclaimed Lies, appearing in front of them while moving her right hand slightly numb from the shock she received from it. That was close. If she hadn't stolen that boy's magic, she would have been in serious trouble. Damn it, that boy just causes trouble, complained Mira. A little farther away from those three, Issei was still breathing heavily since he still hadn't recovered the magic that Lies had stolen from him. Are you alright, Issei? Asked a naked Lilith who covered her breasts with her arms. I don't even have the strength to get excited with the sight, said the white-haired man with a slight laugh, looking at how almost all the girls except Selena, Mira and Levi were still wearing clothes. If you say that kind of things even when they stole your magic, I assure you that you'll be fine, said Lilith, letting out a sigh. But Selena, if we don't get her magic back soon, she could die or disappear, said Arin as he took care of Selena, whose condition was getting worse. As magicians, magic is what sustains our existence. If it is taken from us, we cease to exist in the world, Lilith explained to Issei. I think we'll have to retreat, even though it doesn't suit my style. I must admit that my carelessness put us at too great a disadvantage, said the white-haired man, standing up. Are you planning to escape, devil boy? Lies asked him, amused. Suddenly Lias's body shook for a second and her wings changed color from black to purple for a few moments, catching the attention of Levi and Mira. What did I just feel? I don't like to run away, but now the priority is Selena's well-being, said the white-haired man. I see. But do you really think I'll let them escape? Asked the blonde. Now it's my time, said Levi, wielding his kunai in his right hand and launched himself against the blonde. It's a pity, but I can see your every move, said Lee, sighing. Really? Asked Levi as he disappeared along with Lies. After a few seconds Lies appeared, but Levi appeared behind her and cut off one of her wings with a clean cut, leaving the blonde surprised. Can you keep up with my teleportation? Asked Lias as she watched Levi disappear and reappear in different places. What trick did you use? Disappearing again and reappearing in a different place, but I can do it, said Levi, appearing quickly behind her back, cutting off her remaining wing. Because I'm a ninja. You never had wings before, did you? You looked a bit clumsy using them. The wings slowed her down. Mira continued. No matter how high the level of your magic, if you can't control it, you'll still be a third-rate mage. You could notice it with that little mishap, said Lias with a nervous laugh. I see. It seems I'm at a disadvantage. I'll come back for you when I manage to stabilize my magic. See you, said Lias as she disappeared from the place. After Lias's departure, the scenery changed again. This time the place was again the Academy's library, and for some reason they had all recovered their clothes when they returned to that place. Are we back? Asked the white-haired man with a somber look on his face. It looks like it ended in a draw, said Levi. But next time, Lee-san will be able to use that boy's obscene power to perfection, said Mira, referring to Issei. Now the white-haired man turned around. I'm sorry. All this happened because of my carelessness and my slow reaction. I'll try not to let that happen again, said the white-haired man as he started to walk towards the exit of the library while he clenched his fists tightly. When he was about to reach the exit he ran into Rebecca and Akame. Issei, what happened? We saw a purple glow and when we came. The red-haired girl stopped as the white-haired man passed by her without saying anything, and she could see how his eyes were covered by his hair. This fact caught Akame and Rebecca's attention. When Issei had already left, Rebecca and Akame approached to ask what was wrong with the white-haired man since he was acting strange. Then the girls told them everything that had just happened. It was then that Rebecca and Akame understood the reason why the white-haired man had acted that way when he left the library. They quickly took Selena to the infirmary where they laid her on a stretcher to rest and left her under the care of Arin, Levi and Yui. Lilith and Rebecca had gone to look for him in his room, but when they entered they found it completely empty. Then they went to look for him in the cafeteria because they thought he might be eating something, but the result was the same, the white-haired man was not in that place. Akame, Akio and Mira joined the search, the last one even though she didn't want to. She had to go because she had something important to tell the white-haired man. They looked for him all over the academy, but they couldn't find him. Suddenly a big explosion could be heard in the distance, followed by other smaller ones, so the girls went to investigate what was happening, because due to their current situation, anything could happen. They had been walking for several minutes in the direction in which they had heard the explosion. It was then that the landscape in front of them left them surprised. Where there should have been a forest with several trees, instead there was only devastation, many craters and charred tree trunks. They continued walking a few meters when they saw a huge crater, and apparently there was someone in the center of it, lying face down on the ground. The girls could recognize who it was nothing more and nothing less than the white-haired man. Quickly they all descended into the crater and approached the white-haired man to see how he was feeling. Issei. React. Issei. Said Rebecca while she moved the white-haired man. Leave me alone. Said the white-haired man coldly. It's a relief to see that you are well. Said Rebecca, now more relaxed, since anyone who saw the current state of the place would think that a big battle had occurred. Get out of here. Said the white-haired man as he stood up. Although he hadn't looked at them, he knew who they were by the aura that the girls emanated. They didn't see. They just lost. They defeated me and Selena had to. She had to. Issei couldn't follow the sentence as he remembered how Selena had ended in the last battle. She saved him twice from Lisa's attacks. The girls couldn't see his face, but if they could, they would have noticed the tears that were forming in the boy's eyes. It was like that time. Now the white-haired boy remembered that fateful day when he arrived home and discovered the charred corpses of his parents. Both situations that now weighed on the white-haired boy's mind had happened because of his inability to act in haste. The time with his parents was because he was too weak, and now with Selena, for trusting. The white-haired man let out a mighty scream of frustration as he expelled his aura with force, making all the girls present recoil as they felt the intense power he emanated. Issei. Said Lilith and Rebecca, surprised by the white-haired man's attitude. Now Issei gathered a great amount of his aura in his fists and launched a powerful right punch against the ground, causing a small tremor and creating a medium-sized crater around where his fist had hit. Then he repeated the same with his left fist with the same result. As the white-haired man continued throwing punches to the ground, more craters began to form. But the girls didn't stop him because they were impressed. Issei took all the blame for what had happened, and now he was venting his anger, so they let him vent in peace. Several minutes passed and the white-haired man finally stopped, panting heavily. Through those punches he unloaded a great amount of energy and also anger. Are you calmed down? Said Mira. Yes, that's right. Do you need anything? Asked the white-haired man, now calmer. Well, now that you are calmer I have to tell you something. Tomorrow come to the academy's courtyard and then we will talk. Said Mira with a tone of mystery. Okay. No problem. For some reason the white-haired man had a bad feeling about all this. The next day. It was early in the morning, everything was quiet except for a certain white-haired man who was dodging like there was no tomorrow. The reason? Mira had told him that they should bring out their full potential since he was not ordinary and that with his resources, they could face Liis. But what the white-haired man was receiving as training was a complete exaggeration. Right now he was evading Akio's punches and kicks, Rebecca's dragon attacks and Rebecca's attacks, plus Akame's attacks with his lethal Murasum. In short, the white-haired man had to evade or else he would get seriously hurt, since he didn't know if his regeneration would help him against the poison of Akame's katana blade. And it was better not to find out. No. Do you think you're going a little too far? Asked the white-haired man, panting as all of them together complemented each other very well, and it was difficult for him to attack, so all he had left was to dodge. Don't dodge, you have to receive those blows. Said Mira. You're crazy. If I'm not careful, I could die. Said Issei while dodging a fireball from Kuchulin. I wouldn't have minded. Said Mira as if it was nothing. Anyway, if you keep evading their attacks it won't do any good, you have to attack them, so let's continue. You can't talk. Seriously? Said the white-haired man, dodging an attack from Rebecca that was just a few centimeters away from hitting his stomach. Rebecca. You're going a little overboard. I'm sorry Issei, I like you. But if this is a training, I must get serious. Said Rebecca, preparing to attack again. This couldn't get any worse. Cried the white-haired man in his mind while evading an attack from Akame from one of his sides. Nursing. Lilith can be seen entering the infirmary and also music can be heard coming from a violin and the one who plays it is Yui. When Lilith arrives to her side, she stops playing and lets out a slight sigh since it seems that she had been playing for a long time. It won't get out of control again. said Yui looking at the sleeping Selena, who already seemed to be better. Thank you. It's very helpful. Lilith thanked her. It's nothing, I did it to help Ani-san, said Yui with a smile. It seems that Mira and the others have already started training with Issei. And it looks like he's taking a beating, said Arin looking out the window as the white-haired man evaded the constant attacks of his opponents. The beating? Lilith asked a bit worried, because even though she knew that the white-haired man was not weak, the uncontrolled state in which she had found him the day before indicated that he was a person who quickly became attached to the people he liked. Hey, are you worried about Issei Ani-san, Lilith-sensei? Yui asked with a mischievous smile. And no, it's not what you imagine, said Lilith a little blushing, while denying furiously with her hands. I still can't believe Mira offered to train Issei, said Arin looking at Lilith. That training is for Issei to regain his confidence and be able to fight on par with Lee-san when she appears, said Lilith looking back at the white-haired man who was now on the offensive and was attacking Rebecca's dragon. Maybe we won't have much time to rest, said Levi as he entered the infirmary. Levi-san, are you alright? Asked Lilith as she looked at Levi's left arm, which Levi noticed. To tell you the truth, I can't even move it, said Levi with a slight smile. Speaking of another subject, we mages choose the subjects that are most suited to our beliefs and personalities, don't we? Lisa's theme is stagna, the stagnation, said Arin. That is to say, she is a person who can't stand to stand still, added Lilith. Suddenly there was a small tremor and the windows of the infirmary shattered into 1,000 pieces. Finally she arrived, said Levi getting into a battle pose. In the corridors of the academy began to appear the devils. Those wizards who were consumed by underestimating their magic, looking for new prey to attack. The group of devils cornered 2 girls in a corner and lunged for them. As they came in contact with them, they tore their clothes, and the devils transformed into tentacles that attached themselves to the girls' bodies as they began to drain their magic. It was then that for some reason the tentacles exploded into 1,000 pieces, freeing those girls from that embarrassing situation, who looked at their savior in surprise. Director? They both exclaimed in unison. In effect the director had saved them, and now his secretary was covering both girls with a sheet. Run away as soon as possible, I saved them in gratitude for the show you just gave me, said the principal with a smile. With Mira-chan, Akio-chan, Rebecca-chan and Akane-chan being with Issei, plus the rest of the Trinity 7 haven't fully recovered. Do you know what it means? The academy is in serious trouble. How exciting, isn't it? I'm sorry Lilith is not here to tell you a couple of things, sighed the secretary. I'll help to protect the academy. Well, thank you, replied the director. Then the secretary left the place leaving him alone. So Issei-kun, if you don't manage to regain your confidence quickly, an evil and terrifying magician will give us a lot of problems. Wow. Are you talking about me? Asked Liis appearing from the other end of the corridor. Although it would be a pleasure to fight with you, said the blonde with a flirtatious tone. As I'm already very old, I would appreciate it if you would let me go, although, since it's the first time a girl flirts with me, I wouldn't like to pass up the opportunity, said the director with a somewhat serious tone while he removed his glasses. Sounds good, headmaster, said Liis, making her wings appear again on her back. I'll take your magic along with the academy as a nice souvenir. Between the headmaster and Liis, many devils appeared, who immediately threw themselves against the headmaster. Suddenly the devils exploded into 1,000 pieces, but the headmaster was still standing as if nothing, leaving the blonde surprised. Lesson number 1. Said the director appearing next to Liis, taking her by the arm, bringing her closer to him. When you face a wizard stronger than you must have a grimoire with you. As best she could, Liis freed herself from the headmaster's grip on her, stepping back a few paces. It's not for nothing that you are the headmaster, I see that I can't take things easy, said Liis as her wings grew in size and for some reason this caused the glass in the corridor to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Do you know that thanks to that I will have to fix the building? Asked the director with a sigh. I'm going to fight for real, director, said Liis while she extended her left hand and in front of it, her black tablet appeared and sent 3 circles with numbers that enveloped the director, but he didn't seem worried. Wow. Liger macro, a Selena-chan technique, isn't it? Asked the director to the Heir. Lesson number 2. If you want to stop a magician, you must find out the type of magic he uses. Reading. Whispering this last, a light blue magic circle appeared underneath him, but this surprised Liis. Can you cast spells like that, just like that? Lesson number 3. There are those who need to make gestures to cast spells, but there are others who only need a macro. I am one of those people, said the director winking at her and then snapping his fingers to make those circles with numbers disappear. Lesson number 4. If you analyze the composition and configuration of a spell, you will only need a little magic to do this. Did you see? Liis let out a small chuckle, and it is worth noting that she was very surprised by the director's abilities. It's amazing to be able to face a paladin, you know something, director. I'd love to get my hands on your research. No, you can't. You're still too young for that. It's incredible. He hasn't tried anything in all this time. He's standing there smiling as always, but I'm facing someone who masters magic in its entirety, a paladin. Thought Liis while holding her left arm that was trembling slightly. Suddenly she froze, because behind the director, she could see how a strange figure was forming. It looked like a kind of gate. Oh, wow. It looks like you can see it, no. This is my Grimoire Solomon's Gate. Behind him there was a big door, but what made it terrifying to the sight were the many devils that were fused with it, leaving them only the head free from where screams of agony and pain were emitted. It takes a certain level of magic to see it, doesn't it? Asked Liis, closing one eye. Exactly, but I recommend you not to look at it too much, even the best wizards can lose their sanity doing it. The director answered with a calm smile. Liis saw this and faded her wings and let out a resounding sigh. I'll take your word for it. Wow, but what a problem, I wouldn't know how to fight you. Thinking for a few seconds. Oh, I know. Tell me. What do you think? Asked Liis while she lifted up the top part of her outfit and showed her breasts to the director. What a nice front. Shouted the director with hearts in his eyes as he ran towards the blonde. When you were only a few meters away from the girl, Liis took advantage of the fact that she had lowered her guard and gave her a powerful kick in the chin and sent her flying through one of the few windows that had not been broken before. After this Liis continued on her way, but what she didn't know was that she hadn't defeated the headmaster, as he was inside a hole in the ground that had his form, but that had only hurt a little. It wasn't something that forced her to retreat from the battle. Oh. I see that he has grown a lot in many ways. Said the director as he came out of the hole he was in. I hope the rest are also trying hard. Putting on his glasses. Liis-chan, do you keep in mind that all evil wizards are defeated the moment they become very powerful? But Issei. They were all panting since it had already been a while since they had started with the Tordu. Issei's training, but he had already taken advantage of them since he continued as if nothing was happening and they were already at their limits. Suddenly they could feel a strange pressure coming from the academy. This caught the attention of the whole group that was gathered there. The collapse phenomenon. It seems that Liis has already started her attack. Said Mira while looking at the academy. Then we should be on our way. Said Issei turning around and starting to head towards the academy followed by Akame and Rebecca. You should be careful. If Liis manages to steal your magic again, we won't be able to stop her. Mira told him before watching as the white-haired man headed towards the academy. Nursing. Levi, Erin, Yui and Lilith were there, the last three with their Magus mode activated. It was then that Yui could feel something as well as Erin. What's wrong? Lilith asked when she noticed the reaction of both girls. It seems that they defeated someone with a lot of magic. Answered Yui. It must be the director. Although knowing him, surely he let himself be defeated. Said Lilith a bit angry. I also feel a huge source of magic coming. Said Erin. After saying this, the door of the infirmary exploded with a mighty roar and out of the smoke appeared. Hello. Greeted a very cheerful Liis. Suddenly a rope wrapped around the blonde's feet and lifted her upside down, raising her a meter off the floor. Ninja art. Rope trap on the ceiling. Said Levi, making a V with his fingers. When did you set that trap? Asked Lilith in surprise. Come on, I'm a ninja. Hahaha. I got caught with something so simple. Said Liis with a slight chuckle. I see. Lee-san's magic is susceptible to direct attacks and traps. Said Lilith analyzing the situation. Taking advantage of the moment, Liis somehow cut the rope that kept her upside down and fell to the ground and started walking towards a sleeping Selena. Selena. Said Liis while stroking her sister's hair for a few moments. I really wanted you to join the evil wizards. But it seems that won't happen. Said Liis. Selena opened her eyes slowly and could see that her sister was standing on the side of the stretcher where she was resting. Sister. Good morning, Selena. Liis greeted her. How are you feeling? Horrible. Because of you. She answered with a smile. I won't ask for forgiveness. I know. That's you. That's why I propose you a competition. Said Selena intriguing her sister while she took one of her hands. The competition. If Issei-san defeats you, you will stop being an evil magician. And you will return to be like before. Was the last thing Selena could say before falling into unconsciousness while her hand slowly slipped from her sister's hand. Silly. It's already too late. Said Liis while she kept Selena's hand under the sheets. Anyway, enough of sentimentalism. She showed her wings again. I'll keep all her magic to defeat the director, so prepare yourselves. When Issei was about to attack them, a torrent of red energy hit her right arm. This torrent was very powerful, and if she hadn't used a magic circle as a barrier, it would have probably torn off her right arm. Due to the power of that torrent, Issei had to put a lot of energy in her barrier to protect herself, so her wings faded away. "Who did it?" Issei exclaimed in annoyance. From the door a red armor could be seen, which quickly all the girls who had seen it before recognized, since they knew to whom it belonged. "I'm back at last," said the white-haired man, removing the helmet from his armor as he entered the room, followed by Rebecca, who had her arch on, and Akame, who had his katana drawn. "Issei!" exclaimed Yui, Levi, Lilith happily. "Very well. I'll put an end to your misdeeds," said Issei as he launched himself at Issei, but being a few meters away from her, the straps that held the blonde's dress loosened and let the white-haired man see her breasts, but unlike with the director, this wasn't planned. Issei realized what had happened and covered her breasts with her arms, while a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. "Hey!" Lilith exclaimed, giving the white-haired man a karate chop on the head. "Did you do it on purpose?" asked Issei, extremely embarrassed. "How can it be me? If I didn't even touch you," defended the white-haired man. "Although I always have this ability for some girls' breasts to be seen or touched by me." "Hey!" Lilith complained again. "While you were wasting your time with that explanation, that girl regained control over her magic," said Ddraig, but unlike other times, his voice was perfectly audible to all present. "I see I was discovered. That devil boy's attack was so strong that it surprised me," said Issei, licking one of her fingers. "I just have to kiss you again to recover the magic." "Even if he has his armor on," began Lilith. "Issei has high-level magic and a Devil King element," said Levi, completing what Lilith was about to say. "Issei, will you be alright?" asked Rebecca. "Of course everything will be fine. Here I come," Issei exclaimed, throwing himself against Issei again. "Partner, try to extend the fight as long as you can. Since the magic she took from you will be exhausted if you do that, since she is unable to produce it on her own," Ddraig told her, this time so only the white-haired man could hear him. "Roger that," the white-haired man replied, preparing a punch to hit the blonde. Just before Issei's punch connected to Issei, she disappeared behind him, but the white-haired man could feel the girl's aura moving, so, leaning a hand on the ground, Issei launched a kick backwards that was also evaded by Issei. "I get it. You can follow the traces of my magic to know where I appear, but even if you can find me, can you keep up with me?" asked Issei as she began to disappear and appear in various places very quickly. Issei was already starting to get annoyed by this, because even though he could perfectly feel the place where he appeared, when he turned in that direction, Issei had already changed her position. "Where the hell is she?" exclaimed the white-haired man. "You see, you can't keep up with me. Although doing this is a bit exhausting," said Issei, appearing at Issei's back with magic gathered in the palm of her hand. When the white-haired man turned around, the blonde hit him in the center of his chest, unloading all that magic in one hit. "Hey, it doesn't work," Issei asked in surprise, since the amount of magic she had unloaded on Issei's chest should have been enough to completely demolish the bones hit by the impact. "My armor can withstand much worse damage, and unless you can increase your power much more than this, you won't be able to break it," said the white-haired man. Issei saw this and broke away from the white-haired man and jumped backwards. "I see, I won't be able to restrict your movements or attack you, huh? I'll have to use my ace up my sleeve," said Issei. "I don't like this. I have a bad feeling," thought the white-haired man. "Reconnection to Issei's archive. Running theme," said Issei. Suddenly a strong wind started to circulate in the room, and Issei was wrapped in a dome that had many numbers on it. "The Trinity 7 are the ones who have obtained the lost techniques from our respective archives. Normally no one could escape from this technique, but you are special." Suddenly everything turned gray and froze, everything except Issei and Issei. The white-haired man was surprised because although it was the first time he received this kind of attack, he felt that he had already seen it. "What's going on? Did we teleport to another place?" asked the white-haired man, looking to the sides, but nothing had changed except the color of his face. "This is the secret technique of the Issei archive. Balpier. The last crest that was developed by the founder of Logos art, the magician Pythagoras. It calculates the nature of all things and slows down the time of everything around me. In simple terms, it is similar to stopping time." "Stop time? So that was it. It means that there is another way to stop time besides my quicksilver," thought the white-haired man. Noticing how thoughtful the white-haired man was, Issei deduced that he was thinking about the possible uses of this power. "But it doesn't work as well as you think," said Issei, while throwing a punch at a frozen Lilith, but nothing happened. "So the matter that wasn't affected with the one that was. That means it's not like my quicksilver. Since I can interact with those that were frozen." Thinking this last. "But for now the time is under your control." "That's right. Now I can steal another kiss from you, devil boy, and steal your magic once more. I'm honored. But why may I converse with you? I let your time advance so I can interact with you. The blonde explained. If I try to do something, I will stop your time. And I will do whatever I please with you. This time I will absorb all your magic. If you think you can, try. I would never reject a beauty like you. The white-haired man challenged her. Besides, after this I will be able to defeat you, Liis. If you're done talking, it's time for me to take your magic, said Liis with an air of confidence. Well, here I go, said the white-haired man, launching himself at Liis. Give me eternal time. Chrono calculation. After saying this, a violet mantle came out from Liis, freezing the white-haired man, leaving him static. It seems that I used too much magic. But I won. You could have had a plan in mind. But now you won't be able to do anything, said Liis while slowly advancing towards the frozen white-haired man. Goodbye, devil boy. Closing her eyes, looking for Issei's mouth, joining her lips with the white-haired man's. He stayed like that for a few seconds, but suddenly the metallic taste that ran through his mouth caused him disgust and repulsion, so separating instantly from the boy, he opened his eyes and saw that where the white-haired man's face should be, there was the helmet of his armor. She also began to feel a strange pulsation in her body, which forced her to kneel down. From that position she could see how the white-haired man was again in a normal position and removed again his helmet while he had a smile on his face. How could you? I was supposed to freeze you? My armor protected me from your special attack. Besides, it's just as Ddraig told me, you are not able to generate my magic by yourself, which is composed of 2 essences, so the only thing I should have expected was that you would run out of the magic you stole from me the previous time, and with those last 2 attacks, you ended up using it up. Now the white-haired man was removing his armor. Maybe none of them noticed it, but the current state of his balance breaker was unstable, so keeping it activated without expelling the excess energy it produced was too exhausting. Approaching the kneeling Liis, Issei hugged her while he began to say in her ear. Akio and Selena. Maybe Mira and Lilith too. They all want you to come back. The white-haired man's comment left the blonde surprised. They want. On Liis's back her black wings appeared once again for a few brief moments before fading into particles of light. I would also like certain people to come back. But unfortunately it is too late for that. But you can still come back. They all trusted me with their wills so that I would rescue you and you wouldn't have to remain alone in this grey world. That's what they feel. Those last words caused Liis to begin to cry. How stupid. I abandoned our world, my friends and even my sister. The tears continued to fall down her cheeks without stopping. I can't leave this place anymore. What do you mean? Asked the white-haired man in surprise, separating from the blonde to look into her tearful eyes. Using the last crest is very risky. Even though Pythagoras invented it. He was trapped in this world and could never get out of here. Without going forward or backward. That's the price for using this technique, said Liis, wiping her tears. Why? Why did you use it? Asked the white-haired man, clearly annoyed. The magician must do everything he can to continue with his research. Now Liis took Issei's hand and approached him, joining their lips in a tender kiss, not like the previous ones, since this one was innocent and pure. Thank you, Issei-kun. If someone had cared about me as much as you do, maybe I wouldn't have had to end up like this. Now Liis was pushing the white-haired man away from her. Goodbye, splendid devil boy, tell Selena and Akio I'm sorry. Now Issei was wrapped in a big dome that had a lot of numbers on it. Don't worry. You can come back, said Liis from the other side of the dome. Stop. What about Selena? Will you leave her alone again? Said the white-haired man, knocking on one of the walls of the dome. I won't let it happen. I'll get you out of here. Alright. If we meet again some other time, I'll let you touch them with your clothes off, said Liis with a warm smile. I'll take you back to the real world with me. Boosted gear. Shouted the white-haired man, materializing his gauntlet and initiating the power boost. Boost 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 boost. Explosion. Ai. Giving a powerful scream, the white-haired man gave a powerful punch with his gauntlet against the ground, releasing all the power he had gathered. At the moment of impact, the whole place shook strongly, and the dome that separated him from Liis broke into 1,000 pieces, leaving the girl surprised because Issei had literally destroyed her ticket out of that world. Why did you do it? Now you will stay with me in this world, since I don't have enough magic left to cast that spell again. Liis exclaimed. I told you I would get you out of here, but first we have to talk, said the white-haired man seriously. I don't know why you wanted to use a technique that implies so much risk. Isolating yourself from the world and all to steal my power. What is it that attracted you so much attention from me? When I heard that in the academy there was a devil boy who was able to go on with his normal life. It interested me too much, the power of a person who was consumed by magic but still didn't become a monster. Issei answered. That idea is wrong. Since I was never consumed by magic at any time, since I was never a magician because I never had a grimoire. This clarification left Issei surprised. Then, how did you become a demon? Originally I was a human, but one day I died and I was reincarnated as a devil servant of a spoiled girl, Rias, and some time later, after a painful event, I woke up my true self. It was then that I discovered that I was never a pure human. What do you mean? Issei asked, trying to assimilate the information. I was half devil since my birth, and my father was a devil who fought for humanity, and after that painful event, my true power awoke, and I was training for a year to master my power as a devil and as a dragon, because as far as I know the sacred gear can only be obtained by humans. Then my human part allowed me to be the host of the Welsh dragon, but I am not like what you call devils. I understand, said Issei hesitantly. Don't worry. I'll explain it in much more detail later, said the white-haired man, touching his clothes looking for a certain object among them until he found it and wrapped it in his right hand. What would you give to get out of this place? Whatever it takes. I don't want to stay alone, said Issei, almost desperate. Then, would you like to be my servant? Asked the white-haired man. Servant? Asked the blonde without understanding anything. I'll explain it to you. In the hierarchy of devils, those who are in the upper class category get 16 evil pieces, which are based on chess, and they have 15 pieces to turn people into their servants. But why only 15? Because the 16th piece is the king piece, which is the one used to recognize a high-class devil as the leader of his retinue. At this moment I have 14 pieces since I already have my queen. Besides, if you decide to become my servant, your life expectancy will increase too much, getting an almost eternal life, being your chances to die, being wounded in battle or by some sacred element. By the way, be careful with exorcists. This explanation left Issei even more surprised, as she was being offered an eternal life and a ticket out of this place, but what she still did not understand was, but what does my being your servant have to do with you getting me out of here? Well, I have a technique that can get me out of here, since it would annul your technique. But I don't know if it would work on you, and once I get out, I'm not sure if I can return to this world if I use the same technique. Consider it as an insurance, since once I become my servant, I can go to look for you until the end of the world, since I can feel your presence over the others by carrying one of my pieces in your chest. I understand. Then I accept to be your servant, said Issei. That's fine. But I must also tell you that when the time comes you will have to stay away from your friends and your sister, because even though when I finish my work in this academy I will leave, I could leave you here to continue with your life, but due to your increase in your life expectancy, you will live much longer than them. Even so, do you want to be my servant? Yes, even if I have to separate from them at some point in my life. I want to make up for all the time I lost because of my stupid ambition, said Issei with a determined look on her face. Alright, then. You will be my new pawn. Since your abilities are quite balanced, as pawn you will be able to access a wide range of skills, said the white-haired man, handing the piece of pawn to the blonde. Now place it in front of your chest. The girl obeyed. By order of Issei Sparda, Ulysses Sherlock. You will walk again on this world, seal this contract with me and become my servant. After saying this, the piece of pawn entered Issei's chest with a scarlet glow. At the same time a strange black crystal came out of her chest. As it came out of her chest, Issei fell unconscious. Before she fell to the floor, Issei took her in his arms and also put that strange crystal in one of his pockets. Very well, now I hope it works, said the white-haired man, snapping his fingers. After doing this, time ran again, giving back to everyone their mobility, and no one could believe what they had in front of them. In front of them was Issei with an unconscious Issei in his arms and a calm smile on his face. Approaching the stretcher that was next to Selena's, he left Issei to rest and told them all to be silent. Then the white-haired man came out of the infirmary followed by all the girls. They followed him to the courtyard, and once there, Issei, you did it. Lilith, Yui, Rebecca exclaimed. That's right. But I don't know if it's something I should celebrate. I took advantage in this case just because the magic she had stolen from me before was completely exhausted, and there's also the fact that if she hadn't had a certain technique, she would have been trapped in that grey world. All alone, said the white-haired man seriously. But you were able to defeat Issei and bring her back. Selena will be very happy, said Lilith, trying to cheer up the white-haired man. That's true, but by the way, for safety's sake, I'll keep this, said the white-haired man, showing them the black crystal. That's the Devil King element that Issei had, said Akio, appearing from the side. But how did you get it? It's a secret. But well, now we have to wait for Selena to wake up to give her the good news. said the white-haired man while he looked at the horizon. He was quite happy to have been able to bring Issei back to her friends and her sister, but now that she was a demon. And when the time came he would have to watch them die, well she would continue living maybe for how long. That weighed on him, but what choice he had. It was that or leave her forever in that place. A few hours later. Selena slowly began to wake up. When she opened her eyes she could see that it was already getting dark, and around her were Yui, Akio, Arin, Mira, Lilith, Levi, Issei, Rebecca and Akame. But he was discouraged to see that his sister wasn't there. That made him think that they hadn't been able to beat her, and that she was gone again. But why are you making that face? Did you lose something? Said a playful voice that came from her left side. Turning her face she could see her sister Issei, who was looking at her with a smile. When she saw her, her face lit up and she jumped out of the bed to hug her. Sister? Selena shouted, hugging her tightly. If you are here. That means. That's right. Issei defeated me even after I used the last crest. And despite everything I did. He brought me back so I could be with you. Said Issei while looking at the white-haired man who was leaning against the wall, with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. On Issei's face appeared a slight blush, since Issei was the first person who cared about her in that way. Also her heart began to beat very hard. Issei-san. Thank you for bringing my sister back. I knew you could. Said Selena bowing, thanking the white-haired man, bringing him out of his thoughts. Don't worry. If I can help someone I'll be glad to do it. Said the white-haired man with a smile, making Selena blush. And so all this trouble ended with a good ending, but something told the white-haired boy that something very bad was about to happen. The next day dawned. Boom, 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 boom. Multiple explosions woke everyone up, alerting them immediately. Quickly everyone got dressed and went out to see what was happening, but when they came out what they saw was part of the corridors in flames, multiple holes of considerable size in the walls of the corridors, broken glass scattered on the floor, injured students of varying degrees, running desperately, gathering in groups to protect each other from whatever was attacking them. But that was what caused doubt to the white-haired man. What exactly was attacking the academy? His answer quickly appeared from one of the interior walls of the academy. A silver armor, totally closed without leaving anything of whoever was under it, with 4 mechanical wings and a sword. Now it was thrown against the white-haired man, who pulled out rebellion quickly and skillfully pierced the chest of the armor, but there was no whimper of pain or anything like that. Applying a little more force he managed to pierce to the other side of the armor, and there was no blood. Withdrawing his sword, the white-haired man saw how the armor collapsed, and when it fell to the ground it fell apart, and great was the surprise of the white-haired man when he saw the inside of the armor. Empty? It's not normal for an armor to move by itself. Said the white-haired man while he saw how the armor exploded in an explosion of smoke, and from the smoke 2 other armors came out at full speed with their swords in front, ready to pierce the white-haired man. Quickly Issei jumped through one of the many holes in the walls of the corridor and went out to the courtyard of the academy. As he left he realized the current state of the academy, fallen walls, huge holes in the walls that were standing, large columns of smoke. In short, the academy was a complete chaos, and in the sky more of those armors were flying over the academy. Suddenly Issei felt observed. He felt how an intense gaze was stuck on his back. Turning quickly he could see a blond man, tall, with a normal body build. He looked about 35 years old, but his aura caused some uneasiness to the white-haired man. So you're the devil they hired, aren't you? Asked the blonde. Right. And who are you? Asked the white-haired man. He is Francis Maxwell. Better known as the Assassin Paladin. Said a voice quite familiar to Issei. Turning to look in that direction he could see that it was Mira, along with the other Trinity 7, and they were also accompanied by Rebecca and Akame. Paladin? Asked the white-haired man raising an eyebrow. It's the rank given to a wizard who has fully mastered magic. But this man. He earned that title by murdering his classmates a few years ago, and then starting a killing spree against innocent students from other academies. I see you have heard of me. Said Francis amused. That's right. I killed them because in their human form they were useless to me. But after I killed them they were useful to me to create my personal army. What do you mean? Asked Mira. After discovering a certain spell, I was able to trap the souls of the killed people in objects, and the result. These armors. Called Silver Knights, which are literally objects of war, and the best of all is that I can get more souls. I just have to give the order to keep attacking the academies, and soon I will have one of the largest armies of all. So that's why they didn't emit sounds of pain when I pierced them with my sword a few moments ago. Said the white-haired man. So you've already defeated some of my soldiers. By the way, you were also the one who defeated some of my mages and also my pet a few days ago. Wait a minute. You mean you were the one who brought that minotaur to the academy? Asked the white-haired man. That's right. I wanted to see how good was the defense of this academy, but I didn't expect someone like you or those girls to be helping to defend it. said Francis referring to Issei and Rebecca. And once I kill them I will have new soldiers to raise everything that gets in my way. After saying this, all those armors that were flying over the academy were launched against Issei and the others. Everyone was on guard, ready to face that threat, but due to the large number of enemies, little by little everyone was separated from each other, to the point that each one was on their own against a large number of enemies. The great variety of attacks came and went. Among them were sword attacks, powerful blows that fractured the earth, domes that devastated everything around them, very powerful shots. Due to the numerical disadvantage, the fatigue began to appear in the girls, because they were not used to fight against so many enemies that did not stop coming, except Issei and Rebecca, who were in better condition because the fights they had had during their lives had greatly increased their resistance. But with the Trinity 7 the only one who was seen at a glance that had a great resistance was Akio, but she was taking care of Mira because they were very close to each other. On his side the white-haired man wanted to go to the aid of all the girls, but the great number of enemies that were centered around him, since it was evident that of all the group, Issei was the most dangerous, becoming a priority target to eliminate. Suddenly a strange magic circle appeared below Mira, and she began to disappear inside the circle, to the surprise of everyone who tried to help her, but it was too late. Then below the other Trinity 7, magic circles identical to the previous one appeared, taking the mages with them. Now only Issei and Rebecca were left, who tried to help them, but they were not fast enough. But before they realized it, some silver knights appeared behind them, and with a sharp blow to the back of their necks, they knocked them unconscious, and then a magic circle appeared under Issei, making her disappear in a matter of moments. At last I have the most powerful mages of this academy plus a little bonus. It's a pity I didn't get that boy to let his guard down. But I'll settle with this for now, said Francis as he took an unconscious Rebecca in his arms while he began to disappear in a magic circle. The white-haired man, realizing that Francis planned to retreat, taking the orange-haired girl with him, began to run towards the blonde, jumping forward with the intention of reaching the girl, but when his hand was just inches away from Rebecca, he was tackled by a silver knight who slammed him to the ground, and more of his companions joined him, burying the white-haired man under a small mound of steel. That attitude in battle. No doubt about it. You are a real demon, said Francis before disappearing completely. What the Silver Knights did not notice was that while they were burying Issei under them, his eyes turned red, and after that the white-haired man violently expelled his aura, freeing himself from his enemies who were hit by that wave of energy, were thrown into the air, and when they hit the ground, they were disarmed and exploded in smoke explosions. The white-haired man was kneeling on the ground, looking at his right hand with which he was only a few inches away from reaching Rebecca. Also came to his mind all those moments he had spent with the other girls, that although they had not been too many given the short time since they met, he had felt happy to share all those moments with them. Being allies on the battlefield is something he would never forget. It was then that a feeling of anger, frustration, helplessness and guilt invaded him. All this because he had not been able to do anything to prevent the girls from being kidnapped. Gathering energy in his right fist, he began to give powerful and repeated blows against the same point of the ground. After a few seconds, and due to the force that he had used in those blows, the part of the ground that received those blows began to crack, but the white-haired man did not stop there, since he continued giving blows without stopping, until he made a pretty deep hole with his fist. Then he could feel something, a quite familiar sensation. He had felt it when he was with Serafo, but she was far away, but this sensation felt like a presence. Then he remembered it. Once made my servant, I will be able to fetch you to the end of the world, as I will be able to feel your presence above all others, by wearing one of my pieces on your chest. Those words came to her mind. The presence she felt was Lisa's. She was quite far away from her current position, but at least she had an idea of where she was, and most likely she was together with the others, as she felt very faintly the presences of Yui and Lilith. I'll go rescue them. I won't let anything happen to them, thought the white-haired man as he materialized his armor. Soaring about 20 meters in the sky, the white-haired man set his course towards where he felt Lisa's presence and began to fly at full speed with his thrusters. He had to hurry because the more time passed, the more danger the girls' lives would be in. Location unknown. You can see all the girls on what seems to be a crystal. Looking carefully at the place you can see that they are behind a crystal that is suspended several meters high, and behind this crystal everything is dark, you cannot even see the background. Little by little they all started to wake up and were surprised to see where they were, but despite being kidnapped they were not tied, so they tried to use their powers to break the crystal that kept them prisoners. Great was their surprise to notice that they could not use their powers or activate their Magus mode in the case of the Trinity 7, Issei who had her Murasum still with her. Tried to break through the crystal, but there was no result. It seemed that the crystal was very resistant since the attack of the Redeed had not made any scratches. How would we get out of here? That damned Francis Maxwell. It seems that where we are, our powers are useless, said Mira analyzing the situation. "We can only wait for Issei to come and rescue us," said Lise confidently. "That boy won't come. It's not part of his job to save us. He only has to defend the academy. As long as it remains standing, he will focus on defending it," said Mira coldly. "You're wrong," Lise replied. "Issei will be here." "Why are you so sure he will come?" "Because he promised me. He told me he would come to look for me until the end of the world," said Lise with a slight blush on her cheeks. They were all surprised at Lise's words. What the white-haired man told her, he must have told her when they were trapped in that world where time didn't move forward or backward. But Issei. He had been flying at full speed for about 40 minutes when he saw a huge tower in front of him. As he approached the tower, Lise's presence became stronger. That meant that she was inside with the others. When he was quite close to the tower, Issei could see at the foot of the tower 2 large doors. That must be the entrance, so he descended to ground level, and when he was in front of the doors, he tried to open them, but they did not move a bit, and due to the genius he had at that moment, Issei transformed his left arm into his powerful cannon destroyer and deployed his footlocks. Note: to know what are the footlocks, read the clarifications of the previous chapter. He fired a powerful torrent of energy that completely disintegrated those huge doors, creating a considerable explosion. Behind those doors everything was dark, nothing could be seen. Returning his arm to normal, the white-haired man took out Rebellion and entered that mysterious tower. Due to the small flames that came out of the cracks of his armor, the white-haired man looked like a firefly in the middle of the night. Walking a little, the white-haired man stopped in what seemed to be the center of the place and began to look around, and that was when the lights came on, revealing the immensity of the place and what was inside. On the walls there were quite large crystals of hexagonal shape. There were many of them that extended from the foot of the tower to the top, where there seemed to be a crystal, and behind that crystal were all the girls. They could not see him since the distance between them and the white-haired man was beyond what the human eye could see, but the white-haired man could see them clearly. For their part, the girls were trying to see what was happening since everything had suddenly illuminated, letting them see that they were at a great height, and they could see a small silhouette standing on what seemed to be the floor of this place. Wielding Rebellion tightly, Issei let out a big sigh and prepared to go against whatever was in his way, as he doubted it would be that easy for him to rescue them. "Amuse." The white-haired man gave a powerful shout and took flight, ascending quickly. Suddenly one of the crystals began to shine brightly, and from that crystal appeared a silver knight ready to stop the white-haired man, who, upon seeing it, frowned under the helmet of his armor. "Get out of my way," exclaimed the white-haired man while he clashed swords with his enemy, and due to the force of the blow, he pulled the sword from his hands and then grabbed it from a small slot that was formed between the helmet and the chest of the silver knight's armor, attracting him towards him, piercing his helmet with the blade of Rebellion. The silver knight, upon receiving this attack, exploded in smoke, and Issei continued his way. "I can do it." Suddenly many crystals began to shine, making more silver knights appear. Issei stopped for a moment when he saw this, and then launched himself at them without thinking twice. 2 silver knights approached him, but Issei attacked the first one with a diagonal cut, destroying him immediately. The second one attacked with a downward cut that was stopped by the white-haired man, holding the enemy blade with his left hand covered by his armor. Taking advantage that his enemy was trying to free his sword, Issei cut both arms. And then turned and gave him a powerful kick that broke him in half. From his back another silver knight attacked. Issei quickly turned around and clashed swords against his opponent, separating after the collision. Issei, taking advantage that his opponent retreated, advanced very quickly against him and delivered a powerful punch in the helmet. The punch sank the helmet in the impacted area. At the moment when Issei punched him, memories of the girls' faces smiling at him came to his mind. This caused him anger against his opponent since because of him, the girls' happiness had been disturbed. "Die, damn," shouted the white-haired man while he gave him another powerful punch, but this time, the punch went through the silver knight's helmet, making it explode in a smoke explosion. Again from his back another silver knight appeared with the intention of cutting him, but the white-haired man turned quickly and cut him in half, without giving him time to perform his attack. Now the girls were surprised. The white-haired man had come to rescue them, just as Lise had said. The hearts of all of them were beating hard to see how the white-haired man fought bravely to rescue them. Also in the eyes of all of them, small tears of joy were forming, even in Mira's eyes, because she felt happy that someone would fight in such a way to rescue her. Even though she and Issei didn't exchange many words, and she almost always blamed him for the strange events that had happened these last few days. Issei had just defeated 2 other silver knights, but from the smoke another one of them appeared with a powerful downward slash that the white-haired man blocked by putting his sword horizontally, but that attack carried more thrust than it seemed, and due to this, the white-haired man started to be pushed downward. The white-haired man closed his eyes while applying strength to resist the attack, but he was being overcome until another image of the girls appeared in his mind. This time it was the memory of when he rescued Yui. Opening his eyes, the white-haired man could move the sword away from his opponent and then attack him with an upward cut that split the Silver Knight in half. Now from his sides 2 other Silver Knights were attacking him, both with descending cuts. Issei managed to block the attack from the right side with Rebellion, and the attack from his left side, he stopped it with his own arm. When the blade of the sword made contact with Issei's armor, many sparks jumped, freeing himself from his aggressors. The white-haired man took one with his free arm and threw him against the other to then pierce them both with a powerful frontal thrust. Issei was getting closer and closer to the girls, and he wouldn't stop for anything. Every Silver Knight that crossed his path was quickly cut down. Girls. 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 The white-haired man kept repeating in his mind, while images of all the girls passed through his mind. Unconsciously Issei stretched his left hand trying to reach that crystal, but it was then that he saw an arrow of light pass near the left side of his helmet. Turning to look back, he could see many Silver Knights, but these were different since they had bows and arrows of light aiming at him. The rain of arrows did not take long to shoot, and hundreds of arrows were heading at full speed towards the white-haired man. But when they were very close to him, Issei expelled his aura with force, repelling all the arrows, and before they had time to reload, he approached the crystal that separated him from the girls. Hovering Rebellion's blade with a crimson energy, the white-haired man made a frontal thrust right to the center of the crystal. He had to be careful, because if he made the wrong attack or applied more power than he should, the crystal would break in its entirety and make the girls fall. Fortunately, the attack of the white-haired man only pierced the center of the crystal, creating a hole big enough for him to pass through with his armor. Deactivating his helmet, the white-haired man gave them a warm smile. Zaz 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 zaz. There were multiple sounds of an object sticking into something. The only thing the girls saw was the white-haired man spitting blood as he began to fall backwards, falling towards the ground that was more than 60 meters away. Issei. They all shouted when they saw that image in front of them. Issei. They all shouted when they saw that image in front of them. The white-haired man began to fall with 6 swords buried in his torso. Those swords had pierced the white-haired man's torso from side to side. As he fell, his speed gradually increased, but there were also the Silver Knights who were still flying inside the tower, and the white-haired man was heading towards them. Without thinking twice, Liis threw herself into the void to reach Issei. Without thinking about how she would land, the only thing that crossed her mind was to reach the white-haired man. After a few seconds, Liis was just a few centimeters away from reaching Issei's right hand. Issei. Come on, wake up. You don't know what you're missing by being asleep at a moment like this. You can't stay without doing anything, shouted Liis while she tried to get closer to the white-haired man who still didn't wake up. Suddenly the blonde could see how the white-haired man's right hand was subtly moving, and he started to open his eyes. Finally the white-haired man woke up, realizing that he was falling backwards towards the ground. He turned around, now he was facing the ground, changing his posture a little. He slowed down a little, enough for Liis to catch up with him. Being both at the same height, the white-haired man took the blonde with his right hand and pulled her towards him, to the surprise of the girl. This is unbelievable, said the white-haired man, analyzing the situation he was in. You're right, there's no way I could see something like this and stay without doing anything. Issei. Exclaimed Liis, happy to see the white-haired man awake. Here we go, said the white-haired man, transforming his left arm into his cannon destroyer and activating his thrusters. Glorious burst, exclaimed the white-haired man while firing his powerful attack that was overflowing with energy, product of the power of the shot and his active thrusters. The white-haired man together with Liis began to gain altitude, and while they did it, Issei's glorious burst that was still being expelled destroyed all the Silver Knights that upon seeing them rise again towards the other girls, they threw themselves against the white-haired man. After a few seconds, Issei together with Liis returned to the crystal where the other girls were, and leaving Liis aside, he removed the swords that were still stuck in his body without much effort. They were all surprised at the ease with which the white-haired man had removed the swords. Sorry for the delay, said Issei with a warm smile. Instantly Liis, Rebecca, Lilith, Akame and Yui jumped on the white-haired man. They almost managed to knock him down by catching him off guard, but thanks to his superior strength, he managed to stand upright. Suddenly a voice could be heard echoing throughout the interior of the tower. It was the voice of none other than Francis Maxwell. I see that you have managed to save those girls and have also eliminated my Silver Knights, but you have fallen right into my trap. What do you mean? Exclaimed the white-haired man. What do I mean? I'll let you see for yourselves what I mean, and if you survive, which I doubt, you'll be able to face me. After this, at the base of the tower, multiple explosions began to occur, cracking and destroying the foundations of the tower. As a consequence of the foundations being destroyed, the tower began to shake violently, and the walls began to crack, breaking in turn the crystals from which the Silver Knights were coming out of. This was bad for Issei and the girls, mostly for the girls, since the white-haired man could fly and avoid falling into the void once the tower collapsed, but the girls were at serious risk of falling into the void, and if they survived, they would not have the time to avoid the debris from the upper floors of the tower that would fall on them. "Rebecca," said the white-haired man, calling the orange-haired girl's attention. "Can you call your dragon?" "I'll try," answered the girl. "Listen to my call, Kuchulin." After saying this, the red-haired girl's dragon appeared. After that, Rebecca climbed on the head of her dragon. "Ready, Issei, and why did you want me to do that?" "I need you to take the others with you, this tower will collapse soon," answered the white-haired man. And you? Aren't you coming with us?" asked Rebecca. "I'll cover them while they get out of this tower," said the white-haired man while he put his armor helmet back on and transformed his arm once again into his cannon destroyer. Seeing that the white-haired man was serious, Rebecca had all the girls climb up on the back of her dragon. First they tried to break one of the walls that was close to them, but even though Issei himself had shot at it, the wall barely had a few scratches. She didn't know what it was made of, but the material that covered the walls must be very resistant if it withstood the glorious burst of the white-haired man. Rebecca's dragon took flight and began to fly in the direction of the main entrance, where the white-haired dragon had arrived moments before. Behind Kuchulin, the white-haired dragon was flying. Suddenly the upper walls of the tower began to give way, and huge fragments of them began to fall in the direction of Issei and the others, threatening to crush them. Quickly the white-haired man turned around and fired another glorious burst. It should be noted that in order to avoid being shot backwards and crashing against the girls, due to the power of his own attack, Issei activated his thrusters to their maximum power to compensate for the lack of his footlock, since they were only useful when he was on the ground. The attack of the white-haired man impacted and completely destroyed the fragments that threatened to crush them. After this they continued their way to their escape route. When they were close to the exit, 5 Silver Knights appeared, but these were much bigger than the ones that had been defeated by Issei before. These were directed against Rebecca's dragon. The girl was about to give the order for her dragon to attack, but in a fraction of a second Issei appeared in front of them, stopping the 5 attackers. "You go on. I'll catch up with you later," exclaimed the white-haired man as he pushed the 5 Silver Knights aside, leaving the way free for Rebecca and the girls to follow towards the exit that was already very close, while he saw how the girls managed to get out of the tower that was already about to give way. The white-haired man moved away from the Silver Knights and quickly taking out rebellion, mercilessly cut the enemies that stood in front of him. "Now I must get out of here," thought the white-furred man as he began to fly towards the entrance of the tower. When the white-haired man was about to reach the exit, some debris fell right on it, blocking Issei's exit, but the white-haired man was not in the mood to let some simple debris prevent him from escaping. Deploying his footlock, the white-haired man fired another glorious burst, but the effect this time was different, instead of exploding like previous times. The debris seemed to have melted after receiving this powerful attack, since the ground where Issei's attack had passed through was red hot. After seeing the result of his attack, the white-haired man continued his way out of the tower. The girls who were already outside the tower saw how the entrance was blocked by debris, and after a big red flash, the debris had completely disappeared. Suddenly they could see a silhouette that came walking from inside the tower. After a few seconds they could see that the silhouette belonged to a red armor, and therefore they all knew that it was the white-haired man. When the white-haired man was a few meters away from the entrance to the tower, there was a big explosion at the top of the tower. "What a chun," the white-haired man tried to say as he saw the explosion at the top of the tower, and then he saw how a large amount of huge debris fell and covered the entrance of the tower. After this the tower finally began to collapse. The girls could not see the white-haired man's face, but under his helmet, the white-haired man had a big smile on his face as he watched the tower crumble rapidly. Seeing the white-haired man, the girls went to join him, but then Issei once again pulled out rebellion and started to look back from where the girls were. The girls were puzzled to see the white-haired man get into a combat position. "Don't you think it's time for you to show your face?" asked the white-haired man seriously. "So you were able to detect me?" said Francis Maxwell, appearing behind some trees that were around the place. "I'll be honest, I didn't expect you to escape from the tower. I see that devil boy is really skilled, since it didn't take him much work to eliminate the improved versions of my Silver Knights." "How can you call them improved version? If you only increase their size, they are still slow and quite easy to destroy. You should improve the resistance of their armors. Because if not, a devil boy like me can destroy them and then go for your head," said the white-haired man defiantly. "I'll take that into account. But don't act like a tough guy, none of you scare me a bit. Even if you are a devil boy, said the blonde as he approached at a calm pace towards the white-haired man and the girls. When he was closer, Issei, Levi and Akame jumped on the blonde and gave him a series of quick slashes and then stood behind him, waiting for him to fall due to the wounds but good attacks. But they won't take me down with that, said Francis while he made his neck thunder, surprising everyone present but most of all Akame, since his katana was famous for finishing any enemy with just a cut, but the blonde had received that attack and he hadn't even stumbled a little bit. How is it possible that? Akame tried to say. How is it possible that I'm still standing even though I received their attacks including your Murasame? Now his appearance changed, his skin began to take on a greenish appearance similar to that of a plant, his blonde hair changed to black, his eyes that were blue changed to a deep red color, and the outline of these became completely black, from his back multiple tentacles began to emerge. Shaking violently. The white-haired man could notice something, from Francis's body, a strange bright green substance was dripping to the ground. I see that you noticed the substance. It is thanks to it that the attacks of that black-haired girl had no effect. Since my body is covered by poison. It is a very special poison because first it paralyzes my target and after about 15 minutes it kills them. It is a slow and painful death. Also this poison gives me a complete resistance to any other kind of poison, no matter how powerful it may be. Now the greenish Francis, the white-haired man instinctively avoided it. The sphere hit against the trunk of a tree that was behind the white-haired man, but what no one expected was what happened once the sphere had come in contact with the trunk. The sphere once it touched the trunk began to undo it. Apparently that greenish sphere was some kind of very powerful acid, since it undid the trunk in a matter of seconds. Do you also have acid? Asked the white-haired man a bit annoyed since that acid was a problem because he didn't know the tolerance his armor would have against that substance. That also explains why nobody could stop you no matter how hard they tried. Since you were never a human being and only disguised yourself as one. And from what I see your power is far superior to any magician I have seen, although there are not many. All of them are of a quite considerable level. That's right, all those illusions that dared to confront me ended up dead. They were only insects whose importance in this world was null, and you will follow in their footsteps, since I myself will assassinate them. Said Francis with a psychopathic smile. I'd like to see how you try it. Said the white-haired amused while he got into combat position as well as the girls. Take this. Francis exclaimed as he stretched out his hands and from his fingertips, more tentacles emerged and sped towards Issei and the girls. Now Issei, Levi, Akame, Akio and Rebecca went to attack since they were melee combatants, and although he had that greenish substance that covered his body making him immune to the poison of Akame's katana, it did not protect him from his tentacles being severed or destroyed due to the combat. The tentacles were advancing quickly trying to catch their targets. But they were evading them quickly, so Francis resorted to use more tentacles. These new tentacles were coming out from different parts of his body. Now more tentacles were advancing towards Issei, Levi, Akame, Akio and Rebecca, who were going through an uncomfortable moment because the increase in the number of tentacles took away space to move freely. Then Francis, seeing that he would have a while without being able to catch the 5 youngsters who were evading him with skill, focused on those targets who were watching the fight, namely Lilith, Mira, Arin, Selena, Liis and Yui. Hiring a few tentacles, Francis attacked the aforementioned who were unprepared, except for Mira, who managed to realize the attack and taking a step forward, repelled the tentacles with her white universe, destroying them, but could not avoid that the greenish substance that covered Francis's body, as well as his tentacles, splashed in all directions falling on Lilith, Mira, Arin, Selena, Liis and Yui. They began to feel how their body began to go numb. While that was happening, Issei and the other girls kept finishing with the tentacles that attacked them. It was then that Akio, Levi and Akame destroyed 3 tentacles each one, but Francis took advantage of the moment to spray that substance to the 3 girls, who could only cover their faces with their arms, so that the substance would not fall in their mouths or eyes. But after a few seconds they also felt how their bodies suddenly went numb and fell to the ground. This was noticed by the white-haired man that when he saw what had happened to them, he deactivated his armor and went as fast as possible to see how Akame, Akio and Levi were. He was much more worried when he saw that the other girls were the same, only Rebecca and himself were left standing. Now Issei was approaching as fast as possible towards Levi, who was the closest to his current position. When the white-haired man was a few meters away from the ninja, a tentacle approached from his back with the clear intention of piercing him, but something unexpected happened. Issei, be careful, said Levi looking behind the white-haired man, alerting him of what was about to attack him. Issei didn't understand what he was referring to, but suddenly he felt how something crashed against him from his back. When he turned around, the first thing he could see was an orange hair. Immediately he knew that who had crashed against him was Rebecca. The girl started to fall backwards, and Issei caught her immediately. Looking at her more closely, he could see that the orange-haired girl had a tentacle stuck in her belly, sunk very deep into her body. Quickly the white-haired man cut said tentacle with rebellion, removing with one of his hands the piece of tentacle that still remained sunk in the Redeed's belly. After having done this, the white-haired man knelt down and laid Rebecca little by little on the ground, leaving the girl's upper trunk a little raised. While he used one of his hands to put pressure on the girl's wound as a considerable amount of blood was gushing from it. "Why did you do that?" asked a white-haired man to the girl who had small tears forming in her eyes. "I didn't want you to get hurt." "I'm sorry," answered Rebecca. "Don't apologize. But it wasn't necessary for you to do that. Even if her attack had hit me, it wouldn't have hurt me," said the white-haired man as he saw how the girl started to shed the tears that had previously formed in her eyes. "You may be right since you are very strong. But it still hurts me to see how they hurt the boy I love," said Rebecca with a tender smile while the tears were falling down her cheeks, since it was the first time she was honest with her feelings and she just confessed to the white-haired man. "To the boy that..." The white-haired boy couldn't continue speaking since Rebecca sealed his lips, kissing him softly and tenderly. After a few seconds, both separated. Issei was more than surprised since he didn't expect that. "But how? If we barely know each other?" "At the beginning I didn't understand either why my heart fluttered when I was close to you. Well, a feeling of warmth arose in my chest every time that happened. And after the incident with the Minotaur and now that you rescued us, I realized. Little by little and unconsciously I fell in love with you. Don't you find it a touching scene?" Francis asked with a smirk. At that comment, Issei fixed her gaze on him. "So now that you have managed to paralyze them, what are you going to do? Kill them all now that they can't defend themselves?" "Of course not. I may be the bad guy in this matter, but I have honor and I wouldn't attack some girls in their state. I also have to give you a reward for being the only one who wasn't paralyzed." Rewarding a few moments. "I know, I'll let you have a fight against me, one-on-one. If you win, the paralysis on those girls will disappear, and since I am the leader after the attacks to the mage academies, each and every attack that is being carried out and in the future will be cancelled. But if you lose, both them and the wizard academies will be completely exterminated. What do you think?" That proposal left the white-haired man surprised, since he was offered the opportunity to save the girls and the academies that were under attack. There must be many academies that did not have such powerful wizards in their ranks, and these would be quickly eliminated. Rebecca could notice the expression of the white-haired man. He was really thinking about accepting that fight. "Issei, don't accept. For now we have to retreat," said the red-haired girl, but the white-haired boy didn't pay attention to her because he was immersed in his thoughts. Thoughts that were linked to the academies and the young students who attended them, completely innocent young people who had been involved in the situation just because the guy in front of him had decided to attack the academies to have combat material. Those students who in their life had been in a combat field, even though they hid it relatively well. The white-haired man could notice the fear and despair present in the look of those kids, fear of dying and despair for not being able to do anything against their attackers because their fighting level was still very low, but he still remembered those words of that kid who, like many others, had been injured during the appearance of that Minotaur. "We wanted to help all of you to defend our academy. But we are not strong enough." Thanks to events like that, the white-haired boy had changed his mind about the job of defending the academy, since in anyone else's power, he would have only limited himself to defend the academy as such, but now he was fighting to defend the academy and the students that conformed it, due to memories like those. The white-haired boy's anger was increasing since Francis was talking about those attacks, as if they were anything, as if the lives of all those boys and girls didn't matter. Due to this, the white-haired boy's eyes were changing from brown to red, and from red to brown constantly. "Don't play with me. Okay, let's end this," said the serious white-haired man while he managed to calm down, because if he had learned something, it was that fighting out of anger was not very favorable. "Issei," said Rebecca. "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to run away," said the white-haired man looking the orange-haired woman in the eyes. "Tell me you're not going to die here." "No, I'm going to win. I'm going to win and end all this," said the white-haired man with a tender and frank smile. "All right. I believe in you, Issei." Now the white-haired man laid Rebecca completely on the ground. The wound in her belly had stopped bleeding, but internally it must still be bleeding, even if slightly. Taking Rebellion from the floor, the white-haired man walked towards Francis, who was looking at him with an enigmatic smile. "Issei, don't do it," shouted Akame and Mira. Hearing their shouts, the white-haired man stopped a few meters away from his opponent. "Akame," said the white-haired man, turning his face a little bit, enough to catch the attention of the black-haired girl. "Thanks for helping me with the training the other day. I know you didn't fight with everything because you were afraid of hurting me with your katana and killing me. Those words moved the girl since they were not insults or anything similar to what she would expect the white-haired man to say to her when he knew she was a hired killer. Now the white-haired man was looking at Mira. "Look. I'm sorry if I was the cause of all these strange events and those collapse phenomena," finished saying the white-haired man while putting on a sad face. Hearing this, Mira was surprised. She was surprised since she knew that all those strange events and phenomena had not been caused intentionally by the white-haired man, and she even doubted that they were due to his presence in the academy. Now the fact that he came to rescue her when he could have forgotten about her and the others moved her in such a way that tears began to run down her cheeks. "Damn it, Issei. Don't apologize. Don't you dare apologize now. I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive you unless you come back once you've defeated that bastard," Mira exclaims forcefully, trying hard not to let out all those tears that wanted to come out. "Alright. See you when all this is over," said the white-haired man while he raised his thumb as a sign of affirmation. Now the white-haired man turned back to where Francis was and got into a fighting position, but he had a smile on his face. "Very good, now we will see your skills, and so you can fight without holding back. We will put those girls behind a barrier," said Francis while he made a magic circle appear under each girl, and after that a dome-shaped barrier appeared around them. Now the white-haired man, being rare in his style of combat, began to run towards one of the sides at full speed, being followed instantly by Francis and his tentacles. They moved a few meters away from where the girls were with extreme speed. Due to his speed, the white-haired man disappeared from the field of vision of his opponent, who was looking for him insistently. Appearing from Francis's back, the white-haired man was ready to cut him in half, but he turned quickly and tried to hit Issei in the stomach, but the white-haired man covered himself with his arms, creating a very solid defense that absorbed the blow and sent him a few meters backwards, remaining between a tree that was behind him and Francis, who was a few meters away from him. The tentacles pounced on Issei, who repelled them with a quick combination of cuts with his sword, making the other tentacles retreat for a few seconds, but these were launched again by the white-haired man, who somersaulted backwards and propelled himself on the trunk of the tree to give a great jump, being more than 6 meters high. Being in the air, the tentacles tried to catch him once again, but the result was the same. The white-furred man cut the tentacles that tried to catch him, materializing his gauntlet. The white-furred man used one of the tentacles as a rope to slide and return to land. Once on land, the white-furred man started running again. This time he had ended up in the place where he had started. All the girls saw him arrive running, and behind him, multiple tentacles followed him. The white-furred man turned, but the tentacles caught him and wrapped him, forming something similar to a cocoon. "Finally. The game is over," said Francis as he appeared from the trees, without loosening the grip that his tentacles had on the white-haired man. Suddenly, from inside the cocoon a red flash could be seen. The next thing the girls could see was that the cocoon began to tear violently, completely destroying all the tentacles that formed the cocoon. The girls were surprised when they saw the white-haired man. The white-haired man was wearing his armor, but this was different from the armor they had seen him wearing before, since this one was brighter, and most of the cracks were gone, and only a few remained in the chest area. The new wave of tentacles tried to wrap around the white-haired man, but the moment the tentacles came in contact with the armor, they began to burn quickly. Francis's face showed a clear expression of intense pain. Now the white-haired man was throwing himself against Francis, who to stop him sent his tentacles again, this time. For the white-haired man, that attack was like watching it in slow motion. Propelling himself on the trunk of a tree, Issei went directly towards the tentacles, while performing a fast and powerful flurry of cuts that none of those present was able to see how many cuts the white-haired man performed. Not even Levi or Akame, who, being very fast with their katanas, had their eyes and other senses more sharpened. The white-haired man continued his way and was at Francis's back. After a few seconds, all the tentacles that had been destined to stop Issei's attack fell to the ground in pieces. Also, both arms had been cut off. Francis began to turn around slowly since the damage he had suffered had been great, and the fact that he no longer had his arms didn't help. When he turned around, what he saw left him terrified. Issei had moved a few meters away from him and had his cannon destroyer ready to shoot. The only thing he could see after that was how a sphere of crimson energy was formed in the boy's barrel. "It's the end," said Issei. Well, he fired his glorious burst. Said attack entered through Francis's chest and exited through his back, leaving a considerable hole in the torso of his opponent. As the attack hit the ex-blonde, a large crimson flash covered him. "Goodbye, damn," was what the white-haired man said while his attack began to cease, and thus to lose its strength. Once the attack of the white-haired man was over and the flash had disappeared, the result of Issei's attack could be seen. Where Francis was standing before, there was a crater and there was no trace of him, and his aura could not be seen in the surroundings. It was the victory of the white-haired man. Now Issei returned with the girls that, as Francis had said before, when he was defeated the paralysis that they had vanished. When the white-haired man saw them, he deactivated his armor. Yui, Liis, Lilith and Selena, when they saw him, they rushed to him. Issei, when he saw the 4 girls that were heading towards him, after a few moments of euphoria and joy for the victory of the white-haired man. The girls let go of the white-haired man and allowed him to move with more freedom. Now Issei was heading to where Rebecca and the others were, as he was worried about the state of the orange-haired girl. Walking a few meters followed by the other 4 girls, the white-haired man arrived at the place where Rebecca was. When he arrived, the white-haired man knelt down to be at the height of the girl, who was sitting on the floor. "Well, how do you feel?" asked the white-haired man looking at the orange-haired girl. "My wound still hurts a little, but it's nothing that time won't heal," said Rebecca while looking at the white-haired man with a slight blush on her cheeks. "If that's why, I can help you," said the white-haired man, materializing his gauntlet, starting to gather energy. Boost 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 boost. Transfer. The Pella Blanco gave her a level 5 power boost, increasing the power she had at that moment and speeding up her recovery rate. Thanks to this, Rebecca would be healed in a couple of hours. Suddenly the white-haired man could feel 2 very soft things on his back. Turning around, the white-haired man could see Lisa's face. "Issei, you're bad. You make your maid worry like this?" said the blonde, sticking closer to the white-haired man, but that last comment caught the attention of everyone present and also caused the white-haired man to slap his face. Since his plan was that Liis would stay in the academy and live the rest of her life with the others in peace, and that when the time came for the others to die, he would come to pick her up, because although he knew that he would need her peerage to participate in the raiding game, his power was so high that he alone was enough to participate, and he also had Seraphil. So for these reasons, the white-haired man had no problem in giving Liis almost complete freedom. "Sister? What do you mean, servant?" asked Selena curiously. "Well, I am Issei's servant and I will be with him forever," said Liis cheerfully. "But you still haven't explained to me why you are his servant," insisted Selena again. "When we were trapped in the world produced by Liis's last crest, she was going to send me back to the real world, and she was going to stay in that world because that was the price for using that technique. It was then that I proposed her to be my servant, since I, being a high-class demon, can have my own little entourage with a limit of 15 entities in it, and they can be of any type unless it is a divine being. I am getting sidetracked. The thing is that I proposed her to be my servant in order to get her out of that world, since I have a technique that is able to nullify Liis's last crest, but I wasn't sure it would work just like that. So after accepting, I made her my servant since her abilities interested me, but it was also like an insurance." "Insurance?" asked all of them except Liis, extremely intrigued. "It was an insurance since I knew I could get out of that world using my technique very easily, but I didn't know if Liis would come with me as long as I remained human, and if it didn't work, I wasn't sure I could re-enter that world, even if I used my technique again." "Wait a minute. You said being human, what do you mean by that?" asked Mira. "Well, Liis has technically stopped being human and has become a reincarnated devil, and has also become my servant. She will be with me forever unless I die in battle. Now her place is at my side." "So? That means that once you leave, you will take my sister with you?" Selena asked sadly. "No, normally any devil would demand that their servants follow them wherever they go since they feel vulnerable, but that's not my case, since I am aware that you all love her very much, and her place is here at the Bible Academy." "So does that mean you will let her stay?" asked Selena hopefully. "That's right. Since I am not like the rest of the devils, since I am perfectly capable of defending myself from most of the beings that exist, and because of this is that even though Liis is my servant, it is not urgent for her to accompany me once I leave this place." "Does that mean that being your servant means obeying all your orders and staying by your side?" asked Rebecca. "I'm not the kind of person who gives orders to everyone I can, since I like to stand up for myself and prove my abilities, so technically being my servant is to be by my side if that person decides to follow me," explained the white-haired man. "How is it done?" asked Rebecca seriously. "How is what done?" asked the white-haired man, curious about the girl's change of attitude. "How do I become your servant?" That comment left Issei surprised since Rebecca herself was asking him how to be his servant when he hadn't even proposed it to her. "Are you sure you want to know how it's done? You'll be bound to me forever, and that might bother you after a while," said the white-haired man. "I'm completely sure, since I want to be as long as possible with the boy I love," said Rebecca with decision in her eyes. "Well, I see you are serious," said the white-haired man while thinking for a few moments, because if he was going to reincarnate Rebecca as his servant, he had to find a piece according to her abilities. After several minutes of remembering the skills he had seen in Rebecca, he decided on the pawn piece, because as a rook, it would not exploit its full potential, since its attack style was not only based on heavy attack and defense. "Alright Rebecca, this will be your piece," said the white-haired man while he took out a pawn piece from one of his pockets. "Now place it on your chest." Giving the piece to the girl who obeyed instantly. "By order of Issei Sparda, you Rebecca Randall will walk again on this world, seal this contract with me and become my servant." After saying this, the piece entered the girl's chest with a beautiful scarlet glow, and under her feet appeared the symbol of the Sparda family. The other girls except Liis were surprised as they expected something else to happen, but it did not. "But this, you are officially one of my pawns," said the white-haired man as he looked at the girl with a smile. "One of your pawns? I'm not the only one. And by the way, what do you mean by pawns?" asked Rebecca curiously while she looked at herself, since she expected that by becoming a demon servant something in her body would change, but at first glance nothing had changed. "Well, you see, the devil's vassalage system is based on chess pieces, having a maximum number of pieces to reincarnate entities as their servants. In total there are 15, since the 16th piece is the king piece, and that piece is the one that recognizes a high-class devil as the leader of its retinue. Then from this moment on I am Rebecca Randall, the best pawn of Issei Sparda," said the orange-haired girl, but after saying this she was immediately confronted by Liis. "What do you mean, the best pawn? Obviously the best pawn is me," said the blonde proudly, upsetting the red-haired girl. Rebecca said that being an archdragoner made her the most deserving of the title of being Issei's best pawn, while Liis said that being a Trinity 7 made her a much better choice to be Issei's best pawn. While the two girls continued with their discussion, the other girls present felt a little envious to hear them call themselves Issei Sparda's strongest pawn, because although they didn't have any kind of relationship with the white-haired man, they were aware that Issei had become someone very important in their lives, even though he had never sought that, and the fact that he should leave when he finished his job at the academy did not please them, since they might never see him again. It was then that Issei, together with Selena, approached the white-haired man and pulled him by the sleeves of his jacket, attracting the boy's attention. "Issei, I want to be your servant too," said Issei a little embarrassed. "Me too," said Selena with embarrassment. Seeing the reactions of both girls, the white-haired man felt strange because he felt as if the girls were forcing themselves to tell him that they wanted to be his servants, and he didn't like that, since he wanted to have servants who would be with him by their own choice and pleasure. "May I ask you the reason why you want to be my servants?" said the white-haired man a little serious. The first to speak was Issei. "I want to be your servant because you are the only person in a long time who has not insulted me knowing what I do, and on the contrary, you have always given me that smile of yours that makes me feel better about myself, since many times I have wondered if someday I would find happiness, and I am sure that my place is by your side, that way I can be happy as I have always longed for," said the red-haired girl. "I see. Then if that is your motive, I accept you as my servant Issei," said the white-haired man while he looked at the red-haired woman with a warm smile. He began to look for the piece of horse among his clothes, since with Issei, he was sure that the best way to exploit his potential would be to give him the mentioned piece. "Issei, this will be your piece," said the white-haired man, handing the piece of horse to the girl who imitated what Rebecca had done moments before. She placed the piece on her chest. "By order of Issei Sparda, you Issei will once again walk this world, seal this contract with me and become my servant." With Issei, the same thing happened as with Rebecca and Selena. The piece entered his chest with a scarlet glow, and under his feet appeared the symbol of the Sparda family. Now the white-haired man looked at Selena. "Now Selena, I want you to tell me your motive. If I consider that your motive is because you are forcing yourself to want to be my servant, I will not make you what you ask of me. I want to be your servant to be able to spend more time with my sister, but also to be with you, since you have become an extremely important person for me. You have done a lot for me and for the others," said the blonde a little bit saddened. "Well, it's an unusual reason, but it's acceptable," said the white-haired man amused. He also knew that for Selena the fact that her sister would not be affected by the passing of time would hurt him a lot, since once she died, Liis would continue living. This time the white-haired man took more time to decide which piece would be the right one for Selena, since he had not seen her in combat. Normally, knowing that she was a mage, he would give her the bishop piece, but it turned out that the Trinity 7, each one had its own specialty so to speak, so not knowing what Selena's specialty was, he decided. "Selena, this will be your piece," said the white-haired man, giving her a piece of pawn, which the girl immediately placed on her chest. "I see that you have learned. By order of Issei Sparda, you Selena Sherlock will walk again on this world, seal this contract and become my servant." After saying this, the same thing happened as had happened previously with Issei and Rebecca. Lilith and Mira were surprised as Issei had gotten 3 new servants in front of their eyes, but what bothered them was that now Liis, Issei, Rebecca and Selena would be closer to Issei. There was also the possibility that when Issei left, all of them would want to leave with him. It was then that Yui climbed on the white-haired man's back, catching him by surprise. Ani-san. I also want to be your servant. And before you ask me my reason, I will tell you, I want to be with you always, and if you leave my side, I will be very sad for the rest of my life," said Yui with a strange mixture of seriousness and happiness. The white-haired man, when he saw her, had a strange feeling because he considered that Yui was too innocent to enter the world of devils, angels and fallen angels, but what she said was true. He also considered her as someone important in his life, because Yui with her antics made his day, not to mention that he recognized the latent power within her as in the others present in the place. "It's okay, Yui," said the white-haired man with a smile while he made Yui get off his back. Now he was thinking about which piece would be the right one for the girl. But he didn't have to think too much, since the best piece for Yui was the bishop piece, since he recognized that its magical power marked more tendency in her life and combat style. "Very well, Yui, this will be your piece," said the white-haired man, giving her a bishop piece. Upon receiving the piece, Yui imitated what Selena, Akame and Rebecca had done. "By order of Issei Sparda, you Yui Karada will walk again on this world, seal this contract and become my servant." After saying this, the piece entered Yui's chest with a scarlet glow, and the symbol of the Sparda family appeared beneath her feet. Now Lilith and Mira were really shocked and with a growing envy. Because in front of their eyes, Issei had turned Selena and Yui into his servants for life, not counting Akame, Rebecca and Liis who had been secretly turned. Technically Issei had under his command two of the Trinity 7, an Archdragoner and Akame who was a very skilled assassin. But in the face of all the mentioned ones, there was no regret in having decided to become servants of the white-haired one, but on the contrary, they all had a face of happiness and joy. Happiness that they also wanted, since the white-haired man, whether they wanted to admit it or not, made their day with his mere presence, although perhaps he could drive them crazy, but that was his essence, and that essence was what attracted them to the white-haired man. Finally, the group of Akio, Lilith, Levi, Arin and Mira approached the white-haired man, quite embarrassed and a bit self-conscious. Strange behavior in Akio and Levi, who were always quite confident in all their actions. They reached the white-haired man, but he had apparently guessed their intentions. "I want you to know that if you don't really want it, I won't blame you. Since I wouldn't force anyone to be my servant. Since that creates a bad relationship between master and servant. And at the end of the day you are the ones who decide," said the white-haired man. "So I will ask you one more time. Do you really want to be my servants?" The white-haired man was surprised to see Lilith, Akio, Levi, Arin and Mira nodding their heads rapidly. "In view of the fact that I have reincarnated 3 of your friends, I need you to tell me your reason why you want to be my servant, since, as I said before, if you do it because you feel obliged, you won't be able to become my servants." "Well, we want to be your servants because we don't want you to leave our side. Your presence alone is enough to make us feel safe and happy. And we don't want to lose that. We want to stay with you forever if possible," said Lilith very shyly, but in spite of it, she had expressed almost perfectly what the other girls were not able to say. "What you just told me? Is that what all of them feel?" asked the white-haired man, a little serious, receiving a massive affirmation from Lilith and the others, understanding that what Lilith had said in representation of the whole group was from the heart, reason enough for the white-haired man to accept to reincarnate them as his servants. "Very well, I accept their motives," said the white-haired man with a smile. "Then," said Lilith, continuing her joy. "That's right, now I will reincarnate them as my servants," said the white-haired man, making the girls happy. He started to think about which pieces he would reincarnate each one. After thinking and thinking, he decided Lilith and Arin would become his pawns, Akio would become his first rook, Levi would become his second knight, and Mira, who was outstanding in magic power, would become his second bishop. "Very well, girls, take this," said the white-haired man while he passed to each one of them the pieces that would correspond to their place within the Sparda's team. The girls, upon receiving their pieces, immediately placed them on their chests. "Well, and since it would be too tedious to reincarnate them one by one, they will be reincarnated all at the same time," said the white-haired man while he modified the words used in the reincarnation ritual, since he did not know if it would work, but he did not lose anything in trying, because if it did not work, he would reincarnate them individually. "By order of Issei Sparda, you Lilith Asami, Levi Kazama, Akio Fudo, Mira Yamana and you Arin Kanazuki will once again walk upon this world, seal this contract and become my servants." After saying this, the pieces of all the girls began to emit that scarlet glow so characteristic of the pieces of the white-haired man. The mentioned entered the chest of each of the girls, to then give way to the fleeting appearance of the symbol of the Sparda family under the feet of the girls. "Well, with this you are all officially my servants. I welcome you to the Sparda family, and as your leader I won't let anything happen to you, I promise you," said the white-haired man cheerfully. "And we promise to live for you, forever, destroying every enemy that threatens your life." all the girls exclaimed in chorus, making the white-haired man smile, because when he stopped being Ria's Grimoire servant, he thought that despite having a great power, he would be alone and sad, but after that Seraphil came into his life, and now the Trinity 7, Issei and Rebecca had arrived. All of them were like a ray of light that illuminated the dark path of loneliness that the white-haired man had been walking all this time, guiding him towards the path of happiness that very few are able to reach. The white-haired man decided it was time to return to the academy. "Alright girls, it's time to go back," said the white-haired man, putting his armor back on, while the others climbed on Kuchulin's back, starting their way back to the academy. Well, they could have used a magic circle courtesy of the white-haired man. He himself wanted them to use this time to get used to his devil body. This had not been necessary with Seraphil, since she had been born a pure-blood devil, so for the girls it would be totally new. For the brunette Citri it was like breathing. Once they were about to arrive at the academy, they could see how the attack they had suffered in the morning was over. It seemed that what Francis Maxwell said was true. After defeating him, the attacks to the academies were over. Once they landed at the academy, they were greeted by all the students, who cheered and applauded them loudly. From the crowd appeared the director of the academy. "Thank you very much. Thanks to your efforts, the attacks against the academies have ceased. Really, thank you very much," said the director cheerfully. "It was nothing. It is a pleasure to have helped you, and it was an honor to have been allies in all this," said the white-haired man with a smile, while he removed the helmet from his armor. This smile caused many of the girls who were watching the white-haired man to blush strongly, causing jealousy in their new maidservants, since the strange feeling of wanting to keep the white-haired man away from other women had begun to emerge. "Since due to what happened during the dawn, I didn't have time." After this, the white-haired man entered the academy, starting to walk through the corridors of the academy in the direction of his room, followed by the girls of Sekiryuutei. Once they had arrived, the white-haired man made a quick call to a certain blue-haired man, asking him to leave him, something in Devil May Cry, since he would go through that something before going to the meeting of the three great factions that would be held that same afternoon, so it was obvious that he had little time to relax. "Very girls, I must ask you something," said the white-haired man, calling the attention of the girls. "As you must know, the work that kept me in the academy has finished, so I will have to leave. So I will ask you, what do you prefer? Do you want to leave with me when I leave? Or do you want to continue with your lives and come with me after several years?" At the white-haired man's question, the girls looked at each other and then smiled. "We want to go with you when you have to leave," they all answered with beautiful smiles on their faces. "I understand, then I'll go take a shower. You can do whatever you like from now until we leave," said the white-haired man as he headed to the men's restrooms to take a long and well-deserved shower. After the white-haired man left for the baths, the girls stayed in the boys' room as certain doubts began to arise in everyone's mind. After finishing his shower, the white-haired boy returned to his room to find the girls waiting for him. This left him surprised, since he thought that the girls would be busy in their own business. "What's wrong?" asked the white-haired man. "We wanted to know. When are we leaving?" asked Lilith. "At sunset, since I have to attend an important meeting and you will accompany me," said the white-haired man as if nothing had happened. "Eh?" they all exclaimed after the shout. The white-haired man explained everything about being a demon, the social classes, the contracts and the rating game. Because of this, he reminded the girls of the doubt that had arisen. "What advantage do we have by becoming a demon?" asked Selena, raising her hand. "Let me see," said the white-haired man while he put his hand on his chin in a thoughtful way. "Almost eternal life. The only cause being death in combat. I already told this to Lies, but from now on you must be careful of the sacred elements, exorcists, and for nothing in the world say the name of God, because it will give you a very strong headache. Let's see what else. Being able to see in the dark, a considerable increase in your physical strength, magic power, and wings to fly." "Wings?" asked Akio, confused as well as the rest of the girls. At that, the white-haired man snapped his fingers, and a pair of devil wings appeared on the back of each of the girls, leaving them all surprised. "With them you will be able to fly," said the white-haired man. Before that, Lilith tried to fly but nothing happened. Then the others also tried to fly, but with the same result. Nothing, so they were sad. "I can help you." Ddraig's voice was heard coming from the white-haired man's left hand. "Are you sure about that, Ddraig?" asked the white-haired man. "I am a dragon and I have wings, so I can be of help. But for the process to be faster, you will have to come to the mental landscape." "How do we do that?" Lilith asked. "You must sleep with my partner touching you." At that, Lilith, Selena and Mira blushed while Lies, Rebecca, Yui and Levi smiled lasciviously. On their side, Akame and Arin didn't show any apparent reaction, and Akio kept his usual smile. "Isn't there another way?" Lilith asked, blushing. "Sadly, no." Hearing that, the girls resigned themselves to put together the two beds in the room so that the white-haired man would sleep in the center and the girls would sleep in the following order: Lilith and Mira on her right arm, Akio and Arin on her left arm, Selena and Levi on her right leg, Akame and Yui on her left leg, so that Lies and Rebecca using her chest as a pillow. Little by little they all fell asleep, and finally the white-haired man also fell asleep. Mental landscape. The girls were in a place that had water that could barely cover their feet, so the fact of walking on that element didn't make it difficult for them to advance. After a few minutes of walking they could feel a slight tremor that shook the place. When they turned around they could see a huge red dragon. Much bigger than Rebecca's dragon. They were ready to flee when. Well girls, I present to you the Welsh dragon Ddraig. Also known as the Red Emperor Dragon, Ddraig, these are my servants. Pleased to meet you, said all the girls in chorus. My pleasure, Ddraig replied. Well Ddraig, we are here. Now what do we do? Asked the white-haired man. First, girls, open your wings. The girls tried to comply with the dragon's request. But nothing happened. I thought it would happen. Partner give them a small energy shock on the back. The white-haired man did as his partner had told him, starting with Lilith, giving her a small energy shock on her back. Instantly her wings appeared, but this time she felt them different. She felt them as another part of her body. Then the white-haired man proceeded to do the same with the others with the same result. What happened? Asked Selena. Because they just reincarnated. Their wings were numb. So they needed some external power to release them. Well now Lilith saw me. Imagine moving the muscles of your back. When doing that the girl rises a few meters, the girls repeat the same thing that Lilith had done, and after a few moments they all start to rise. At the beginning, and like every new thing that is tried, the girls flew clumsily, but after several minutes of rehearsing the same flight control movements, like ascending, descending, accelerating, braking and stopping. These became much more fluid, and after mastering in a better way the movements previously mentioned, they all started to practice different pirouettes. But the girls wanted the white-haired man to accompany them in their flying classes, and now that they remembered, Issei had never used his devil wings during the time he had been with them. He always used the thrusters of his armor. Issei, why don't you come with us? Asked Rebecca. Well, I'm a little different from you, said the white-haired man scratching the back of his neck. What do you mean? Asked Lilith this time, who stopped right in front of Issei while she was floating a few centimeters away from the floor. Do this. Real world. A few hours later. Everyone was beginning to wake up. As they opened their eyes and looked out the window, they could see that it had been a few hours since they had fallen asleep. It must have been around the afternoon, as the first signs of dusk were beginning to appear. Well, I think it's time to leave, said the white-haired boy while the girls started to get up from the bed, allowing him to do the same. After that the white-haired boy went to the principal's office for two things. The first was to look for the payment for the work, and the second was to tell him that the Trinity 7 had decided to leave with him when they left. Before that statement, the director was a little surprised, but at the same time he was also aware of the importance that the white-haired boy had in the life of the Trinity 7, and if he left, it was likely that they would never see him again, so this would depress the girls, so he finally said. Issei-kun, take good care of them, said the director looking at the white-haired boy with a smile. Count on it, replied Issei with a smile. After that, the white-haired man helped the girls to pack their things, and using a magic circle, he sent the girls' things to Devil May Cry. Then the girls went to say goodbye to the students of the Bible Academy. Now they were flying at high speed in the direction of the Anne Sullivan Academy, since Rebecca had to inform that she would be moving academy and residence. The red-haired girl told Issei that the mentioned academy was quite far away, but since they were not part of it, she should go alone to report once they arrived. It was also a great inconvenience that they could not use a magic circle to go to the girls' academy, because Issei had never visited it. On the way, Issei told them what the meeting was about and why it was so important. They were all surprised since it was a meeting in which the peace or war between the three great factions would be decided. Even though they had been devils for a few hours, they understood the importance of the meeting. In all this business of going to the Anne Sullivan Academy, they had lost about 2 hours, so the meeting in Kuo should be about to begin. Once Rebecca was ready, the white-haired man used a magic circle to return to Devil May Cry, because unlike the Anne Sullivan Academy, the white-haired man knew exactly where it was. Devil May Cry dusk. Appearing out of a magic circle, the white-haired one and his girls found themselves in the reception of the white-haired one's store, and on his desk, the white-haired one found 11 capes next to a note that read, "See you at the meeting. Girls, put these on," said the white-haired man while he gave a cape to each of the girls. "By the way, Akame and Levi, since you have katanas, take them with you. I have a feeling that you will have to use them. On your side, Rebecca, keep your spear sealed. They might also wonder why they have to use those capes. It's for a surprise," said the white-haired man while he took something from one of the drawers of his desk and put it in one of his pants pockets. Normally he would go to the meeting with his battle suit, but Ryu had told him that it wasn't the right one, so now he was wearing his Kuo Academy uniform, while the girls on their side. The Trinity 7 were wearing the uniform of their old academy, Akane was wearing her black dress, and Rebecca was wearing the uniform of the Anne Sullivan Academy. After a few more arrangements, they all entered a magic circle courtesy of the white-haired man and disappeared inside the circle. Meeting room. Kuo Academy. Because they were waiting for Issei Haidu. Azazel was bored, Michael was meditating, and Serziches was nervous because a certain white-haired man had the idea of taking off for a few days to do some work. When he heard that from Serafal, he almost screamed but calmed down when the brunette told him that he would attend the meeting, but most likely he would be late. "Why are we waiting for that brat?" Azazel asked, annoyed. "I was surprised to hear that Issei Haidu was not there," said Michael, interrupting his meditation. "But we can't wait for him anymore, so." The red-haired man couldn't complete the sentence because he suddenly felt a powerful presence along with 10 others, but in less intensity. Suddenly a magic circle appears, alerting the Gremory and Citri Sekitos, who despite their ages were in charge of the security of the meeting. From the magic circle they see 11 hooded men appear. The aforementioned Sekitos were ready to attack the intruders, but they saw how Serafal approached the hooded man in the center. "You're just in time. Issei-chan." At the comment of the brunette Citri, everyone was surprised. "I missed you so much, Sarah-chan," said the hooded man in the center as he and the others took off their cloaks to reveal. The white-haired man with 10 girls who were so beautiful that they blushed Saji almost immediately, causing jealousy in Momo and Nomura. Sona was annoyed to see the white-haired man arrive with 10 beautiful girls by his side, while Rias, Akeno and Asia were in shock and extremely jealous. "How dare he if he already has me?" thought Akeno, biting his nails. "They are very cute, especially the one with the beret and one of those blondes and the orange-haired girl," thought Rias while biting his lower lip, giving a hurt look. "Issei-san. Change me," thought Asia, shattered and depressed. "Who are they and why are they with Issei-kun?" thought Irina, worried. When she noticed the hostile atmosphere that was forming and most of the unfriendly looks were focused on her maids, the white-haired man took a step forward. "Before anyone brave enough or foolish enough, depending on how you look at it. These girls come with me, they are my escort, and whoever messes with them before this meeting ends, and no matter what faction they belong to, will end up in the grave. I promise you," said the white-haired man while fleetingly his eyes turned red for a few seconds. "So, since we are all here, let's start with the meeting," said Serziches while he saw how the white-haired man and the girls that came with him stood on the wall behind him. He also noticed how the white-haired man looked at the silver-haired man behind Azazel, even though they were not doing anything. He could feel the tension that was generated by having the two celestial dragons in the same room. "Before we start, let me introduce you to my sister and her servants. Thanks to them we were able to stop Kakabiel the other day." "Good job. You have my gratitude," said a smiling Michael. "I'm so sorry that one of my boys caused you so much trouble," said Azazel as if it was nothing. Obviously that answer bothered several of the people present in the place, but suddenly a laughter started to be heard. At the beginning it was in a very low tone, but as the seconds passed it started to increase. To the point that everyone quickly found the owner of the laughter, and it was none other than the white-haired one. The white-haired man laughed loudly, holding his stomach. "What's so funny?" asked Azazel, annoyed since he was not only late but also interrupting the meeting, and in his opinion, if anyone should do that, it was him. "What?" Serziches said. "He," said the white-haired man while trying to calm down. It was an excellent joke to say that his sister and her servants were the ones who stopped Kakabiel. "So if it wasn't them, who was the one in charge of stopping Grigori's leader?" asked Michael. "Since the target is in this place." Looking at Vali. "Why don't you tell them how you found Kakabiel before taking him away?" said the white-haired man. Now all eyes were focused on the silver-haired man, who like Issei was leaning against the wall. He opened his eyes and proceeded to tell what he knew. "The truth is that I observed most of the battle that Rias Gremory and his servants held against Kakabiel, but during all that time, Kakabiel didn't even fight seriously. Until Issei Haidu intervened. When he entered the battle, Kakabiel became serious, but even so it wasn't enough. Issei Haidu's level was superior to Kakabiel's, and when I was about to finish with him, I intervened in the battle, and I took Kakabiel away." "Do you have proof that everything happened as Sekiryuutei told us?" asked Michael. "That's right. My sister before the meeting told me that she had additional information to add to her report that she would give in this meeting." "Rias, please show us what you have," said the older red-haired man. "Yes," exclaimed the redeed while she made some screens appear in the center of the room, above the table where Serziches, Serafal, Michael and Azazel were seated. After a few seconds, a video showing everything that happened during the incident with Kakabiel began to appear on the screens. Everyone was surprised to see the white-haired man's participation in the battle. In a few seconds he had not only made Kakabiel get serious, but he had done more damage on his own than all of Ria's team together. After a few minutes of video, Rias finished his report. Now after watching this, I would like to hear the fallen angel's version. Asked Sekiryuutei. There is not much to say about it, Kakabiel acted on his own. Said Azazel sighing. Are you saying you had nothing to do with this? Asked Michael. I just let him free to see what he was up to. I'm sure he didn't suspect that I would infiltrate the city. By the way, it's a very nice place. Don't change the subject. Said Sekiryuutei seriously. Oh, come on, I asked Sekiryuutei to take care of him, and he did. After that I sentenced Kakabiel to be frozen for eternity in casinos. He won't get out of there easily. Finished Azazel. The question here is, what motivated Kakabiel to go to this extreme? Although it is obvious that he was not satisfied with your decisions. Added Michael. Yes, it seems he was unhappy that the last war was half over. Personally, I'm not interested in causing a war at this time. Then he was an unstable person. Said Serafal seriously. That was totally opposite to the side she had shown with the white-haired man, since with him she was playful and quite cheerful. I've heard that you have problems too. Said Azazel, causing both Sekiryuutei and Serafal to harden their gaze. That has nothing to do with this case, we are here to discuss. The red-haired man tried to say but was interrupted by the fallen one. Forget about this boring nonsense, let's sign the peace treaty once and for all. Isn't that what everyone wants? Asked the leader of the fallen, looking at those present who were mostly surprised by the nonchalant ease with which he spoke about something as important as signing the peace between the three factions. There was an awkward silence in the room, a silence that was briefly interrupted by Michael. Those who started the war, God and the Satans, are gone after all. That sentence added Asia and Irina, who of all the young people present were the most affected by this fact. Issei's girls would be just as shocked and sad if it wasn't for Issei having told them on their way to the Anne Sullivan Academy, but they still found it hard to believe that God had died. That's why we have these two here, who while not part of our conflict, have the power to change the world. Of course I'm referring to Sekiryuutei and Sekiryuutei. I'd like to hear their opinions regarding what this meeting is trying to achieve. I just want to fight with strong people. Said Vali nonchalantly, causing a small laugh from Azazel. It doesn't take a war to find tough guys. Said Azazel. I thought you would say that. Vali replied. And then? Sekiryuutei, what do you think? Now all eyes in the room were focused on the Red Emperor Dragon Bear, who was shaking his head rhythmically while his eyes were closed. You see me shining, lit up with diamonds. Cause I stay grindin', aha. Homie, you can catch me swooping. Bentley coupe and switching lanes, haha. If you see me rolling, you know I'm holding. I'm bout my paper, yeah. At those words everyone was confused, but then Ryu, who had kept quiet during the whole meeting, approached the white-haired man. When he examined him, he could see a small light that could be seen through his pants. He quickly reached into the pocket where the small light came from, and what he took out was an MP4 player, and on the screen it read 50 Cent Disco Inferno. Looking towards the white-haired man's head, he could see some small headphones inserted in his ears. They were just the right size, so that no one would notice them at first glance. This annoyed the blue-haired man, who with his open hand hit the white-haired man's head, making him open his eyes and remove the headphones from his ears. Can I get you something, Ryu? Asked the white-haired man as if nothing had happened. Everyone was surprised, except Serafal and the girls of the white-haired boy, since the aforementioned had started to listen to music in the middle of the meeting, as if he wasn't interested in it. I asked you. What do you prefer, war or peace? Said Azazel, rather annoyed. Well, it's all the same to me. If you decide peace, I will have a lot of time to loaf around and many other things, and if you decide war, one will have more work, and I will get a lot of money, since my presence will be in great demand on the battlefield, but I will not work for free. The white-haired man's answer left everyone frozen. He literally didn't care what resolution was taken in this meeting. At that moment Issei received another blow in the head from Ryu, who was looking at him seriously. Remember your duty, Issei. Or do you want to end up locked up? Asked the blue-haired man with a terrified look. Well, since there are some whiners in this place, make peace like this. I'll save myself some trouble. Said the white-haired man with a shrug of his shoulders. Before that statement, Rias advanced furtively until she reached Issei's arm, since she felt that she was not able to continue in the meeting, since she was very nervous, and she needed the white-haired man to get courage. Everything happened in an instant. The room took a purple tone. For some reason Kiba, Zenobia and Irina had their swords invoked, and with an orange aura emanating from the blades of the blue-haired and the brown, while Kiba's sword emitted a blue aura, while the whole Citri team including Sona were paralyzed. Did they stop time? Asked the blonde Gremory. It seems so. We were not affected by our immense power. Said Azazel, referring to himself, Sekiryuutei, Serafal, Michael, Grafia and Ryu. We were not affected because we had our dragons, they because they have their sacral swords. But I don't know why Rias Gremory and those other girls can keep moving. Said Vali, referring to Issei's girls. Well, they have part of my power as a dragon, but I don't understand why Ria's Gremory can move," said the white-haired man looking at the red-haired girl with a face of few friends. "I'm fine thanks to you," said the Redeed, directing her gaze towards Issei's left arm, where she had her hand resting. The white-haired man, noticing this, quickly took his hand away from the Redeed and moved away from her, heading towards Lilith and the others. Everyone except Volley went to the window, and they could see how a strange magic circle appeared in the sky, and from it appeared hooded mages. These began to attack the troops that each faction leader had brought to have a security perimeter, and they could also notice that these were also frozen, unable to defend themselves. All those soldiers had been transformed into mere static targets in the middle of the sky above the academy, and even if they could move, they could not leave the academy, since it was covered by a dome-shaped barrier. "What has caused time to stand still?" Michael asked, looking out the window, as if the answer was somewhere outside the building. And to some extent he was right to look there. "I imagine they forced a half-vampire ability into Balance Breaker." "Half-vampire? And who is that?" "This is the first time he heard of him," asked the white-haired man curiously. "Very few people have the ability to stop time." At Surzich's comment, both Issei and Liis averted their gaze. "Most likely he is in the clutches of the enemy. There is nothing more insulting than terrorists using a member of my entourage as a weapon," the Redeed said angrily. "There's my answer. Is your entourage only good for attracting trouble?" asked the white-haired man in annoyance. "Unfortunately we can't stay here and do nothing. If Gaspar Kun's power becomes stronger, even we could be frozen," said the older Redeed seriously. The white-haired man was on the one hand amused and on the other hand annoyed, as the time-stopping effect of the guy called Gaspar didn't compare to his Quicksilver, as this time-stopping effect had limitations to stop things, while with his own ability there was no such limitation. Even Liis's ability was more complete in that sense, and on the other hand, it bothered him that he could override the Redeed servant's power, but that would mean that everyone would find out that he can stop time, and with that some of his tricks in combat would be revealed. "Whatever. We have to do something about that half-vampire, it's too dangerous to fight with his powers unleashed," said Azazel as he watched his soldiers dropping like flies. "Ani-sama. I have an unused tower in the club building," said the Redeed. "Baruch. Are you going to castle? Although it's a good idea. We can't send you alone," said the Redeed as a certain white-haired man moved out of his line of sight as he sensed the red-haired bastard was going to want to send him as his sister's escort. "Gaspar is part of my family. I'll bring him back personally," said the Redeed with determination. "If we could borrow Surzich's Sama's power, we could send someone else with a lady," said Grafia. At the comment of his queen, the Redeed focused his vision on the white-haired man. He was aware that the relationship between the aforementioned and his younger sister was not going well at all, but still he didn't want anything to happen to Rias. "All you have to do is kill the terrorists and the half-vampire." "Do you want me to do it?" asked Volley with a smile. "I agree with the target. That would save us a lot of trouble," said Issei, tearing the Redeed apart as she wanted to think that Issei was joking when he said he didn't care if she or her entourage lived or died, but now she had confirmed it when she heard him support Volley's idea. "That's not a feasible option. I hope you both understand, we are trying to negotiate peace," Azazel said with a bored look. "I can't stand by and do nothing," said Volley. "Then why don't you go play with our friends out there? I'm sure they would love to have Sekiryuutei as a play partner." "Alright," said Volley while making his dragon wings appear. They were wings with 4 blue-colored energy cells. After this, Volley went out of the window, flying like a bullet until he positioned himself in the middle of all the enemy mages, putting on his white armor. Upon seeing him, all the enemy mages focused on him as a target to destroy, but their attacks did not even touch the armor, as multiple quite small magic circles appeared the moment an attack was a few centimeters away from the armor. From his hand, Volley made a sphere of white energy emerge, from which multiple lightning bolts of the same color emerged, which wiped out all the mages in a fairly wide radius, but even so more mages kept appearing from the magic circle that was in the sky. "Well, now it remains to see who will go with Rias to save Gaspar Kun," Surzic said. "Issei Kun, I need." "I refuse," said the white-haired man immediately, interrupting the older red-headed man. "As I was saying, I need you too." "I refused," the white-haired man repeated again. "You didn't listen to me. This is too dangerous to send Rias alone, and his queen was also frozen. It seems that you haven't listened to me either. It's okay for me to do any job, but today I don't feel like being the nanny of your sister or any of her servants, and don't give me the bullshit that it's to promote the good relationship between me and the Gremory house. If to do that I have to go with her," pointing at the Redeed, "then the relationship can go to hell." Seeing that the white-haired man wouldn't go for good, Ryu approached the red-haired man and said something to his ear just for him to listen. After hearing what Ryu said to him, the red-haired man only let out a loud sigh. "Issei Kun. If you accept, I'll pay you whatever you ask for," said the red-haired man, since even today he was still hoping that Issei would fight for rias once again as he did a long time ago. "That's fine. But I'll also take one of them," he said, pointing to the girls of his entourage. "Since I don't like to be in Rias Gremory's company and I might accidentally miss a shot straight to his head." "Alright, but you will have to lend me some power to send more people into the magic circle," said the red-haired man. "That's why, don't worry," said the white-haired man while he began to gather energy in his gauntlet until he gathered an energy increase of level 6. He quickly transferred this energy to the red-haired man who felt his power growing enormously. "And now let's see. I'll take with me Rebecca, the others. If you have the opportunity to finish with some of our friends outside, do it, and just in case, I authorize the use of excessive force." When they were about to disappear in the magic circle, Azazel stopped them and gave them 2 bracelets, one for Issei since according to the Fallen One, it would help him to use his balance breaker, and another one for when they recovered Gasper, since that bracelet would help to keep his powers under control. The white-haired man put the bracelet on his left arm, but with a face of "this crap won't do me any good," and he was right, since he could already use the balance breaker. After this, Rias, Issei and Rebecca disappeared in a magic circle, and after these disappeared, a piece of tower appeared in the room. The cultism club room. Once the 3 teenagers appeared, they quickly went in search of Gasper and Kaneko who, according to what Rias had told her, had stayed with Gasper to protect him. As they advanced through the corridors of the club, they could see a huge explosion coming from the building where the faction leaders were, and the next thing they could see was Azazel with all his wings spread out, fighting in the sky against a woman that Rias identified as the direct descendant of the ancient Mao Leviathan. They immediately continued on their way to where Gasper and Kaneko should be. Rias, upon encountering a closed door, simply blew it to pieces using a sphere of his power of destruction. Once they were inside, the first thing they saw was Kaneko and Gasper trapped in a sort of complicated circuit of magic circles that kept them suspended in the air and restricted their movements. Around them, multiple hooded mages looked surprised at the 3 devils in front of them as they had disabled their transport circles. "But you? Please kill me. If you do, my power won't cause them any more problems," said the one that seemed to be a boy dressed in the female uniform of the Kuo Academy. "Don't talk nonsense. I had already told you when you became part of my family to look for the life that would make you happy. Gasper, I will never abandon you," said Rias with a warm smile. "Sorry to interrupt the moment. But what's wrong with your friend?" said one of the wizards, pointing to the white-haired man who seemed to be rapping as the movement of his hands and his head indicated it. "I been drinking and smoking holding shit cause a brother can't focus. I gotta get to home for the popo scope this big all excursion. Swerving all up in the curve, man. Nigga been sippin' on that Hennessy and the gin again is in. Began we in the wind. Going 100 while I puff on the blunt. And rollin' another one up, we livin' like we ain't givin' a fuck. I got a revolver in my right hand, 40 ounces on my lap freezing. My balls. Give me a moment," said Rebecca as she went through the white-haired man's pockets, finding his MP4 player again, but now the screen read "Chamillionaire. Right in feet. Crazy bone." Seeing this, the Redhead realized that everything she had talked to the white-haired man moments before. He hadn't listened to her. He had ignored her for a simple music player. An electronic device was more important in his life than her. Rebecca quickly removed the headphones from the white-haired man's ears, who, feeling the music fading away, became angry and opened his eyes quickly. "Who was it?" exclaimed the white-haired man, looking for the person responsible for interrupting his moment of listening to music, and he could see how Rebecca was aiming at the mages in front of him. Quickly the white-haired man changed to his battle suit and took out ebony and ivory. They opened fire seconds later against the mages that barely had some miserable daggers to defend themselves in case their enemies attacked in melee. The result after the shots was not very nice. All the mages fell to the ground, most of them with their heads pierced in several points, starting to create a large pool of blood. After the death of those mages, what was holding Gasper and Kaneko vanished in small particles of light. Rias was surprised of the coldness with which the white-haired one finished with those mages. For a second she imagined her and her entourage being in the place of those poor mages, and the result of that vision left her terrified. The white-haired one put away his pistols, and then he approached Gasper, and with a quick movement, he placed Gasper's bracelet on his left arm. "This will help to keep your powers under control, midget, now if you don't mind. We must leave, there's still work to do," said the white-haired man as he left the room, followed by Rebecca. Both were heading to where their girls and the others were. Rias didn't have time for the reunion and had to follow the white-haired man as fast as she could so he wouldn't leave her behind. Issei's girls were eliminating opponent mages with ease, since Issei had told them, "I authorized the use of excessive force that left them free to fight as they wanted." Those who were leading the table of kills were Levi, Akame, Akio and Mira. The four of them were fighting for the first place at the table, followed by the other Trinity 7, and far behind them were Kiba, Zenobia and Irina, who had been overshadowed by the new girls. In an instant a group of mages were about to attack from behind Lies and Selena, who were focused on the opponents in front of them and were not aware that they had enemies in their rear. When they felt the presence of the mages they turned around, only to see how they were literally turned into sieves with clean shots. "Are you girls alright?" All the girls turned to look in the direction where the voice came from and could see that it was the white-haired man with Rebecca, followed by Rias, Kaneko and Gasper. The girls saw the white-haired man arrive and ran to his side and told him how many they had eliminated. The white-haired man listened happily, happy to know that his girls had lived up to his expectations. While that was happening, Rias left Gasper in her brother's hands while she joined the battle. Gasper, seeing how everyone was fighting, felt the need to also be useful in the battle. That would never have happened before, but in the previous days when Rias had released him to go out. WolfDeath had told him about his former pawn that despite having a power that was extremely dangerous, he always went ahead despite all adversities. It was then that Gasper asked him for the name of that servant, and the WolfDeath answered, his name was Issei Haidu. From that day Gasper wished to be like Issei, a person who did not hesitate to put himself in danger to protect his loved ones. So standing up, Gasper gathered his strength and exclaimed, "But you?" Rias turned to look at him. "I want to be a man. And to be able to live up to your expectations." Gasper held the bracelet and removed it. At that moment a lot of energy was expelled from the boy's body, illuminating the whole place and giving back the mobility to all those who were frozen, and at the same time freezing the time of the wizards who were still in the place, and also managed to fade the magic circle through which the enemy wizards were accessing the academy. After having done that, Gasper began to stagger and almost fell backwards, but was caught in time by Asia. "What's wrong?" asked a blonde Gremory. "There is no time for explanations. Everyone lend me your power," said Rias, taking flight. "Hi, but you," said Akeno, changing into her priestess robes. "I will use this fight to impress Issei-kun." "Hi. The red-haired girl created a huge magic circle and then threw it out. "The Kazuchiyo," exclaimed Akeno, directing the lightning against the WolfDeath's magic circle, which upon contact produced many more lightning bolts that began to eliminate a large number of enemy mages who could do nothing to defend themselves. After this, Tsubaki and Sona entered the battle. While Sona was acting as a shield with her magic circle, Tsubaki was attacking with her Naginata. "Very well, we can't stay behind. Girls, continue with the rhythm you had until before I appeared, and remember the use of excessive force is completely authorized," said the white-haired man with a malicious smile while materializing his gauntlet. Boost. Explosion. Dragon shoot. The white-haired man fired his dragon shoot with a power of level 14. It would have been much easier to have used his cannon destroyer, since with it, he would have eliminated all the remaining enemies, including the descendant of the ancient Leviathan, but he considered this fight not worthy of using one of his best weapons. Everyone was amazed by the destructive power of the white-haired man's attack, as he had wiped out all of the remaining enemies to the point that not even the ashes were left. "That boy. He has too much power," said Kateria. "That's the first time I've seen him use that kind of power. But don't even dream that that boy would join you in this fight, because before you appeared he said he wanted peace." "Shut up, Azazel," exclaimed Kateria in annoyance. "Alright, it's time to stop playing games," said Azazel as he pulled out a miniature spear of sorts from his coat with a purple orb at the tip of the spear's shaft. "That's it," said Kateria nervously as she had an idea of what it might be. "This is a magnificent tool of war, the fruit of my hobby, which is far more interesting than any war. Balance breaker." After saying this, the leader of the fallen was enveloped in a golden light. Once the light dissipated, Azazel could be seen covered by a golden and purple armor, with his 12 fallen wings on his back, sticking out through his armor. This is the materialization of the downfall dragon, the armor of the Dragon King. Great, what I was missing. Another idiot in dragon armor. As if that one over there wasn't enough, said the white-haired man, annoyed, referring to Vali, who for a while now wasn't doing anything, he was just floating there. "Damn it," Kateria exclaimed as she threw herself against Azazel, who was preparing his light spear. Slash. With a simple flick of his wrist, Azazel made a diagonal slash from Kateria's belly to her left shoulder, leaving her severely wounded. "The new world is coming and there is no place for you in it," Kateria exclaimed as her arms lengthened and split into smaller arms that grabbed Azazel's left arm. "If I can assassinate one of the leaders of the 3 great factions, I don't mind losing my life," Azazel said as he sliced off his left arm with a clean movement. one arm. He started to speak again as he threw his light spear at Kateria. The spear hit her forehead, disintegrating it immediately. That's all it's worth. He cut off his own arm. You have to admit he has balls. Yes sir. Exclaimed the white-haired man in amusement. Azazel's armor dissipated. As it did so, the fallen man created a magic circle over his wound to stop the bleeding, while catching the purple orb that was slowly falling down. I think it still needs improvement, said Azazel, kissing the orb in his right hand. Stay with me a little longer, Dragon King Fafnir. Now Azazel could see all the devastation caused during the combat that the youngsters had had against those wizards, of which now only remains and some identifiable corpses were left. This is what I call a massacre, said Azazel, but an attack from behind sent him forcefully to the ground, crashing hard into the side of the white-haired man, creating a medium-sized crater. Can you tell who the asshole is that's throwing crap? Said the white-haired man between amused and annoyed. Azazel came out of the crater he had created when he hit the ground. That's how it's going to be, right Vali? Said the fallen man looking at Vali in the sky. I'm sorry Azazel, but this side looked more fun. So the traitor hiding among us is none other than the Sekiryuutei, said Issei with a detective-like air. Hey Vali, I want to ask you something, said Azazel spreading his wings, putting himself at Vali's height. Shamhaza, my vice-governor, noticed that the rebels of the three great factions were uniting. Under the name of Cow's Brigade, isn't it? The group of rebels. There aren't many who can control a group of guys like that, said Seraphil a little worried. And their leader is none other than Ouroboros dragon, Office. Office? It can't be, exclaimed Rias in alarm. Is it a dragon? Asked the white-haired man to the air. The dragon god of infinity, feared even by God, is the strongest of all dragons. I'm certainly working with Office, but none of us want to dominate the world. Some idiots came to us looking for power, answered Vali. That explains one or two things, as I thought you were getting along too well with Kateria, or maybe it's because neither of us could get Mau's throne, said Azazel. Mau? Asked Seraphil a bit confused. What do you mean? Asked Rias seriously. My name is Vali Lucifer, said Vali, introducing herself with her first and last name. It can't be, exclaimed Rias, refusing to believe what he had heard. I possess the blood of the original Lucifer, the grandson of the ancient Mau. Lucifer is my father, and he married a human woman. I'm a half-demon. I see. A half-demon. We never suspected it, said Serziches. Although he carries the blood of a Mau, his human side allowed him to be the bearer of the vanishing dragon. It's hard to believe that such a guy exists, explained Azazel. I think the word miracle was created especially for me, said Vali, while 4 pairs of demonic wings emerged from his back. His wings, said Asia. Odd, said Michael. Of all the vanishing dragon hosts, past, present and future, this man is the strongest of all, said Azazel. The strongest? Issei repeated, as he was interested due to the fact that he himself held the title of the strongest Sekiryuutei, and a fight between the 2 strongest bearers of the celestial dragons was tantalizing. Issei Haidu? Exclaimed Vali, catching the attention of the white-haired man. Fate is a cruel business, don't you think? Eh? What do you mean? Asked the white-haired man curiously. With the power of a Mau and a dragon, I am the most powerful of all. And you on the other hand are a mere devil who knows how to use a sword and a pair of pistols, that although you do it in an amazing way doesn't make much difference. And before that you were just a human. An average high school boy. What I mean is that without your boosted gear you're nothing, even if we add your skills with your sword and pistols, it's still boring. You're pitiful and a bit of a laugh too, our sacred gear are fatal nemesis. But our skills are like heaven and hell. Too uneven. Why? Asked the white-haired man disinterestedly. I know. You'll be consumed by revenge. After. Before you complete that sentence, I'll ask you something. Can you time travel? Issei asked, interrupting him. No. Well then, save the threat because someone already beat you to it. You had a second chance, but someone who was weak also beat you again recently. But if you want to fight, you only have to ask for it because after all, who am I to deny you your wish? Balance breaker boosted gear scale male. The white-haired man materialized his armor, and as it had happened the previous time, he still had some cracks on the chest of his armor. Alright motherfucker. Let's see whether or not this average student can kick your ass. Issei exclaimed with a voice that to many, including Vali, seemed to be full of anger. Look Albion. Issei Haidu's power has just grown exponentially, said Vali in amusement. The power of a sacred gear comes from the will of its user, and such seems to feel a great anger against you. Anger, of all feelings, is the most effective in empowering a dragon, said the white dragon. In that case, he is a better host for a dragon than I am, said Vali, focusing on where the white-haired man was, but to his surprise, Issei was not there anymore. Are you going to keep on talking all night long? Said Issei, appearing in front of Volley with the blade of Ascalon emerging from the tip of his left gauntlet, attacking the Poliplatino with a frontal thrust, which he managed to evade very narrowly. Dragon Slayer. Even a light slash is going to cause a lot of damage, Albion said to Volley. So all I have to do is dodge, said Volley as both he and Issei began to expel their auras with force, their red-white auras, giving them the appearance of a comet. Bang. Both dragons began to collide repeatedly at an extreme speed as they moved through the sky of the academy like two lightning bolts. One white and the other red. Issei. Rias tried to join the battle but was stopped by Surzich's. Let me go, Ani-sama. The auras of those two have exceeded the limits, you will burn to death if you get close. And that goes for you too, said Surzich's, looking at his sister and then looking at the girls of Issei's entourage who, like Rias, wanted to enter the battle but understood that this battle was out of their category. But I can't just stand by and watch, said Rias with sadness in her voice as she looked at the two dragons hitting each other again with force. You're not as weak as you look, but you're still no match for me, Volley exclaimed as he kicked Issei in the stomach, sending the white-haired man straight to the ground. Divide. As he fell, the white-haired man's energy was drained and after that he crashed hard on the ground, skidding a few meters. Right, I forgot. That bastard can divide the strength of the enemies he touches and make it his own, said Issei while standing up and rubbing his shoulders. Issei-chan. Seraphol exclaimed in concern as she knew her fiancé had an enviable regenerative ability, but it didn't take away the fact that it hurt to see him get hit. I'm fine, Sarah-chan. Don't worry about me. Issei. You have to win, Lilith exclaimed loudly. Yes. As she said this, the gem on her left gauntlet began to glow. All the girls are watching. I'm going to win, she exclaimed loudly as she raised her left arm. Boost. I see, said Volley, while small red particles emanated from his wings that caught the attention of the white-haired man, since the normal particles that emanated from Volley's wings were blue in color. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Asked the white-haired man curiously. He's discharging the power he can't contain through his wings that allows him to be always at his maximum power, said Ddraig, explaining the situation to his companion. So, even if he is the strongest Sekiryuutei, he has his limits, said the white-haired man, observing how the particles Volley created two large spheres of power, one for each hand. I just remembered, when you fought against Kakabiel. You fought to protect your friends. Then, I should kill your friends before I kill. Volley again was interrupted, but this time it was by the white-haired man's laughter. The white-haired man laughed loudly. If I fought against Kakabiel it was merely because I was bored. At that clarification Volley decided to change the target of his attacks. So, what if he attacked the girls you brought with you? And also the Mau Seraphol Leviathan that from what I've seen are quite close, exclaimed the white-haired man while he sent the two spheres against Rebecca and Lilith, who were surprised to see those huge energy spheres approaching them with great speed. In an instant the white-haired man appeared and used himself as a shield to defend both girls. Hey. Over here, exclaimed Volley about to hit Seraphol, who was ready to defend herself, but Issei appeared to ram Volley upwards and with great force, starting both of them to gain height quickly. Son of a bitch. I'm getting sick of your shit, Issei exclaimed as he continued to ascend without letting go of Volley. Hate me, arrest me. Turn those feelings into power and use that power to amuse me. Issei Haidu, said Volley while he made several magic circles appear between him and the white-haired man. The mentioned magic circles began to damage Issei's armor, forcing him to let go of Volley for a few seconds. Ddraig, transfer your power to Ascalon. Transfer. As he did this, Issei's left arm began to emit an orange aura, and without wasting any time, he delivered a powerful punch to Volley's head, a punch that broke one of the sides of the Poliplatino's helmet. I got you. Now Ddraig, Issei exclaimed as he grabbed Volley by the shoulders with force. Transfer. Issei's power began to transfer to Volley. Seeing this everyone was surprised as the white-haired man was giving power to the Poliplatino. Volley's armor was covered with a greenish aura, while his wings began to change from blue to green very quickly. The speed with which the particles emanated from his wings also accelerated considerably. I will increase your absorption and emission in such a way that I will put your system into overload. It will be to such an extent that your wings won't be able to take it. Volley. We're going into overload. We must move away and regain control of our power. Take the power of a dragon slayer. Issei exclaimed as he threw a powerful punch with his left fist in the middle of the Poliplatino's chest, shattering the white dragon armor into pieces. Before his armor was completely shattered, Volley, taking advantage of the fact that his legs were still covered by the armor, gave a powerful kick also in the center of Issei's chest, destroying in the same way the white-haired man's armor. Except for the gauntlets that covered both arms of the aforementioned. After this, Vali fell to his knees on the ground while spitting some blood. Cough. Hehehe. Impressive. Said Vali while wiping a small trickle of blood that fell down one of the sides of his mouth. You shattered my sacred gear. Not bad. You really are my rival. Now the Poliplatino easily rebuilt his armor in its entirety. What does this mean? Asked Rias, surprised since she thought, like many of those present, that once Vali's armor was destroyed, he would not be able to get it back, and they were also worried about Issei since, before their eyes, the white-haired man was using his balance breaker, thanks to the bracelet that Azazel gave him, but he did not show any signs of being able to rebuild his armor. You may already know this. But that's how we fight. It's not over until the opposing host can't stand up. Ddraig explained. Good to know. But I think that's enough of games. Said the white-haired man while looking at Vali, who already had his armor 100% restored. Well, Vali, I must tell you that I've had fun, but it's time to end this. And that I agree with you. It's time to finish you. Said the white-haired man defiantly, but suddenly he could see how the white-haired man started to laugh. What's the joke? None, just that I remembered what you said before. The word miracle was created for me. But you don't even know what a real miracle is capable of. Said Issei while he started to rise. While rising, he took one of the jewels from Vali's armor that had been left lying on the ground when he had destroyed the armor of the aforementioned one. Suddenly the white-haired man was enveloped in a pillar of intense crimson light, so intense that the image of the white-haired man was lost inside the pillar. Everyone, even Vali, was surprised. But more than anyone, Azazel could notice how the energy as well as the temperature around the pillar was increasing. Taking out what seemed to be a tablet, he directed the device to where the pillar of light was, and the machine began to process the data it had captured, and the result that Azazel obtained surprised him even more. It can't be. Exclaimed Azazel, calling the attention of everyone present except for Vali, who was still focused on that crimson pillar. Damn. It can't be that this guy has that huge source of energy. What do you mean, Azazel? Michael and Serziches asked, intrigued. Look at this. Said the fallen man, showing them the screen of his tablet. In it you could see the coordinates of the exact place where the pillar of light was located, and from that same pillar, you could see how the energy began to expand at an incredible rate. The center of that energy source is more than 6,000 degrees. Exclaimed the red-haired and the blonde at the same time. It's the same temperature as the surface of the sun. Said Azazel, exalted. If the center of that source of energy is Issei-kun, said Serziches worriedly. That means that when that boy comes out of that pillar, he will have the same energy as the sun. This is something incredible. Shouted Azazel, giving vent to all his amazement that quickly spread to those who were close to them, since they all had the same question. How was it possible that someone had the same energy as the sun? On his side, Vali had also heard what Azazel shouted, and now he was happier than ever, as his rival had that ace up his sleeve that had resulted in something incredible. For a moment Vali could have sworn he saw two green flashes coming from inside the pillar. Are you ready, Ddraig? The white-haired man asked mentally. Whenever you want, partner. Exclaimed Ddraig positively. Suddenly everyone could see how the pillar began to become unstable, and after a few seconds the pillar collapsed in a powerful wave of wind, heat and light that blinded everyone present for a few moments. When everyone could regain their vision, what they saw left them surprised. A crimson-red armor, without any crack, very bright and shiny. But what stood out the most was that on its back, it had a pair of wings similar to those of the Sekiryuutei, but they differed in that the energy cells of the wings of the red armor were green in color. Now I will introduce myself. The voice of the white-haired man was heard, who was able to take a quick glance of everyone around him, who were looking at him with their mouths wide open. My real name is not Issei. What do you mean by that? Asked Vali, intrigued. Is he really going to say it? Thought Serziches, Grafia, Ryu, Serafol and Rias. My name is Issei Sparda. Son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda. Leaving everyone present surprised, including Vali, since he had heard of that legend, a devil much more powerful than the Lucifer that was his own ancestor. And as I told you before, Vali, you have no idea what a true miracle is capable of creating. Said Issei while from his back emerged 7 pairs of demonic wings. Just like you, my human part allowed me to be the bearer of the Welsh dragon. If that is so, this boy, of all the past, present and future hosts of the Welsh dragon, is the strongest of all. Said Azazel while still not believing that this boy was the son of the legendary Dark Knight. But you are just like me. Hahaha. You don't get it. I am a true miracle and you want to scare me by changing your armor a little bit and showing me your wings. Who do you think you are? Asked Vali, keeping his astonishment for what was now standing in front of him. You're the one who doesn't understand. This armor not only changed a little, this armor is my real armor, since with the one I was wearing before I couldn't give all my potential. But if you don't want to understand me with words, I'll show you. The white-haired man made a gesture with his hand, inciting Volley to attack him, causing him to get angry. Otherwise, I'll prove you wrong by force. Stupid. Exclaimed the silver-haired man, throwing himself against the white-haired man while preparing a punch. You're nobody. Issei dodged with a slight movement of his shoulders the attack of Volley, who continued long due to his speed. Quickly Volley tried to attack him with a punch from his back, but the white-haired again evaded him without problems. The Poliplatino, seeing that none of his attacks connected, began to perform a combination of fists and punches. Issei began to make a combination of punches and kicks in all directions against the white-haired man, but he evaded everything very easily. In one of the punches, Issei, due to his speed, produced the vision of disappearing and appearing in the same place, managing to avoid the attack of the white-haired man. Volley, seeing that he could not fight melee, retreated a few meters from the back of Issei, who did not turn to see him. He was simply floating while looking towards the horizon. Taking advantage of that, Volley created a sphere of energy and threw it to the white-haired man. The white-haired man could feel Volley's attack approaching. He quickly turned around and with his fist hit the sphere that the Poliplatino had thrown at him, returning it to its creator, who, seeing how his attack was about to hit him, moved aside as fast as he could, losing sight of the white-haired man. Issei appeared in front of Volley and delivered a powerful kick to Volley's helmet, shattering the helmet and causing the white-haired man to bend backwards while his nose started to gush blood. What did you mean? He was nobody. The white-haired man asked, amused as he saw how Volley stood up straight again, and he could see how he had blood coming out of his nose. I'll send you straight to hell. Exclaimed Volley while he regenerated his armor helmet again. That's right. I'm still missing this. Said the white-haired man as he lifted the jewel he had taken before wrapping himself in that pillar of light and turned away from Volley. Even for you this is too dangerous. Are you sure you want to do this, partner? You might die. Of course. I promised the girls that I would never leave them alone, and I intend to keep my promise. Issei exclaimed with determination. That's my boy. By the power of the red dragon. We're going to get out of this alive, buddy. Ready, Issei Sparda? I was born ready. Now what are you up to? Asked Volley, ready to stop any of Issei's attacks. Vanishing dragon, Volley, I'm going to take your power. Exclaimed Issei while embedding the blue jewel in his right arm. The reaction caused Issei's arm to start emitting a light that changed from blue to green successively. You could also see how the white-haired man was holding his right arm, as it seemed that his arm was suffering a very big power discharge, but thanks to his regenerative capacity and his immunity to pain, he did not emit any kind of scream. Are you planning to take my power? Volley asked incredulously. The pretty boy was able to fuse demonic and sacral power into one sword, and if a loser like him was able to do that, I see no downside in me trying to do this. I'm going to take your power of reduction and absorption and give it to me, sacred gear. What nonsense. The two of us are opposite beings by nature. What you are trying to do is simple suicide. Albion, during my stay with this host, I learned that thanks to its power, the Sparda lineage is capable of accomplishing anything and is able to make the impossible possible. If my father could accomplish all those feats, I can accomplish this without any problem. Evolve according to my will. Vanishing dragon power is taken. After this, the right glove of Issei's new armor changed color to white, but it was a much brighter white than the white of Volley's armor. I guess you can call it the dividing gear. Said Issei, amused as he bumped his fists. Now I have everything to sweep the floor with you. Impossible, this should be impossible. Exclaimed Albion inside Volley. If it wasn't for your regenerative ability, this could have cost you your life, and if you didn't die, your life expectancy would have been reduced quite a bit. Ddraig said to the white-haired man. That's good to know, since there are still many things I want to do. Now Volley. Let's continue where we left off. Exclaimed the white-haired man, ready for battle. In a second, Volley appeared in front of Issei and delivered a powerful punch in the stomach that made the white-haired man double over. Then he gave him an elbow in the back of the neck, then a kick in the face, sending him upwards. Appearing above him, Volley gave him a hammer blow and sent the Pelo Blanco against the ground, who due to the force of the impact created a large crater. But Volley did not stop there, as he began to shoot bursts of energy against the crater where the Pelo Blanco was, increasing its depth. When he stopped, he could see that the crater, due to his constant energy blasts, was covered by debris that would have jumped out during his furious attack. The Poliplatino looked satisfied at the result of his attack. Suddenly, from under the debris, a red glow could be seen, and after that all the debris jumped into the air, leaving the white-haired man, who was rising calmly from the crater. The most incredible thing was that the white-haired man's armor did not have a scratch or even dirty. I would like you to be a little more serious with your way of attacking. Said the white-haired man with his arms crossed. If you want to hurt someone, this is what you have to do. Now the white-haired man extended his left hand and created an energy sphere of red color, the size of a tennis ball, and threw it to the white-haired man. Seeing the size of the attack, Volley was not surprised and waited for the attack from the front, but when the sphere was a few centimeters from his body, it expanded and grew in an incredible way until it was the size of Volley, hitting him full and causing a violent explosion. The sphere continued its way to the sky and crossed a barrier as if nothing. Getting lost in the night sky of the city of Kuo. "What did you think?" asked a white-haired man in amusement. Everyone was expectant, waiting for the cloud of smoke to dissipate so they could see what state Volley was in. When the cloud of smoke dissipated, what they saw left them surprised. Volley's armor was again in pieces, and his body was full of wounds that bled considerably. Now Issei was approaching Volley, who was looking incredulously as the supposed boy that without his boosted gear nothing was beating him up, but he still didn't understand why his attacks failed to damage the white-haired guy. "I'll tell you why you're failing," said the white-haired boy as if reading the white-haired boy's thoughts. "You're failing because you can't match my moves. You're a bastard," Volley exclaimed as he tried to prepare a punch to throw it against the white-haired man, but the white-haired man went ahead and connected one of his own in the face. Then he tried to kick him, but the white-haired man just caught the leg with which he was attacking him and threw him against the ground with a lot of strength. Everyone was surprised since Volley, who was said to be the strongest Sekiryuutei, was not able to return an attack to Issei since he evaded them very easily. "I've had enough. I'm going to send this whole place to hell," Volley exclaimed furiously while he took flight with his repaired armor, but it was obvious that he was exhausted. His body was too resentful due to the punishment he had received from Issei. Have to mention. After this, Volley's wings grew and from them a kind of slingshot began to be emitted. The Poliplatino stretched one of his hands in the direction of the school building, and it began to shrink. "It's bending the space. That's very dangerous," exclaimed Michael. "I see that you have incredible powers," said Issei happily, throwing himself against Volley, hitting him with a powerful right to the chin, interrupting the ability of the silver-haired boy. Seeing his ability cancelled, Volley tried to hit Issei, but Issei disappeared from in front of him and appeared behind his back while kicking him hard, cracking the impacted armor area. Both saw each other for a few seconds, and the two disappeared to reappear a little further from where they were, but when they appeared what was seen was Issei giving a left in the head to the Poliplatino, breaking the helmet of his armor. When said helmet broke, it could be seen that Volley had a trickle of blood falling down his face. "I told you that if you wanted to succeed in your attacks, you had to be able to match my moves," said Issei amused. At that comment, Volley got very angry and in a burst of speed, tried to give a powerful right to Issei, but he placed his arms in an X shape, blocking the powerful attack. The Poliplatino could see how a kind of orange barrier covered the area of the armor that had been hit by his attack, and the armor did not have any scratches. "You see? Shut up, cheater," said the Poliplatino while he started another combination of punches and kicks in order to attack the Pelablanco, but the latter simply evaded his attacks or stopped them with his legs. "You have an advantage for having the blood of Sparda. Don't talk nonsense. You also have the blood of an ancient devil running through your veins. What's wrong? Why don't you hit me? Look. Only my legs are enough to defend me," said the white-haired man, provoking the silver-haired man. "You bastard," exclaimed Volley, creating a sphere of energy that due to the distance between both dragons had to cause a lot of damage when it hit the white-haired man, but he deflected the sphere of energy with one of his legs before the sphere could finish generating correctly, leaving the white-haired man very frustrated and depressed. The white-haired man removed the helmet from his armor and showed a smile. "Come on, don't get depressed like that. I'm surprised too. I never imagined that I would make a fool of the strongest Sekiryuutei," said the white-haired man, increasing his smile. Now Issei put his helmet back on and disappeared from everyone's sight. The next thing they could see was Volley's body that started to shake violently, and his armor was starting to fill with cracks. After about 10 seconds seeing the same thing, they could see what was causing that effect on the Poliplatino. It was Issei who appeared after finishing his attack on Volley. "Damn it, stop moving, you worm," exclaimed Volley with fury in his voice, throwing a random punch trying to hit Issei, but Issei dodged it and kneed him in the stomach. After this, Volley expelled a large amount of energy, momentarily mowing down everyone. When they recovered their vision, they could see that Issei was still, but there was a strange buzzing sound coming from around the body of the white-haired man. When they saw what was happening, they were stunned. Volley threw punches at an incredible speed, but Issei evaded them without much effort. Taking advantage of an opening, Issei hit him with a powerful right in the stomach and then another in the side of his head, pushing the white-haired man away from his range of action. But it didn't end there. Issei extended his left hand and fired a powerful energy blast directly against Volley. When his attack stopped, the results of the attack could be seen. Volley's armor had multiple holes, and his wounds were more serious than before. It seemed that at any moment he would fall unconscious. "What happened? Don't tell me that you will finish this without provoking me to fight seriously," said the white-haired man a little serious, taking advantage of the moment Vali shot him an energy sphere, which hit him full, creating a big explosion, and a big cloud of smoke covered the white-haired man's body. After the cloud of smoke dissipated, it could be seen how his armor was completely covered by an orange energy, a kind of barrier that covered the entire armor. After a few seconds that energy disappeared. "Well, I'm tired of bothering you. I think it's time to finish you," said Issei seriously. "What? What did you say?" asked Vali incredulously, but in response to interrupting the white-haired man, he received an energy sphere directly in the face, courtesy of the son of Sparda. "Shut up. I can't make a fool of you anymore, and I don't want to think that you are too stupid not to understand the difference between our powers," said the white-haired man as he disappeared and appeared in front of Vali with two red energy spheres created in his hands, discharging the energy contained in them directly into Vali's body, who was no longer able to regenerate his armor due to the excessive punishment he had received. Finally Vali fell to the ground, in a very bad state. Issei descended to the ground and proceeded to walk slowly towards where Vali was lying. When he was a few meters away from the Peliplatinum, the barrier that was around the academy shattered like a crystal. From the sky fell a young brown man with Chinese armor and a Buddhist staff quite damaged. "Bhikkhu? What are you doing here?" Vali asked with difficulty, struggling to stay conscious. "I came to look for you because..." "What the hell happened to you?" exclaimed the one now identified as Bhikkhu, completely alarmed by the Peliplatino state. "Who are you, silly face?" asked a white-haired man under his armor. "He is Bhikkhu, a descendant of the legendary Sun Wukong," Azazel clarified. "And who is that?" asked the white-haired man curiously. "In short, he is the descendant of the famous monkey of the trip to the east, Son Goku." "Son Goku? I never thought he would join the Cows Brigade. I guess the world is a bit strange, though the White Dragon and Son Goku make a good pair. The Kaka, unlike the first one. I live as I please. Nice to meet you, Sekiryuutei." "Same to you," said the white-haired man, removing the helmet from his armor, alarming Bhikkhu as he recognized that face. "It's you. You were the one who attacked us long ago," exclaimed Bhikkhu pointing at the white-haired man. "What are you talking about? It's the first time I see you. Don't lie. You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your hairstyle? And by the way, where is your katana?" "I think I know who he means," the white-haired man thought, amused. Bhikkhu was ready to throw himself against Issei, but he was stopped by Vali. "Stop, Bhikkhu. Issei, Sparda is out of your category. For now we retreat," said the white-haired man, standing up and leaning on the brown-haired man. Bhikkhu just nodded, and twirling his staff he hit the ground, opening a circle of transport under them too. "We will face each other again. And I will be stronger. Be sure of it," said Vali with difficulty. "I hope that next time you'll make me fight for real," said Issei, amused. After this both Vali and Bhikkhu left. On his side Issei removed his armor. While doing so, he shook his left sleeve of his trench coat as he felt that he had something inside it. While doing so the remains of the bracelet that Azazel had given him fell to the ground, and once these remains touched the ground they began to fade into particles of light. That fact caught Azazel's attention as he assumed that all that was thanks to the bracelet. So it was evident that he had no idea that Issei already had full access to his improved balance breaker, but still what Issei revealed in his fight against Vali would cause a lot of commotion among the factions, since the name of the Dark Knight Sun was now known. After that, all was calm. The faction leaders were happy that both devils, angels and fallen angels had cooperated with each other. They had finally formed a work of peace. The cornerstone to achieve the long-awaited peace had been laid. Taking advantage of the moment, Rias spoke with Michael to ask him if he could make an exception in the system so that Zenobia and Asia could pray without being harmed by the system that God had left. This, as a symbol of peace, said that once he returned to heaven, he would update the system with respect to the two mentioned above. After this everyone started to retire to their homes. Issei still had something to do regarding his girls, but Serafal still couldn't return with him since he had some business to talk with Serziches. But the good thing was that the white-haired man's day had started not as he would expect, but at the end of this very day it had ended in a good way. The only thing that Issei missed was that since it was all over he hadn't seen Ryu anywhere. Devil May Cry. Appearing from a magic circle, the white-haired man and his handmaidens appeared at the reception of the aforementioned store. "Well girls, this will be your home from now on. Welcome to Devil May Cry," said the white-haired man, raising his arms. They were all surprised because they recognized the place where they were, since it was the same place where they had arrived hours before, but they didn't expect it to be the white-haired man's house. "I didn't think you lived in a store, Issei," said Lilith, looking at the place. "Well, technically it's a storehouse since my room as well as yours are on the second floor of this place." "Well, I'm hungry. I guess you are too. So to celebrate let's order a few pizzas." "Pizzas?" They all asked a little hesitantly. Not everyone likes pizza at the same level as you, Issei, said Ryu, appearing from a door on one side of the room. Welcome, girls. I introduce myself. My name is Ryu. He is my mentor and my right hand, said Issei. Nice to meet you, said all the girls. The white-haired man went to his desk and sat down as usual. Suddenly a magic circle appeared in the room, and from that circle appeared a certain brunette Citri, who looked for the white-haired man immediately and placed him in his place. She quickly went to where he was and climbed on his lap and started to kiss him. The white-haired man reciprocated in the same way, causing the other girls to be jealous. Lilith, using her alchemy, created a bazooka and started to aim it at Issei. Issei, who is she? Lilith asked with her hair covering her eyes. Right, I forgot to introduce them. Girls, this is Seraphol Citri, better known as the Mau Seraphol Leviathan. Although in reality she is my queen. Serach, and these are the girls that from now on are part of my entourage. The Mau is your queen? Asked all the other girls in excitement. She is, but she doesn't like to be treated differently because of that. She likes to be treated like a normal girl, answered the white-haired man. Nice to meet you, they all said at the same time. By the way, are you? Where have you been? Asked the white-haired man. Right. When everything was over, I came as fast as I could and prepared a surprise for the girls, said the blue-haired man, indicating them to follow him, and they all entered through the door through which he had appeared. Once they had entered, they could see a huge mesa with lots of food and drinks next to a sign hanging on the wall that read, "Welcome to the Sparda household." The night went on, and everyone enjoyed themselves. When it was finally time to sleep, the girls were surprised to find that all their things were ready and settled in a room for each of them on the second floor of the white-haired man's residence. The next day, Orc Club room. In the living room were Issei, Rias and his entourage, along with a certain unexpected guest. Issei had arrived before that guest. Since he had presented his resignation to the occult club, that for lack of interest he had forgotten to present. So, as of today, I will be the advisor of the occult club. What does this mean? Rias asked, annoyed. Oh, nothing, I asked Serziches and Seraphol, they both let me stay on one condition. By the way. And that arm? Asked a white-haired man. This is something I made while researching the sacred gear, it's a multi-purpose arm, said the fallen one while the fingers of his new arm stretched. Drills appeared among other things, but what went beyond the limit of what was acceptable was that it also turned out to be a rocket arm that shot out. You also mentioned a condition. And what is that? Asked Rias, trying to ignore the mess that Azazel's rocket arm had left behind. A condition? Asked Gasper, coming out of the box. Seeing this, Issei had a doubt. How the hell did that guy fit inside that box? That condition says that I must help them develop their sacred gear correctly. Exclaimed all the members of the occult club. In short, the boosted gear that has not yet reached its full potential, the sacred devil sword and the forbidden valor view. I will use all the data I have obtained from my research, and I will bring them to their full potential. From today, call me Azazel Sensei. I have a few things to tell you, said the white-haired man. First, I wouldn't dream of calling you Azazel Sensei. Second, how I develop my boosted gear is my business, and if you go near it, at least you'll get a few shots as a result. And third, I'm no longer part of this club, so. About that, Serziches also told me that you could try something like that. Exercising his Mau title, he ordered that you must return to the occult club, and the girls that are part of your entourage must also join this club. So, that's what he said. Right, said Issei, trying to calm down uselessly. Orders are orders, said Azazel without catching the increase in the aura of the white-haired man, who already had his eyes reddened. Anyway, that's all, a pleasure. Wait, I haven't agreed to this yet, protested Rias. I almost forgot. Serziches also gave one more order. In order to fix the relationship between Gremory and Issei Sparda, all the women of the occult club will go to live at Issei Sparda's house. Crack. Everyone, including Azazel, could see how the floor under Issei had cracked. They also noticed that the white-haired man had red eyes. Serziches, you motherfucker, shouted the white-haired man as a pillar of crimson energy enveloped the white-haired man, and said pillar went through the roof of the club building and up into the sky through the clouds. Issei was furious. And someone was going to pay. With much suffering. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.